Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbagehead Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Could Evolve Quirks. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Bakugo Katsuki sat at the breakfast bar and poured milk into a bowl of his longtime favorite cereal. As a kid, he had claimed it to be his favorite for the name alone. Sure, having an explosion quirk and having sugar explosions be his favorite cereal was probably amusing to some people, but changing something so ingrained wasn't easy. Scowling at his spoon as it hovered over the cereal, he found his mind wandering. How was playing with little Izuku, son? Bakugo Masaru asked. Katsuki looked up from his bowl of sugar explosions that he could barely reach from his chair to see his dad smiling kindly down at him. We went on patrol for villains. Izuku says he isn't getting a quirk, but he's going to be a hero with me anyway, Katsuki said excitedly at the idea of being heroes with his friend. His dad hummed and thought while rubbing his chin before asking, so he thinks he'll be just as great as you even without a quirk? Even without training hard like you? Does he just think that he's so much better than you that he doesn't even have to try? Little Katsuki looked at his spoon, his eyebrows drawn together in confusion. I don't know ... He wouldn't think that, would he? He asked. His father shrugged and smiled the same kind smile he wore all the time. Who knows, but it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Katsuki could only nod. The sound of someone coming down the stairs brought the world back into focus. Turning his head, he saw Deku Midoriya limping down the stairs and looking like he hadn't slept a wink, his entire polycule following him in similar states. Midoriya made a beeline straight for the fridge and pulled out 2 entire armfuls of sports drinks before hobbling back to his polycule. Katsuki huffed and returned to his cereal. It was soggy. Damn it, Izuku was tired. Cell activation may make it so he was never truly tired, but he could feel his brain crying out for REM sleep. Maybe effing the night away on a school night wasn't the best idea. He walked towards Class 1B's dorms after classes with one on his mind, getting this over with so he could get to bed early. At his request, 1B was given and had passed a background check as well as signed the necessary non-disclosure agreements. It was past time he offered them the same offer he offered 1A. Stepping through the front doors, he was immediately greeted by Kendo. Midoriya, why are you here? She asked, straight to the point but not rude. To offer something to your class. Could you gather them, please? He asked. Kendo eyed him, trying to decipher what exactly he would be offering before shrugging. Sure, she said before heading upstairs. A few minutes later, Izuku found himself standing in front of the assembled Class 1B with the lone exception of Monoma. Monoma wouldn't come out of his room, Kendo said. No matter, he, like 2 of my classmates, will have to ask me for help if he wants it, Izuku said before turning to address the entire class. My name is Midoriya Izuku and I can evolve quirks. With the sports festival approaching, I'm here in the spirit of good sportsmanship to offer a quirk evolution to each of you. Silence. Well, he couldn't say he didn't expect this reaction. Kendo, come here and I'll prove it, he ordered not unkindly. The redhead in question stepped forward with a light blush dusting her cheeks. So what now? She asked. Izuku held out a glowing hand, palm up. Take my hand, he instructed. Kendo's blush darkened a fraction as she did as told, her teal eyes glowing from within as her quirk was left with no choice but to evolve. Now try to use your quirk, he said, letting go of her calloused hand. Kendo's eyes swam with both confusion and wonder as she began to grow, the seams of her school uniform beginning to tear at the seams. Realizing what was about to happen, Kendo shrieked in embarrassment before turning off her quirk and returning to her normal size. You really can evolve quirks, Kendo said in suspended disbelief before seeming to have realized something. We probably shouldn't divulge the details of our quirks to the strongest first year, who also happens to be 1A's president, right before the sports festival. We have to think about our internships. I'm sorry, Kendo said sincerely. Izuku smiled at that. Thinking about the interests of those that counted on her seemed to come so effortlessly to the woman. I understand, you're just looking out for them. After all, I don't plan on telling you everything about my quirk or those of my classmates. Tetsu stepped forward then and slammed a fist into his own chest before bowing. A real man knows when he's wrong. I was wrong to say what I did. I'm sorry. Standing up straight again, he continued. A real man also knows when he needs help, he said, his skin turning into metal just as Monoma's had. You beat my quirk like it was nothing. Please help me grow stronger, he begged. To say that Izuku was blown away by the sincerity of the apology and subsequent request would be an understatement. As a side note, he really needed to introduce him to Kirishima. I forgive you, Tetsu. Take my hand, he said, offering a glowing hand. Tetsu dropped his quirk and took Izuku's hand. Next to approach Izuku was a woman with a familiar head of vines. My name is Shizaki Ibara. It is a pleasure to meet one so blessed by God, Shizaki said with a slight bow of her head. Now that was a surprise. It wasn't often that you saw religious people anymore. Not many organized religions had survived the advent of quirks, people developing powers that allowed them to turn water into wine, walk on water, and heal the sick with a touch of their hands kind of disproved a lot of religions. Shizaki smiled serenely at his surprise. It's okay. Religion is fairly rare now, so your confusion is warranted. Would you like me to explain my beliefs? If you don't mind, he said, his curiosity piqued. Most religions are based on the teachings and books written by men. That is why they were flawed and eventually came to ruin. I believe in God in the most abstract sense. I won't try to interpret the will of a higher being capable of creating the universe and life itself. Quirks were the downfall of most religions, but if God created everything, then so too did they create quirks. That is why I said you were blessed by God, Shizaki explained. If I'm blessed, then what do you think of the quirkless or those with weak quirks? He asked leadingly. Shizaki's serene smile only grew. They are God's creations as well, she said simply before continuing. I believe those born strong have a duty to aid those weaker than them. Villains use their strength to prey upon the weak. It is why I wish to be a hero, she said, and he could feel the depth of her belief that held no trace of malice. I believed I was quirkless until I was 15. Izuku confessed. Shizaki took his hand in both of her smaller ones, her smile turning radiant. Then you are strong yet understand the plights of those weaker than you. You will truly make a hero to behold. Shizaki's evergreen eyes glowed as he activated evolution. Next to approach him was a woman with black, shoulder-length hair, blue eyes, and an expressionless face that made Sue look lively. Was all she said as she took his offered hand, even if he could feel her gratitude as well as lust. Oh boy, her name's Kodai Yui. You've been warned, Kendo said helpfully. Next was a boy with skin that wasn't just black but seemed to eat the light around it. I'm Kurwaro Shihai, and with this newfound boon, I shall stare into the abyss even if it stares back, he said absolutely seriously. Next was a girl with silver hair that obscured one of her blue eyes. She held her hands in front of her remarkably similar to the way Tsu did. I am called Yanagi Ryako. You're spooky, she said. If it wasn't for empathy, he wouldn't have realized that for the compliment it was. He seriously needed to introduce Takayami to these two. He had the feeling they would get along scarily well. Next was a girl with some kind of cow mutation, her hooves and long horns giving it away. She had blonde hair and very large doe eyes, blue in color. She grabbed his hand in a handshake, throwing him off immediately. Tsunotori Pony. Call me Pony, she greeted with a heavy southern United States accent. You evolve. I grateful, she said in broken Japanese. Izuku returned the handshake and activated evolution. You're welcome, Pony. Next was a boy with what seemed to be some kind of mantis quirk. Kick-ass, was all the boy said as he grabbed Izuku's hand. Next was a man covered head to toe in thick fur. Kamakiri is a bit brash, but he's a good man. Shishida Jiroda, a pleasure, the gentle giant greeted. Next was Takage, who made damn sure he saw her swaying her hips as she approached. Couldn't keep away, huh? She flirted with no shame. How could I when I know you're here? Izuku flirted back, having figured out a while ago that the best defense in these cases was an offense. His plan backfired if her licking her lips and eyeing him were any indicators. Next was a tall man with a heteromorphic appearance he couldn't quite describe. Maybe a glue bottle topper. Bondo Kajiro. Thank you, the man of seemingly few words said. Next was a boy with no lips, his teeth on full display. Honiki Juzo. The softening quirk Monoma was using as mine. You might be a hard counter to me, but don't count me out, he said. Wouldn't dream of it, Izuku said. Next was a girl just as short as Tsu with a brown-haired bob with bangs concealing both her eyes. By all accounts, she appeared to be a wallflower, but her smile and emotions told an entirely different story. You seem like a fungi. I'm Komori Kanoko. I think I'll really grow on you, she greeted. Flirted, threatened, made mushroom puns. Thanks, Izuku said, not sure how to respond. Next was a boy with a speech bubble for a head. How did he breathe? Or talk? Well, if he needed any more proof that quirks were bullshit, this guy would be the golden example. Fukadashi manga, and yes, my parents are both hilarious and cruel, he said in a way of greeting. Next was a shorter, portly boy with silver hair. In contrast to his stature, the boy carried himself like an experienced boxer. Shota Nairanjeki. Thank you for this opportunity, he greeted politely. Next was a boy that looked to be of Chinese descent with his black hair pulled back into a ponytail. Greetings, Midoriya. I am Rin Huryu, and I will not forget this kindness, nor will I waste this opportunity, he declared. Next was a boy with light brown hair sporting a grin. Subaraba Kosai. I'm a big fan, he said. A fan? Izuku asked, confused. Yeah, you've got a harem, right? Subaraba asked, causing Izuku to frown. It's called a polycule. Calling it a harem cheapens the relationships my girlfriends have with each other. Please don't make that mistake again, Izuku asked. All right, didn't mean to offend. Sorry, he said. Next was a boy with black hair wearing a blue and white bandana. And here Izuku thought he had a bad fashion sense. Awase Yosutsu, the boy said tensely. Next was the most average, get lost in a crowd looking person he had ever seen. Izuku felt a little bad about his harsh judgment, but he knew he would forget the boy's face the instant he turned around. Kaibara-sen, he greeted with a solemn voice. Well, that's everyone. I hope you realize that just because you helped us doesn't mean we'll go easy on you or one, Kendo said, stepping forward as Kaibara took a seat. I'd be insulted if you did, Izuku said. You still owe me a spar, a face on the floor said. Wait, what the? Izuku exclaimed. Tagata Mirio popped out of the floor and landed in a heroic pose wearing only a pair of golden briefs. Many of the assembled class just rolled their eyes, seemingly used to the theatrics. Tagata-senpai, what are you doing here? Izuku asked. I'm 1B's dorm advisor along with Tamaki. Tagata yelled boisterously, still in his pose. Taking another look around, Izuku spotted Amajiki Tamaki peeking around the corner of the stairwell. I'm glad you're here. I wanted to evolve both your quirks as well, Izuku said, his glowing hand outstretched. Oh, willing to give me an advantage before our spar? Tagata asked a little incredulously. The stronger you are, the more I stand to learn from the experience, Izuku said. Tagata laughed and took his hand and said, I can see why Nejire likes you. His blue eyes glowed for a moment before he stepped back and sank into the floor before popping out once more. Was all the warning Izuku got before Tagata grabbed him. He couldn't see, couldn't hear, he couldn't even breathe. The only sensation he felt at all was the feeling that he was falling. Next thing he knew, he was rocketing out of the floor as if he had rockets strapped to his feet. Izuku landed hard on his feet, barely able to maintain his balance from the sudden drop. Boo, Takage said for some reason. Kodai agreed. You aren't naked. Curious, very curious, Tagata said with curiosity. What was that? What do you mean not naked? Izuku asked, only a little flustered at the situation. You probably know about my quirk from what Nejire said about your notebooks, but what you probably don't know is that I can't see, hear, or breathe when I'm using it fully. Light passes through my eyes, air through my lungs, and sound through my ears. My clothes fall right off too. Well, except one's coded to my DNA like my sweet briefs. Now, however, it seems I can create a kind of envelope that I can extend to others. This'll make rescue way easier. Thanks, pal. Tagata exclaimed his thanks with a slap to Izuku's back that nearly knocked him over. He was much stronger than he looked, and that was saying something. You're welcome, senpai. Amajiki, Izuku asked, wondering if the shy boy was going to come out. I'm going to my room, a quiet voice said from around the corner. Oh no you don't, Tagata said before running off and dragging a defeated-looking Amajiki over to Izuku. You don't have to if you don't want to, Izuku said, not wanting the boy to feel like he was being forced. Thanks, the elfin-eared man said barely above a whisper as he took Izuku's hand. After the glow in his eyes died down, Amajiki's hand morphed into the shape of a lobster claw. The last time we had lobster was a week ago on our date. That's way past your normal limit, Tagata said, just as boisterous as always. Maybe now I can stop carrying food around in my hero costume's pockets, Amajiki whispered, the corner of his mouth turning upwards in what was no doubt a rare smile. On the way back to the dorms in his bed, Izuku was updating Amajiki and Tagata's pages in his hero notebooks when he noticed the emotional turmoil of someone up in the tree he was passing under. Looking up, Izuku could only see a familiar white and fluffy tail. Izuku activated float and ascended into the massive tree to find none other than Yuki sitting on a thick branch, tear marks on her cheeks. Well, this just wouldn't do. Izuku landed softly next to the pint-sized snow leopard he already viewed as his daughter. Are we hiding from someone? Izuku asked playfully. Yuki startled, her fur bristling before smoothing out once she saw that it was him. She smiled huge, her predatory teeth on full display as she happily began, before abruptly cutting herself off, her smile falling as she began to sniffle. Izu, she said sadly, his heart breaking at the sound. Nope, not having that. Izuku scooped the little 4-year-old up into his lap and ran a hand through her thick mane trying to calm her. What's wrong, sweetie? Why are you up here? He asked softly. I'm hiding from mommy, she admitted. Izuku's eyes widened. Nejire must be beside herself with worry. At a second look, he noticed that her watch was missing, meaning Nejire couldn't track her with the GPS feature. Why are you hiding? Your mommy must be worried sick, he tried. Yuki deflated a little at hearing that before saying, she said I can't call you daddy because she isn't with you. I don't know what that means, but it's stupid and so is mommy. Izuku scratched behind the girl's ear, eliciting a muted purr from the child. Come on now, you don't mean that, do you? He asked. No, Yuki admitted. I'll tell you a secret, but you have to promise not to tell, Izuku whispered conspiratorially. Yuki just leaned into him, burying her face into his chest and shrugging her little shoulders, too upset to answer properly. I love your mommy and I'm going to ask her to be with me, Izuku whispered. Yuki immediately perked up, her limp tail flipping about behind her as she looked up at him with stars in her eyes. Really? Does that mean you're my daddy? She asked. If your mommy loves me and my girlfriends, and even then only if you want me to be, Izuku said. Daddy, his daughter exclaimed with pure joy, tears of happiness rolling down her cheeks as she clutched to him as if he was going to disappear. I love you, and I always will, Yuki. You and Iri are the best daughters I ever could have asked for, he whispered to his daughter, who was emitting a mixture of purrs, sniffling, and giggles. He held the little furball close as he slowly descended from the tree to go find her mother, who was no doubt losing her mind trying to find the kid. Baby, a periwinkle missile screamed as it descended, landing right in front of Izuku. Mommy, Yuki yelled as she springboarded off of Izuku into Nejire's open arms. Never do that again, Nejire reprimanded as relief rolled off her in waves. I'm sorry, Yuki said quietly. Nejire let out a breath. I'm sorry for yelling, but you scared me half to death, she admitted. I should text the group chat and tell everyone we found her, Nejire said absent-mindedly before turning a baleful gaze on him. Why weren't you answering your phone, Izuku? She asked in a tone that made him sure she was annoyed. Izuku nervously fished his phone out of his pocket. I didn't get any. Oh, it's dead. Yuki perked up and said, don't be mad at Daddy. He loves you, Yuki attempted to reprimand, spilling their secret in the process. And not Ma, Nejire began only to stop, her eyes going wide and turning to him. You do? She asked softly. Izuku gave Yuki a half-hearted glare that only caused his daughter to giggle and bury her face in Nejire's neck. It was supposed to be our secret until I could tell you proper, Izuku tried to say, but was cut off by Nejire's soft lips meeting his own in a kiss that had him involuntarily activating float as he reciprocated with fervor. Nejire didn't need to say it with words for him to know she loved him as well. The emotion burning like a star in her core. The world fell away in more ways than one as he held Nejire close, Yuki giggling as the three of them slowly drifted into the sky. Looks like you found more than Yuki, the voice of Himiko said below them. No fair, come down so I can kiss her too. Mei yelled in indignation at being left out. Izuku broke the kiss and tucked a stray strand of periwinkle hair behind Nejire's hair, laughing as he did so. Shall we? He asked. Is this a dream? Nejire asked in a breathy voice. Not the kind you have to wake from, Izuku promised. Good, Nejire said as she rested her head on his shoulder while they slowly descended. It was early Saturday morning when Izuku walked into the villain rehabilitation building. Yuri had fallen asleep on the train ride over and was currently being held by her papa while she drooled onto his shoulder. Kendo was right beside him, walking close enough that her shoulder bumped into him every other step while she chewed on the inside of her cheek, her nerves evident to Izuku even without the use of empathy. Yuki and his girlfriends had wanted to come as well to pay their respects to their daughter's hero, but that many people coming to visit didn't seem like something a secure facility would allow. It was a testament to Nejire's greater experience as a parent that she was able to see through Yuki's crocodile tears and convince their daughter they would be able to come next time. The villain rehabilitation organization itself went by the name of Phoenix and was privately funded by people like Nezu and other like-minded philanthropists that looked at villains and saw them for the people they were instead of the cartoonish monsters the media made them out to be. In today's society, once someone was branded as a villain, their life was all but over, no other paths left to them but a life of crime. This was the standard for criminals even before Quirks, Quirks only making the issue worse. Back then it was referred to as the lifer trap. After checking in as visitors and donning their name badges, they were escorted to a small room with a camera in the corner. The room, like much of the building, had hints to its past as a psychiatric hospital, even if it was well furnished and livened up to be less dull and depressing. The walls of the room were painted a calming teal that he couldn't help but to compare to Kendo's eyes. In one corner were several beanbag chairs and a small bookcase filled with well-worn books. At the very center of the room was a bolted-down steel stable with attached chairs. Filling one of those chairs to capacity was, who he had to assume, Kendo Rappa Aka the Rapper. The gargantuan man stood as they entered. Seeing the man now, he could better understand how he had managed to rip through an entire Yakuza organization. He could also see that the man had paid for his rampage in blood and flesh. The 8-foot Goliath was covered in scars in all shapes, even what appeared to be bullet wounds, and that was just what he could see while he wore his white short-sleeved jumpsuit. The left side of the man's face was heavily scarred, his left eye covered with an eye patch, his lip pulled back exposing teeth in a permanent snarl. His wild red hair and remaining teal eye bore a striking resemblance to Itsuka. Itsuka, the man rumbled in a gravelly voice that stood out in stark contrast to the soft emotions evident behind it. How? Itsuka began to ask, no doubt wondering how the man recognized her after not seeing her in so many years. The huge man walked up to Itsuka slowly, as if to not scare her off, and said, "You're my daughter," as if that answered the question, and really, it did. It didn't matter if it was a decade or a century. Izuku was confident he would recognize Iri and Yuki. Itsuka reached out to touch Rappa's face but stopped short. "Did you get these saving Iri?" "Yeah, but you should see the other guys," Rappa said with some pride. "Rapper?" Iri sleepily asked while rubbing the sleep from her eyes and the drool from the corner of her mouth. "Hey kid," the man answered before eyeing Izuku and saying, "You must be Izuku, Inko's kid." "I am, sir. I came because I wanted to thank you personally for what you did for Iri," Izuku said. Rappa grunted, his lone eye darting to Itsuka then back. They heard a child. "I'm no hero, I'm..." I don't know what you've done or who you were, but you showed your true colors when you put your life on the line to save a scared child without a second thought. You are and always will be a hero to me and my family," Izuku interrupted. While Rappa stood there in silence processing Izuku's words, Eri reached a hand out and touched Rappa's heavily scarred arm, completely unafraid of the intimidating man. "Did they hurt you? Because of me?" Eri asked, clearly upset at the prospect. "They did, but I would do the same thing all over again even if it killed me. Kids deserve to be protected," he said, his lone eye darting to Itsuka again before continuing, "at any cost." Eri's eyes watered, but she didn't cry. Instead, she reached out for a hug. Rappa seemed taken aback as he looked to Izuku for permission. Izuku nodding reassuringly to the huge man. Rappa gingerly accepted the hug, his palm covering most of Eri's back as he held her. "Thank you," Eri said with a watery voice. "Anytime, shrimp," Rappa said, eyeing Izuku critically again. "He treating you good?" he asked, Eri completely missing the promise of violence in his tone if the answer wasn't correct. Her next words were likely far more important than she would ever realize. Eri lit up, her previously watery eyes alight with joy. "Yeah, Papa and my mamas are the best. I even have a sister now," she declared. Rappa's eyebrow raised. "Mama's sister? How old are you?" he asked Izuku. "Polly and adopted," Izuku answered simply, Rappa humming in understanding. Rappa set Eri on the ground and walked back to where he previously sat. "It's been what? 15 years. You could fit in my hand the last time I saw you, Itsuka. Would you tell me about yourself, please?" "Sure," Itsuka said, her emotions telling Izuku that there was something left unsaid. Izuku sat across from Rappa and next to Itsuka with Eri in his lap so she could see over the table. Izuku remained respectfully quiet and Eri drew while Itsuka slowly opened up to her father over the course of 2 hours. Eri was currently over by the bookshelf picking out something to show off her reading to Rappa when Izuku asked the question that had been plaguing his curiosity. "You obviously care about Itsuka, so why did you stay away for so long?" Izuku asked. Rappa looked to Eri and back to Itsuka, his eyes becoming distant as if remembering something but remaining silent. "Did you not want to be there?" Itsuka asked, hurt. "Of course I did," he snapped in a whisper, a look of fury passing over his face before vanishing just as fast. He turned to make sure Eri didn't hear his outburst before sighing and continuing. "Your mom and I broke up soon after you were born. We just didn't work out. I still visited all the time to see you and help raise you despite that. Your mom's boyfriend wasn't a big fan of that, but I didn't care. I was going to be there for you," he said, his face turning grim and pausing. "Are you sure you want to hear this story? It isn't pretty," he asked. Itsuka nodding immediately. "It happened when you were 3. I came over like I always did after work and let myself in. Your mother was working late and I wanted to make sure you were taken care of. The house was too quiet. The door to your room was cracked. Your mom's boyfriend was asking you to do something that I won't repeat. You saw me through the crack in the door." He paused, closing his eyes tightly. "I'll never forget how scared and confused you looked. I didn't black out. I made the conscious choice to beat him into a puddle. Your mom, she didn't believe me. I did time, and when I got out she wouldn't let me see you anymore. Without you, without my daughter, I spiraled. I think I was just looking for a good place to die." Tears threatened to fall from Itsuka's eyes as she held her hands over her mouth. Izuku was shocked into silence. "It was your first kill ... You had to know there was no going back ... So why?" Itsuka asked, her voice hollow. "You're my daughter," Rappa said simply, yet answering everything. Itsuka stood and rushed around the table, Rappa standing as well just in time for her to pull him into a hug that held the emotions of a lost decade and a half. "Dad," Itsuka whispered into the giant man's chest. "My little firecracker," Rappa whispered, choking on his words. The next day Izuku found himself watching the UA staff train their newly evolved quirks in one of the mock cities. It was humbling to say the least. Hound Dog's quirk had taken a frightening turn when evolved. He more accurately resembled a hellhound than a mere dog. His brown fur with black stripes was now as dark as pitch. His eyes blazed the glow of hellfire. Flames licked out of his maw when it opened. It wasn't just his appearance that had changed, no. He was not only stronger, but he was capable of breathing out a short-range flame cone that was capable of melting steel. Ectoplasm's clone limit had shot up from 30 to an easy 60. If he pushed himself, he could make double that number. He was currently using his clones as sparring partners against his fellow teachers. Power Loader's evolution wasn't as flashy as some of the others, but it was a substantial upgrade nonetheless. His iron-tipped fingers were now diamond-tipped, making him capable of digging through anything. Vlad King could always regenerate his blood faster than he could spend it with his quirk, but now he could just simply regenerate nearly any wound. His regeneration might not be as strong as Namo's, but still it would keep him safe in nearly any situation. Cementos now had far greater control over all things concrete and didn't need to be the epicenter. Entire skyscrapers rose in seconds without Cementos even needing to be near them. All he needed was to be touching concrete that was connected to the area within line of sight. Snipe was taking down ectoplasm clones all over the city while calling out shots. His quirk was now able to specify where he hit as well as being able to control how strong it hit, up to the bullet's natural force. Present Mike's evolution made him able to deepen the base of his scream at the cost of range, making him capable of bringing down the skyscrapers Cementos was making for target practice. Anytime someone got tired, they went to where Lunch Rush had a row of barbecues set up, a pair of floating white gloves manning each. His quirk was now capable of infusing the food he made with restorative properties not dissimilar to cell activation. Anyone that ate the food found their stamina restored and their minor wounds healed. Even Fayumi was here at Izuku's insistence that if she was watching his children, she needed every advantage possible. She was obviously out of her depth but was doing her best to train her newly evolved quirk. Her ability to create snow out of thin air was now capable of creating 5 semi-sentient snow golems. The golems didn't seem to melt in the sun or even with the application of mild heat, and when destroyed they merely reformed themselves. In appearance, the golems took on a humanoid shape with no face save for 2 eyes made of blue ice. Before Izuku knew it, the sports festival was upon them. The 2 weeks had flown right by with the amount of hellish training he and his class were doing. Aizawa had put together personalized training regimens for each member of Class 1, and they were being graded on how well they followed those plans. All Might had done something similar, but more focused on teamwork drills. Those weren't quite as demanding since they focused on building teamwork instead of pushing the upper limits of their quirks and bodies. The only one that struggled in the drills was Todoroki. He barely even participated. Even Bakugo seemed to be making a conscious effort to at least try and work together, even if he snapped out every suggestion and ruthlessly criticized everyone else's plans. In fact, both All Might and Eraserhead seemed to be increasingly frustrated with Todoroki. They often pulled the boy aside to talk to him, with the end result of Todoroki storming off each and every time. Currently, Izuku was taking Nejire and their daughters to their seats for the sports festival. He still couldn't believe how well Nejire had taken it when he told her about One for All and all the danger that came along with it. She had apparently suspected something from the beginning. Her response was to simply tell him that he was stuck with her and Yuki no matter what came knocking. Some people might confuse her inquisitive nature with airheadedness, but that simply wasn't the case. She was much sharper than she let on. Looking over at the woman in question, he couldn't help but to stare. She had a glow about her since joining the relationship that brightened everything around her. It had only been 2 weeks and he already couldn't imagine a future without her. She wore a beige cardigan that went down to her knees, and under that she wore a gray dress and black tights. Eri wore a periwinkle t-shirt dress and was resting her head on Nejire's shoulder. Yuki wore a matching t-shirt dress but emerald in color and was doing much of the same on his shoulder. The both of them had wanted to be carried since the stairs were too hard. He knew that one day they would claim to be too old to be carried, so he was going to take every chance he had to carry them until that dreadful day. "You're staring," Nejire commented with a wry smile at having caught him. "You're beautiful," Izuku explained simply. When they entered the UA faculty seating area, Izuku realized he had overlooked something crucial. He had forgotten to tell his moms about Nejire joining his relationship and the small matter that they had a new grandchild. Inko shot from her seat and pointed at his and Nejire's joined hands, then gasping again when she noticed that Izuku was the one carrying Yuki and Nejire was carrying Eri. "GGR Gran," Inko stuttered out of sheer elation. "Oh," Anan said. "Grandbabies, plural," Nimari shouted at the top of her lungs before leaping over chairs and people to get to them. Vlad King shot up as well with a, "What? Hato's little girl." As she called Himiko mama yet. "Get it on video." Yuki, these are my mom's and Himiko's dad. Which makes them your grandparents if you want," Izuku explained to Yuki, who was looking between the nearly rabid adults and him. "Daddy, what's a grandparent?" Yuki asked innocently, his mom's nearly fainting at hearing his daughter refer to him as such. At the question, Izuku could feel Nejire's mood drop. Likely feeling guilty even if not having parents was wildly out of her control. Izuku squeezed Nejire's hand and caught her eye with a reassuring look. "A grandparent loves you like Nejire and I do, but will probably let you get away with more and spoil you rotten," he teased and explained simultaneously before delivering a kiss to the child's forehead. "Grandma Inko always has candy in her purse," Eri whispered. Nejire gently lifted off the ground with her quirk and kissed him on the cheek before taking Yuki into her other arm. "For luck, now get going," she commanded softly. Class 1 sat in silence, nerves high as they anxiously awaited the start of the sports festival. To some this may have been a mere sporting event, but to them this was the beginning of their hero career. This was where they had the chance to show the world who they were and what they stood for. While everyone else was in their PE uniforms, Mei and Momo stood out in their hero costumes complete with support gear due to the fact that they were also support course students and they were allowed to bring anything they had personally made. Izuku felt a deep sorrow suddenly that dulled the world's color. "Nana," he thought. Yeah, it's me. I just wanted to wish you luck and tell you congrats on becoming a dad again, she said within his mind, her voice ragged. Thank you, Nana. If you want to talk, I'm here. You aren't alone. Torino, Toshi, and I miss you, he thought. Thanks, I might take you up on that. Seeing you three sounds nice, she admitted with a trace of hope in her tone. And then she, along with the accompanying sorrow, vanished once more. It was then that Todoroki stood from his seat and approached Izuku like a man on a mission. Looking at it objectively, I think you're stronger than me, he admitted. Izuku shrugged, not wanting to gloat but not disagreeing. Even so, I'm going to beat you, the heterochromatic boy declared. Izuku stood and looked down at the boy in confusion, then at the rest of the class, their determination palpable to him. You really think you're the only one with something to prove? He asked, a little incredulous at the necessity of the declaration of war. Minutes later, the whole of the first-year classes walked onto the field to the sounds of thunderous applause and the voice of Present Mike announcing each course. They might not be getting the same attention one has been, but don't underestimate them. Men, women, and gentlethumbs, I present Class 1B, Present Mike shouted. Izuku looked to the class to see if he could glean any information on how their quirks might have evolved. There were only two that appeared different. Shizaki's vine hair had small yellow flowers growing out of the vines. Takage appeared to have a lizard tail now, complete with green scales. She noticed him looking and winked at him. Were her dark green eyes always slitted? She then stuck her tongue out at him, revealing that it was not only a dark purple in color but forked as well. Midnight cracked her whip, silencing everyone. That's better, she purred into her mic. If ever there was a time that Izuku wished he could switch off empathy, it was now, as he did his best to ignore the outpouring of attraction his peers and the crowd had for his mama. Representing the first years is Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A. Come on up, she said, with a crack of her whip accentuating the end of her sentence. Izuku walked towards the stage to the sound of hushed reverences from his girlfriends and the annoyed whispers of some other courses claiming that the hero course always got all the attention. His mama gave him a reassuring smile filled with maternal pride. She had personally trained him in media relations and public speaking for years. He had come a long way from the stuttering mess he once was. Izuku grabbed the mic and made direct eye contact with as many of the students in the other courses as possible. This event is the chance to show the world who you are, no matter what course you're in. Show them that all of you deserve to be here. Show them that each and every student of UA goes plus ultra, he yelled. Not only the other courses joining in, but the crowd as well. Midnight fanned herself as he walked off stage, pride radiating off her. Such passion, such youth, they'll need it in, she said, pausing as a wheel spun on a screen behind her. King of the Hill, she yelled out as the wheel stopped. Hill was a pretty loose definition for the mountain of concrete he was looking at. The hill was at least 100 feet tall with a flat top just big enough for two opponents to fight. The slope of the hill was nearly a 45-degree angle. The hundreds of contestants had one hand on walls of the stadium forming a circle around the hill. Once the buzzer sounded, they would have to cross around 100 feet of open ground before they could even begin their climb. Do I have to be here? Aizawa droned over the speakers. I wish I could be closer too. Present Mike screamed into his microphone. Ugh. Hitoshi groaned next to Izuku in embarrassment, his hand dragging down his face. At least they don't wear a dominatrix outfit as their hero costume, Izuku commiserated. I can't even imagine how you feel, Hitoshi said. It wouldn't be so bad if I couldn't feel everyone's attraction to her, Izuku lamented. Hitoshi laid a hand on Izuku's shoulder. That's rough, buddy. Rules are simple. The higher on the hill, the more points you get per second. Anything goes, but you'll only get points while in contact with the ground. Present Mike explained. Start, Eraserhead said unceremoniously just before a buzzer sounded throughout the stadium. The ground around Izuku cratered from the force of his jump before he flew off towards the top of the hill. He landed first, Black Cowl snapping into position as he readied himself to defend his position. After the 2 weeks of intensive training, he was not only able to push Black Cowl to 40%, but it was now capable of covering his hands and feet. Looking around, he could see that the students without mobility-enhancing quirks were barely 10 feet from their starting position. One entire half of the stadium was frozen, the contestants frozen in place with Todoroki running ahead of them. He also saw that there were more people capable of flight than he had anticipated. Rinhuri was covered head to toe in green scales, draconic wings beating in the air. Pony Tsunotori was riding on one of her horns as if it was a witch's broom, while 7 more horns floated beside her. Kaibara-sen's arms and legs were spinning in a blur so fast that he was creating cyclones of air powerful enough to give him flight. Izuku couldn't believe his eyes when he saw what Fukadashi manga was doing. He was driving a colorful clown car that looked as if he had pulled it straight out of a gag manga. Takage Satsuna's head flew with a swarm of what looked to be puzzle pieces comprising the rest of her body behind her. Since the pieces of her body didn't appear to be nude, he assumed she had managed to get a DNA-infused uniform. Bakugo was flying low to the ground with the aid of small explosions. Turning, he saw Mei traveling faster than he thought was possible for her suit, and she upgraded the thrusters. The skeletal-like thrusters that made up her wings were spread wide as she descended like an avenging angel. The moment she landed, she had her Exodus pistol raised directly at his face. Izuku raised his forearms to block. The moment after the first shot landed, he would counter. The round struck with the force of a kick from Rumi, the electricity of the electrodal round not traveling through his carapace of energy. He lowered his guard and prepared to rush his girlfriend, but danger sense blared and time slowed. Mei wasn't lining up a second shot. Stabilizers had unfolded from her armor around her feet and drilled deep into the concrete. The 8 thrusters that made up her wings were angled over her shoulders and pointed directly at him. He tried to dodge out of the way, but he found that his feet were encased in pink riot foam from her Mei flies. He could break through the foam, but not fast enough. He would have to block whatever was coming. Exterminatus, Mei yelled through the speakers in her helmet. The thrusters roared to life and 8 beams of plasma combined into one. Izuku barely had time to raise his arms again before the beam of plasma hit him full force. The sleeves of his uniform evaporated as what amounted to an oversized plasma cutter struck him. The beam didn't get through Black Cowl, but it was getting hot. He could feel his skin beginning to burn. Periwinkle enveloped his entire world as something hit him hard enough to send him tumbling through the air and off the side of the hill. Righting himself, he saw Nejire land on the top of the hill wearing a slasher smile that was very much Himiko. Himiko's uniform didn't seem to be bursting at the seams around her curves, so she must have gotten a hold of a DNA uniform as well. That's got a kick, Himi, Nejire said. Mei rose to her feet behind Himiko. The dust cloud kicked up by the attack having concealed her, her armor scored but functioning, her anchors having kept her from getting launched off the hill. Himiko whirled, having sensed her movement, but Mei was faster in her power armor. The knuckles on Mei's fist crackled with electricity as she swung for Himi, Nejire's gut. The electricity arced to its target, causing the muscles that would normally help to absorb a punch to lock up just before the fist collided, sending Himiko tumbling and clutching her stomach over the edge of the lip of the hill. Izuku slammed onto the top of the hill once more, but so too did someone else. Rumi landed and seamlessly transitioned into a roundhouse to Mei's back that sent her over the edge after Himiko. Her ruby eyes snapped to him, alight with excitement. We haven't had a proper spar since you figured out Black Cowl. Let's see if you still can't beat me, she roared before rushing him fast and low to the ground. She wanted to get under his guard. Fine. He raised his joined fists in the air before bringing the axe handle blow down to intercept Rumi. Rumi smirked as she stopped short, the ground beneath her cracking from the sudden shift. She used her momentum to pivot into a kick that sailed over his joined fists straight for his head. He was only barely able to shift so that he took the blow in the shoulder instead, the hit sounding like the boom of thunder. There it was, the main reason he could never beat her. He was probably as strong as her now, maybe even more so, but she didn't have to plan out each attack like he did. She had honed her animalistic instincts into a finely tuned weapon to the point that everything was just reflex. Izuku's left foot dug into the concrete to avoid being toppled by the kick. When the second kick came blurring at him, he was able to block it with his forearm and throw a punch at Rumi's jaw. Instead of dodging the blow, Rumi grabbed it and wrapped herself around his arm in a flying arm bar, her impossibly muscled legs squeezing the life out of him before he even hit the ground. Every muscle in Rumi's body was dedicated to the task of breaking his arm, her gym uniform ripping at the seams as her arms and legs bulged with effort. Izuku was able to resist her enough to keep his arm from breaking immediately, but he didn't know for how long. He activated empathy and began channeling despair into everyone around him. It'll take more than that to break my spirit, Rumi bellowed in defiance as she redoubled her efforts to break his arm. Izuku activated float and lifted Rumi and himself off the ground before rocketing back into it with Rumi between him and the concrete. Rumi gasped as the air was knocked from her, her death grip on him and his arm loosening enough to escape. Nejire watched as Izuku fought their girlfriends for control of the top of the hill. Mei's laser attack looked like it was about to overwhelm Izuku if Himiko wearing her form hadn't intervened. How fast could Mei fly now? Could that laser carbonize cells? What was its range? Himiko looked so happy to be wearing her form. Could she pull off that smile too? Who was faster, herself or Himiko wearing her form? She wanted to find out. Aguro and Midoriya duke it out for the crown as they literally blow away the competition. Present Mike yelled over the speakers. The fight between Rumi and Izuku was escalating to the point that nobody else could get near them, the force of the blows creating booming shockwaves and gale force gusts of wind that sent anyone seeking to interfere back down the hill. They didn't even seem to notice the intensity that their fight was getting to, or the people that attempted to take the top of the hill and were subsequently blown off it. They were in their own little world as they fought with the intensity most pro heroes couldn't hope to match. Who was stronger, faster? How much stronger was Black Cowl compared to Full Cowl? Was Izuku not using smokescreen because he knew it would just get blown away? Was Rumi too strong to be captured with Black Whip? Was Rumi immune to empathy or just fighting through it? 1B looked to be content where they were. They had banded together and took up a defensive position near the top of the hill on one side. On the other, one were fighting amongst themselves near the top and anyone from the other courses that tried to ascend. 1B was on the opposite side, and it was difficult to make out their quirks from the camera feeds. It wasn't fair, she wanted to see. Nejire was brought out of her observations by Eri tugging on her clothes to get her attention. "Mama, why are Papa and Mama's fighting?" she asked, sounding both confused and worried. "I don't like it," Yuki said with a light tremble in her voice, her ears flat to her head. Nejire smiled at her daughters resolutely and bounced them on her knees. "Don't worry, babies, it's like a game. They're showing off so they can prove they'll make good heroes." Nejire tried to explain in a way they would understand. "But Papa and Mamas are already the best heroes," Eri countered, sounding less worried but even more confused. "Yeah," Yuki agreed, her ears popping back up. "I agree. Let's cheer them on," Nejire said, trying to inject some excitement. Her girls both raised their little fists in the air and began shouting encouragement as loud as they could manage. "Did you get that on video?" Inko whispered, a little panicked. I got it, Anan whispered back. "Send it to me." Kan Whisper shouted. "Me too," Mr. Yagi, who she now knew was All Might, said, not even bothering to whisper. Now that she knew she was kicking herself for not seeing the similarities between his personality and All Might. Nejire's attention was brought back to the fight by a sudden drop in temperature. Turning back to look, she saw that a glacier now covered the side of the hill that 1B was on. Looks like she found where Todoroki was. It wasn't looking good for 1B if they couldn't get out of that. A creaking sound filled the air as cracks began to rapidly form in the ice. Not a second later, the glacier exploded, and in its place stood a giant Kodai Yui with her right fist held high and her left bicep flexing. Kodai declared, the deep rumble of her giant voice carrying throughout the stadium. Was that her hero pose? It looked like she practiced. Maybe in the mirror. She wasn't naked. Did she get a DNA uniform like Himiko? Mirio must be jealous that those are so easy to come by now. The buzzer blared, signaling the end of the first event. There was still time left, so why did it end? The 42 participants still able to continue will move on to the next event. President Mike announced. Don't underestimate wide-range attacks, Eraserhead commented. The camera all zoomed into focus on the hundreds of participants covered head to toe in mushrooms who were trying and failing to stand at the base of the hill. The cameras then panned over to Komori Kanoko smiling and making a peace sign at the camera, then turning and patting the heads of little mushrooms with arms and legs. She had so many questions. Mount Lady spit out the takoyaki she had charmed the stall worker into giving her at what she had just seen on the break room's TV. You turned to Kamui Woods and wiped her mouth on her sleeve. I need her to intern with me. Help me fill out the form, please, asked. She begged her boyfriend. You can do it yourself. Consider it payback for always stealing my thunder, Shinji said. I said I was sorry, she whined while giving her best puppy dog eyes. That isn't fair, Shinji declared while crossing his arms. Whoa, Rumi and Izuku said in perfect unison at the sight of Kodai. She was almost as big as Mount Lady. Izuku turned to Rumi. Her uniform had been reduced to shorts and a muscle tee, the same as his. Call it a draw, he asked. Rumi blew out an annoyed breath before answering, fine. Pretty sure I have a few fractures, Izuku admitted with a smile. Rumi gave a short laugh. Same, you hit way harder now. Izuku sidled up to her and threw her shoulder over his so they could help support each other's weight for the walk down the hill. They hobbled their way down the hill to where everyone was gathered away from the hill so that Cementos could remove it. Many were brushing off mushrooms and looking like they were about to pass out from exhaustion. Most of Wana was looking a bit battered and bruised while 1B looked ready for more. May approached them while carrying Himiko and a princess carry, the blonde clutching her midsection. My exterminatus worked great. The shock punch too. I think I broke her rib, May stated proudly. Definitely more than ... one, Himiko said with a wince. Maybe don't use that exterminatus attack on someone unless you know they can survive it, okay? Izuku asked. Sure, May agreed a little too easily. Sue limped up to them, Achako supporting her weight with a shoulder. Achako was beaming with joy despite her black eye and bloodied knuckles. Don't worry, Ribbit. I cut my foot on Kirishima. He's sharper than he looks, Sue said. Was that a joke? Rumi asked with a half smile. Sue's only response was a languid wink that was so slow he couldn't be sure if it was actually a wink or just a one-eyed blink. Green vines snaked through the crowd, Shizaki speaking once they had. Please, allow me to tend to your wounds. Small yellow flowers bloomed on the vines and released a cloud of pollen from each. As Izuku inhaled the pollen, he could feel the fractures that cell activation was still working on mend immediately. Looking around, everyone was watching in awe as their wounds vanished. Kyoka marched up to him with anger rolling off of her. Before he could ask what was the matter, she grabbed his wrist and dragged him away. He could only shrug at his girlfriend's questioning looks as he let himself be taken away. She continued to drag him through the crowd until they reached the outskirts of the gathered students where Momo was sitting in the grass. "What's wrong?" he almost asked, but stopped when he saw Momo's hands trembling and the distant look in her eye. "She was doing fine until your quirk fed with her emotions," Kyoka said through gritted teeth. He hadn't considered the possibility of empathy triggering panic attacks. He didn't like influencing people's emotions unless it was for combat or an emergency, but this counted as an emergency in his book and it was his fault. Izuku kneeled next to Momo as he channeled calm confidence into the Ravenet. He watched as her ragged breathing evened out and her hands stopped trembling. "I'm sorry," he said, turning to look both Momo and Kyoka in the eye. "Kyo, I told you not to blame him," Momo said. Kyoka's rage-filled expression softened as she opened her mouth to speak, but Izuku beat her to it. "It was my fault. I should have corrected the negative emotions at the end of the fight. It won't happen again," Izuku said. "So you'll still use it?" Kyoka asked. "Not accused. Please don't handicap yourself just because I'm incapable," Momo pleaded. "Momo," Kyoka said softly, "I'm not handicapping myself by being more careful with empathy. And you're not incapable. Far from it, in fact," Izuku stated, affection from both women scenting the air. After a short break to rest, get water, and replace damaged uniforms, the remaining participants met back on the field where Midnight strutted back onto the stage as the wheel of activities spun. Looking around, it seemed like everyone from the hero courses made the cut. The only two people that weren't in the hero program were a familiar small boy with grape-like hair and a stocky boy with a rock-like face. The next round will be capture the flag. Each flag will be worth the combined point value of its team. She yelled before the screen changed to show the rankings from the last event and each person's point value for this event. Second place was Rumi and was worth 197 points. Mei was third with 194. Himiko was fourth with 191, each subsequent place worth 3 less points. Made sense. He was in first like he had thought, so he should have 200 points. So why was he worth 10 million? "Heavy lies the head that wears the crown," Midnight purred. Izuku watched as teams formed around him, their members eyeing him and likely coming up with a game plan to fight him. They had almost literally jumped at the opportunity to team up with her fellow inventor Momo. Those two could be a problem if Mei could convince Momo to go along with her ideas. Hopefully he wasn't about to see any surface-to-air missiles firing at him. Himiko said she wanted to try teaming up with someone else since they did the battle trials together already. It was understandable that she wanted to experience being with other teammates. Todoroki, Shiro, Hitoshi, and Ida had formed a team. Bakugo was voluntold that he was teaming up with Kirishima and Kaminari. Takoyami, Mizo, the rock-faced boy he now knew was named Koda, and the diminutive boy with grape-like hair had formed a team. Monoma, Suburaba, Kaibara, and Kiwaro were on another team. Tetsu, Juzo, Oase, and Shizaki had joined up. Kendo, Inagi, Takage, and Komori were on the same team. Kodai, Bondo, Manga, and Shota had teamed up. Shishida, Rin, Kamakiri, and Pony were also on a team. Izuku glanced over to Rumi, who was standing beside him with her arms crossed and looking like she was ready to take on the world. The other students eyeing them like lunch was only serving to lift her spirits further. Her reasoning to stick with him was simple. Everyone was going to be aiming for his team and she wanted to fight everyone. He knew he shouldn't be surprised at this point in their relationship, but still. Sue and Achako came walking up to them then. "Room for 2 more?" Achako asked with her adorable accent. He still couldn't believe people had tried to make fun of her for it when she first moved to the city from the country. He was glad that instead of hiding it she had doubled down, which led to bullying and Achako getting into a surprising amount of schoolyard scraps. "For you too." "Damn right there is," Rumi boomed. "You're not worried about everyone coming after our flag?" Izuku asked. "I don't run from a fight," Achako growled with determination that was honestly as frightening as it was attractive. "All we have to do is play defense and we win." "Ribbit," Sue said before pressing her petite frame against his much larger one. "Besides, why wouldn't I want to be with as many of my mates as possible?" "She gets it," Rumi chimed in. Izuku glanced at Rumi with a raised eyebrow, but she said. Rumi's resulting blush and embarrassed expression was enough to tell him that she hadn't told him the whole reason for wanting to be on his team. Instincts of animal quirk users were fascinating. He really wished he had a notebook. "Awa," Achako squealed, compersion rolling off of her. Compersion was a fun word Nejire had taught him that essentially meant the opposite of jealousy. It was nice to better describe the feeling of happiness he felt when he saw his girlfriends being in love. Once the teams had been assembled, everyone was ushered off the field for a few minutes while they made alterations. A short while later they were allowed back into the stadium only to discover a veritable forest where the open grass field had once been. Midnight handed out a flag with the cumulative point value of the team proudly displayed to each team. Ectoplasm clones guided each team to their respective base where their flag was to be planted. The trees were plenty thick enough to conceal where each team had gone. The flag was planted in a concrete base with empty holes for many more flags. The only real rule was that a team couldn't move a flag once they had planted it, making the strategy of playing keep away null and void. When the timer ran out, only the flags that were planted would count for a team's total. The other rule, the one that concerned him, was the rule stating that anyone that was code would be out regardless if their team had won. The rule made sense in a practical way since anyone that was code in the field would be helpless and as good as dead if a villain had anything to say about it. So what's the plan? Rumi asked him as the ectoplasm clone began to walk away. Defense is our best strategy since we already have the points to win and nobody knows where our base is. That being said, we have to plan for our flag getting stolen at some point. Sue, Ochako, are you two up to going after as many easy-to-get flags as possible? I'm willing to bet that some lower point teams will all but abandon their flags in favor of going fully on offense, Izuku asked. Sounds like a plan, Ochako agreed, the other girls nodding in agreement. Himiko kicked off her ill-fitting, uncomfortable shoes and flexed her toes, the claws extending and digging into the soft earth. Her and her team that consisted of Mina, Toru, and Aoyama had just gotten to their flag and were awaiting the start of the round. Well, have you always had claws on your feet? Mina asked, pointing at the claws in question. Himiko hummed an affirmative as she closed her eyes and scented the air of the small forest. She had no clue how Yue made a forest spring up in the middle of the stadium, but it even smelled real. I used to file them down so I could fit into shoes more comfortably, Himiko said after a moment of silence. But not anymore, Toru asked. Did you know that Yuki hates wearing shoes? She only wears them because she doesn't want to be the only one without them, Himiko said instead of explaining. What does that have to do with it? Aoyama asked, his eyes sparkling as if he knew the answer. Himiko blushed lightly in realization that she couldn't escape answering. I thought that if I stopped wearing shoes then Yuki would feel more comfortable not wearing them too. I don't want her to feel ashamed for being different. Magnifique mirror, Aoyama exclaimed, his hands framing his face as if for a photo. Mina crashed into her and squeezed her in a hug, her pink tail wrapping around her, aiding her arms. You're so sweet my teeth hurt, she declared very loudly, right in her face. Her bubblegum-colored hair bouncing with how animated she was being. The floating uniform that was Toru joined in on the hug. She didn't stay invisible, however. As Toru melted into the hug, she became visible once more, her prismatic hair and eyes shining in the light as she beamed at her. Yuri and Yuki are lucky to have you as a mom. I thought you didn't like to be visible outside of the dorms, Himiko asked. Toru shrugged, her prismatic eyes sparkling. I want you to see me, she explained, making Himiko's light blush grow with the declaration. We should think of a plan, no. Aoyama reasoned. Himiko broke from the hug reluctantly, already missing the warmth. On that note, I wanted to limit myself to only using the blood of my teammates. I know that in the future I will be in a situation where I don't have my pick of blood or even my reserves, and I don't want to become complacent. If that's okay, I don't need much. It felt silly to be nervous, but this was different. She knew they didn't despise her for her quirk the way her mom had, but tolerating her drinking blood and giving their own were two very different things. Mina didn't even miss a beat. She thrust her arm out and rolled up her sleeve. Toru rolled up her sleeve and bounced closer. Dibs on next. She rushed out. Aoyama rolled up his sleeve while making the smuggest look she had ever seen. First or last, it makes no difference. Mine shall taste the best, he declared as if he was stating that water was wet. Himiko couldn't hold back her laugh. She shouldn't have even worried. Mei's breathing was shallow and fast as her. Momo and Kyoka followed Mr. Pegleg. She was just so excited. Ideas were running through Mei's head almost faster than she could comprehend. Almost. With Momo at her side, the sky was the limit. No, atmosphere, space, galaxy, whatever. They could make anything. She was brought back to Earth by a tender touch of the back of a hand to her forehead. Are you all right? You don't seem to have a fever, but your breathing sounds too fast and you haven't been responsive, Momo asked gently. I'm just excited. Together we can make anything. Should we make missiles? Automated turrets? A mech? They asked, getting louder and louder with each question. Momo looked relieved at first but quickly returned to worry as Mei voiced her ideas. I would rather not violate any international treaties, Momo said. Those damn demilitarization treaties ruining her fun once again. I'll just be over here twiddling my thumbs if you two geniuses need anything I can actually help with, Kyoka said with some sarcasm that went right over Mei's head. Dear, Momo sighed. Great. We'll let you know, Mei began but stopped, her vision zooming in on Kyoka's calloused fingertips. Mei was on her faster than Kyoka could backpedal, holding up her hands for closer inspection. Do you make things too? Something small, circuit boards, and ANOMACHINES. While Kyoka was gaping like a fish at Mei's sudden proximity and questions, Momo answered. She makes music, Momo said fondly, her lips curling into a closed-mouth smile while her eyes became unfocused, as if remembering something pleasant. It's not like playing guitar will be helpful right now, OW. Kyoka yelped in surprise as Mei grabbed her by the shoulders, lifted her off the ground with the strength of her power armor and began to spin her around in circles. "I've got the best idea and you're center stage," Mei yelled in excitement. The klaxons blared to signal the start of the round. Ochako and Tsu creeped into the forest, already beginning their mission to sneakily grab as many low-point flags as possible. Several minutes passed without anything happening even if he could hear fighting elsewhere, leading Izuku to wonder if they would win this round simply by nobody finding their base. With a time limit of only 15 minutes, it was looking like a real possibility. "Ugh, this is boring," Rumi complained loudly, her foot tapping hard enough to compact the dirt beneath it. Turns out, Rumi only had to wait a few more seconds before a fur-clad beast barreled through the trees. The beast, who he now recognized as an enlarged and more bestial Shishida, was not alone. Hopping off his back, Kamakiri announced his arrival by growing blades along his arms and beyond. He swung one bladed arm through a tree's trunk as if it wasn't even there. Instead of toppling, the tree stood upright until Shishida grabbed it and swung it like an oversized baseball bat. Izuku and Rumi jumped over the wild swing and rushed forward to meet the attackers head-on, but gave pause when the ground in front of them exploded. Above, Pony sat side saddle on one of her own detached horns while she made fake horns with her index fingers. Countless horns shot downward and exploded in small concussive blasts. Rin was once again covered in green scales with his similarly scaled wings beating in the air. He had both arms pointed downward, an endless stream of scales shooting at them from his forearms even if they weren't very accurate. "I'll go high," Izuku shouted to Rumi. "I'll go low," Rumi replied. Izuku shot into the air. He knew how to deal with projectiles. His training with Gran Torino made sure of that. Hundreds of energy tendrils lashed out from his body in every direction, danger sense guiding the Black Whip tendrils and intercepting the barrage from Rin and Pony. "Shit," Pony swore in English as Izuku quickly closed the gap. Izuku lunged for Pony, but the constant explosions from her horns were obscuring his vision, causing her to successfully evade him. Deciding that it was time to pull out all the stops, he tapped into empathy and began to channel despair into the entire team while taking a mental note to correct the emotion after the fight. Finally seeing a chance to use smokescreen, he released a cloud of it big enough to conceal the treetops without hindering Rumi on the ground. Okay. Pony was no longer having fun. This was hopeless. She couldn't see anything through the black smoke that suddenly enveloped everything. Not trying to cause friendly fire, she stopped her horn cannon and listened carefully for her airborne opponent. The fight on the ground made it difficult to make out, but she could barely hear the whistling of wind. Then, there was a faint glow of green followed by the sudden boom of a blow that cleared some of the smoke. Izuku floated at the center of the pocket of clean air, Rin's limp body held up by one hand. The other was coated in blood and cocked back in a fist ready to deliver another blow if needed. Izuku's glowing green eyes snapped to her as the smoke once again obscured her vision. Pony screamed in fear and resumed her horn cannon in the direction she had seen Izuku. She hit nothing but air. She was beginning to panic as she whirled in search of Izuku. Viridian lightning flared to life mere feet away, illuminating a humanoid form in the dark and countless writhing tendrils as well as two glowing eyes that were boring into her very soul. The Lovecraftian horror shot forward faster than she could control her horns. She closed her eyes in fear of the blow to come. A boom sounded. Nothing hurt. Heh. She cracked an eye open to see that she had caught Izuku's fist on reflex, and by the wide-eyed look he was giving her, he was just as surprised as she was. Animalistic instincts taking over once again, she lashed out with a hoof aimed for his chin. Black tendrils of energy wrapped around her leg, stopping it before it could reach him. More and more tendrils wrapped around her leg as she struggled against them. I underestimated both of you, Izuku said before his other fist snapped forward in a blur of color that was the last thing she would remember. Izuku lowered Pony to the ground and leaned her up against the same tree he had placed Rin against, only to find medic bots carting Rin off on a stretcher and down a metal ramp that had not been there before. It made sense that they would be carted off the field once they were out, since if they were left on the field they would be in danger while defenseless. Izuku rose into the air again to better surprise the other attackers while idly thinking about those he had just defeated. Pony had surprised him. She was much stronger physically than he had anticipated for a backliner. Pulling his first punch was a mistake that could have cost him his life in the real world. Then there was Rin. He punched him without Black Cowl on the assumption that full cowl provided enough durability to withstand his scaled armor. He was not expecting the scales of his armor to change direction and point outwards, making it like punching razor blades. Izuku clenched his fist as cell activation finished healing the cuts left from the punch. Motherfucker, Rumi shouted from below him, surprised she was having any difficulties. He looked down with infrared vision and saw Shishida looming in front of Rumi while she was tourniqueting her arm just below the shoulder with her own hair. Below it was a deep cut with bone just barely exposed. Hot blood ran down her arm and dripped into the earth next to an unconscious and battered Kamakiri. Izuku cratered the ground and had glowing hands on her wound faster than his brain could consciously order the chain of commands. Her bleeding was slowing and her flesh was knitting itself back together, but much too slowly. He pushed cell activation well beyond its limits until all of Rumi was glowing green and her flesh was pulling itself together faster than he ever thought was possible with the limited healing of his quirk. The moment that she began to glow, he felt himself begin to calm, the panic bleeding away unnaturally fast. Shishida is still out there, Rumi warily. Looking up, he saw that Shishida was indeed nowhere to be seen. How did? I don't know. He fights like a wild animal. If that animal had a 200 IQ, that is, he's a problem, Rumi interrupted. Well, anyone that Rumi deemed a problem was certainly worthy of the title. He's hunting us, Rumi whispered, her ears twitching in every direction. Izuku summoned Black Cowl and switched to infrared to scan the forest. The second he caught sight of a large emission of heat, it was blocked by something cold. Danger sense blared. He dragged Rumi flat to the ground as an entire tree sailed over them like a missile. Izuku stood as Shishida was upon them. He was fast for his size, faster than Izuku could react. A huge hand slapped his entire torso, the blunt force of the blow echoing past his carapace of faux muscle and throughout his entire body, sending him careening through a tree, coughing up a small amount of blood. Izuku hastily got to his feet in time to see Rumi engage Shishida. Rumi ducked an open hand swipe and kicked the hulking opponent in the side of the knee, causing him to roar in pain as he dropped to a knee. His other hand, however, was not idle. Even as he was dropping, it reached down and scooped up a huge handful of soil that he whipped into Rumi's face, blinding her. You're so annoying to fight, Rumi bellowed as she kicked blindly into the cloud of dirt, clearing the air with the force and revealing that Shishida was no longer there. Behind Rumi, Shishida towered, about to strike. A black tendril of energy cracked through the air faster than the speed of sound and sliced into Shishida's thick hide, making him retreat backwards. Izuku kept his eyes on Shishida as Rumi tried to get the dirt out of her eyes. By sacrificing the area of Black Cowl that protected and strengthened his hands, he was able to create whips of energy that he held in each hand. His arms were at his sides, tendrils of black whip trailing behind him as he approached Shishida. Midnight Cowl. He roared the name of the super move that paid homage to his mama. Both whips snapped out several times faster than the speed of sound in rapid succession, each strike just barely nicking at Shishida's hide, causing him to wince and try to retreat. Each time Shishida tried to get out of range, Izuku would circle him and crack the whip where he was going. If he wanted to, he could probably dismember the boy with the powerful whips. But that, of course, wasn't the goal. The goal was to corral and distract. When Izuku intentionally left an opening, Shishida was quick to take the bait, desperate as he was. Rumi was there waiting. Luna Tidras, she roared as her legs wrapped tightly around Shishida's thick neck in a scissor lock. Shishida was quick to reach for her and tear her off, but was stopped when whips of energy lashed securely around his wrists and began to dig into the flesh. Rumi's legs bulged as she squeezed the breath from the boy, the seams on her uniform pants splitting once again. Seconds later, the 10-foot-tall behemoth crashed to the ground unconscious, Rumi backflipping off of him and landing gracefully. Thanks, Rumi said. Anytime, Izuku said. How did cell activation heal me that quick, and why were your eyes glowing? You weren't using empathy since you weren't even paying attention to Shishida, she reasoned. How did he do that? Wait, eyes glowing without using empathy. Cell activation suddenly being stronger. Did he just evolve cell activation? He was cut off by the deafening boom and crunch of heavy footsteps. The tree canopy was parted by the biggest hand he had ever seen. Yui boomed from far above the trees. Several minutes ago. Minda huffed and puffed as he tried to keep up with Shoji. Moments ago, someone wearing some kind of metal armor flew right past his sticky traps and snatched their flag right from under their noses. The cackling he could hear as the armored figure flew away would probably haunt his dreams. After what felt like an eternity later, he caught up to Shoji, who had mercifully stopped at the tree line of a small clearing. Shoji turned to him and motioned to be quiet. At the center of the clearing was a steel cage placed over the top of the flag capture area. The cage was surrounded on all sides by the biggest speakers he had ever seen. Standing on the roof of the cage were two people and one absolute babe. Maybe during the coming fight he could sneak in a feel. The armored one was finishing securing their flag into the slot and relocking the cage. The babe with the biggest milkers he had ever seen was checking over some wires. The flattest girl he had ever seen was holding a purple electric guitar. One of the girl's earlobes was connected to the guitar while the other was connected to some kind of switchboard. The one in the armor flew off again and Shoji signaled that it was time. Minta and his teammate burst from the tree line to the sound of music. The girl with the purple hair had her eyes closed while she bit her bottom lip in concentration as her fingers flew over the guitar strings. The ground shook with each plucked string of the guitar as they raced forward. Tried to race forward. Sound waves blasted from the speakers with each note played, the rhythm only increasing in intensity. He tried to throw a pop-off ball, but it just came flying back and over his shoulder. The skin on his face rippled from the force of the sound waves hitting him. Shoji's arms combined together on each side and stretched for the distracted guitarist. Just when it looked like he was going to succeed, the Ravenet leveled a grenade launcher and fired. The rubber buckshot blasted Shoji's hand away from its target. A pyrotechnic display of flames shot upwards, temporarily blocking the two opponents from sight. It was at this exact moment that the already quick pace of the guitar became a frantic pace no human should be capable. The ground shook with the force of an earthquake. The nearby trees rocked away from the epicenter of sound. The sound waves that already made forward movement almost impossible now sent them flying backwards, tumbling ass over tea kettle. Then, he heard the purple-haired girl sing into the mic. On a cold winter morning, in the time before the light, May could not stop cackling as she flew through the sky to the fading sounds of Kyoka's guitar. I call dibs on the little rocker for internships. Present Mike yelled over the stadium's speakers. That's not how it works, Izawa drawled. Respect the dibs. Present Mike countered. May's cackling redoubled. Her plan was a success. She continued to fly around the arena while avoiding the giant girl. Other than her, she was unopposed in the sky. Either Izuku had already been defeated or more likely he was defending. Switching through infrared and X-ray vision, she zoomed in and out in search of poorly defended flags. She saw drill hands and Monoma being carted away by cute little robots. She couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the mean blonde being unconscious. Her heart sank when she saw Tsu and Ochako struggling to stand with mushrooms covering every inch of their bodies. Next to them was a mushroom with arms and legs aiming said arms into the air and spraying a mist of water. They had to remind herself that they weren't on her team and therefore shouldn't be helped. It might be the hardest thing she had ever done. They were her partners. Partners protected each other. Breaking that rule felt wrong. Going against her own rules, she flew on. Nearby, she spotted the flag that her partners were likely trying for. There was nobody near it, so she swooped down and grabbed the flag. When she did, the leaves of a nearby tree rustled. Out of the tree flew a head leading many pieces of a body. The head gave chase. It wasn't as fast as her, but she didn't want any competition in the air. May fly, she said enthusiastically, while pressing the button on the canister on her lower back. The miniature drones flew straight for the head and its associated pieces. The sharp-toothed girl tried to dodge the drones, but was only partly successful. The drones exploded on impact, sealing large clumps of the swarm of pieces and successfully capturing the head. May drew her pistol and shot, the round striking the riot foam clump of body parts, the shock from the electrodrill round proving too much for the sharp-toothed girl. Turning from the now earthbound and unconscious body, she flew towards her base to plant the flag. For some reason, May didn't feel like laughing. Tsu could barely stand, let alone fight. The mushrooms that covered her regrew no matter how many times she swiped them off. What was worse is that the mushrooms seemed to be parasitic. Every second the things remained on her, the more tired she felt. The little mushroom familiars would just reanimate every time she squashed one, rendering fighting them utterly useless. Believing the flag to be undefended just because they didn't see anyone was a mistake. They fell right into Komori's trap. I don't think I can go on. Ochako slurred next to her. Are you giving up? Tsu struggled out. Ochako's face took on a look of defiance as she stubbornly raised herself from her kneeling position with shaking limbs. Oh, you two are made of sterner stuff than the others, someone said from nearby. Tsu looked to see Komori waltzing out from her hiding spot, her eyes hiding behind brown bangs, her smile wide and confident. Ochako needed no prompting. She lunged for the opponent on wobbly legs, falling face first at the mushroom girl's feet. While Ochako was no longer moving, Komori began to gently float upwards, free from the chains of gravity. Ochako had landed a hit. What? Komori asked, bewildered. Tsu couldn't find the second wind that Ochako had, but she had other options. Her tongue lashed out and wrapped around Komori's ankle. With her last bit of energy, Tsu jerked her prey to the side and into a tree with a satisfying thunk. With her last moments of consciousness, she took solace knowing Komori was out cold. Bakugo pushed through the searing pain in his arms as he chased after Ada with the added speed of his explosions, leaving Kirishima and Kaminari in the dust. It took a mental effort not to refer to them as City Hair and Dunce Face. The speedster bastard had his flag and the one he had just planted. He wouldn't stand for it. He wasn't about to be shown up yet again. Ada was slowly but surely losing him through the trees, the added maneuverability from the thrusters in his arms proving enough to navigate the rough terrain with ease. Bakugo entered a small clearing with Zero and Hitoshi waiting for him and Ida nowhere to be seen. I'd call you a bombshell, but bullies aren't really my type, Hitoshi lazily said while inspecting his fingernails. You know nothing. Bakugo sneered as his entire body tensed, ready to attack. Hitoshi snapped his fingers and winked at him. Leave, Hitoshi commanded. Bakugo's body was suddenly not his own. In an act of betrayal, his body did an about-face and began to march back towards his own, flagless, base. Was this really how he was going to lose? Without even being able to fight back, Himiko dropped Toru's form as she planted the unguarded flag she and Toru had found when she sensed someone nearby. Whirling, she saw two cuties breaking from the tree line. Kendo finished rolling up the sleeves of her uniform to reveal well-muscled arms, smiling confidently as she did so. Yanagi held her hands in front of her much like Tsu while stepping so lightly it was almost as if she glided over the ground. 2 versus 3. Doesn't seem very fair, Mina lied. Aoyama agreed. Kendo's smile grew, as did her entire body until the previously average height girl towered over them at 20 feet tall. She then shifted into a wide stance, one leg in front and one behind with the foot turned slightly out. Her arms snapped into position so fast that it caused the air to displace. One arm high with a closed fist in front of her forehead while the other was positioned over her front thigh. Himiko knew that stance. It was karate in origin and was called the immovable stance. It was an advanced stance that you didn't even begin to learn until you were a black belt. How about now? Kendo asked, a confident smile still affixed to her face. A tense silence filled the small clearing as the two teams faced off. The silence stretched on until the sound of a tree limb snapping broke. All hell broke loose. First to fire off an attack was Yanagi. Branches from nearby trees snapped and launched at the team, seemingly of their own accord. Mina acted fast, swiping at the air while acid sprayed from her palm. The wooden missiles hit the wall of acid and melted into it. Acid veil. Himiko quickly took on Aoyama's form and shouted, Toru. Now, called the voice from the invisible Toru right in front of the gargantuan Kendo. Both Aoyamas unleashed 3 beams of energy each, one from each palm and another from their belly button. The beams converged at their intended target, Toru. Say cheese. Toru yelled as the 6 beams of light hit her back, refracted through her and shot out of her chest as a wide, single beam more powerful than the sum of its parts and struck Kendo full on. When the intense light faded enough for Himiko to see, she saw Kendo still standing with her forearms drawn together in front of her. The skin on her forearms was scorched and dribbling blood down to her elbows, but she had tanked the combined attack nonetheless. Kendo's front leg flashed forward almost faster than Himiko could see and struck the still invisible Toru in an expertly executed snap kick. The kick, which was intended for pure speed rather than power, sent Toru ragdolling all the way to the other side of the clearing. Toru's uniform became visible when she finally came to a rest, the control over her invisibility field failing as she lost consciousness. Toru, Mina shrieked in a gut-wrenching cry. Yanagi moved for the first time, lifting off the ground with arms still positioned sedately in front of her as she glided closer to Mina. Himiko couldn't be sure if she was seeing things or not, but she would later swear that she could see human handprints in the soil below Yanagi as she floated forward. Mina gave a war cry and launched a large globule of glue at Yanagi. The glob of rubber cement-like substance was stopped mid-air before reaching its target. At first, it looked as if caught by telekinesis, but that was not the case. It had struck something unseen. As the glue dripped down, the shape of a hand could be made out, rotating as if to better inspect the glue that coated it. Then, the hand simply ceased to exist and the glob of hand-shaped glue dropped to the ground. Acid Man. The garbled voice of Mina cried as her acid coated her entire body in a thick layer. Mina charged. A dozen invisible arms speared into the acid, arresting Mina's forward momentum. The arms, now more visible, were long, jointless, and arching directly from Yanagi. Mina was lifted into the air by the invisible arms as they wrestled through the acid. Mina was helpless as she watched the hands burrow to her and wrap tightly around her neck in sleeper hold. Spirit shackle, Yanagi murmured, barely above a whisper. While this was happening, the others were not idle. When Yanagi moved, so did Kendo. There was an explosion of dirt as she launched forward at the same time both Aoyamas fired their lasers once again. This time the lasers were more narrow, more focused, and more dangerous. Kendo shrank mid-air as the lasers traveled towards her, the lasers hitting nothing but air as they missed her now much smaller body. She rolled and stood just to the side of Aoyama and swiftly delivered a knife hand strike to the nerve center at the curve of his neck, dropping him like a sack of potatoes. Frustrated, Himiko dropped Aoyama's form and lunged for Kendo on all fours, claws extended. She aimed for the tendons at the backside of the knee, but Kendo's reflexes were enough for her to turn just enough that the swipe struck the meat of her thigh. Kendo winced as she bounced back, away from Himiko, narrowly avoiding a second swipe. Much faster than the first time, she grew to her full height of 20 feet and readied to counterattack. Himiko threw a rock at Kendo's head, which she easily swatted away. At the same time, she held her breath and cleared her mind. With her presence successfully erased at the critical moment of distraction, she let her body do as it will. Kendo turned her huge head from side to side in search of the opponent that was previously right in front of her. Himiko struck. Her claws cleaved through the skin over Kendo's gigantic Achilles tendon but failed to cut all the way through the tendon itself. Kendo yelled a guttural cry of pain as she swiped Himiko away with a gargantuan hand that only grazed her but had her tumbling backwards nonetheless. Himiko came to a sliding stop on all fours. Blood ran down face and into her eyes from a head wound. She raised her bloodied claws to her mouth and licked the blood clean with a wide smile on her face. Invisible hands wrapped around her limbs and lifted her into the air. Yanagi had set her sights on her. Himiko laughed sickly sweet despite her predicament. Her laugh changed as did her appearance. Kendo laughed and laughed as she began to swell in size until the hands that tethered her could no longer keep her bound. As she grew, she felt stronger and stronger to the point that it rivaled the strength she felt as Rumi. It was intoxicating. I know my body better than anyone. It'll take more than that to beat me, Kendo declared as she lunged forward with a limp. The two titans clashed in a resounding thunderclap of flesh. Himiko folded her fingers back to strike with the middle knuckle. The leopard punches aimed for Kendo's throat. Kendo was on the back foot as she redirected the blows away over and over again until she found the opening she had been looking for. With Himiko overcommitted to offense, Kendo switched from defense to offense in a flash just as she parried a blow. Double knife hand blows struck Kendo at the slope of her neck. Himiko collapsed to the ground, taking on her own form again. Her eyes blinking shut as she saw Yanagi grabbing her flags. Oh, she's mine, Rumi claimed and prepared to run forward but stopped, her ears twitching in almost every direction. Incoming, lots, she yelled. Takoyami as well as Koda came into view through the trees. Ader raced into view, Todoroki sliding into view on a patch of ice right behind him. Subaraba and Kiwaro showed up on the other side, Kiwaro slipping out of a shadow and Subaraba floating on what looked to be a moving platform of solid air. Tetsu and a waist barreled into view, a waist looking to be wearing a suit of armor composed of rock. 1 minute warning, Present Mike announced. The girls should have been back by now, Rumi said. We have to assume they were taken out. Nobody touches our flag. No holding back, he instructed. Rumi grinned in a way that many would describe as frightening, but not him. To him it was beautiful. Chaos erupted as everyone raced for either his flag, him, or Rumi. The first to move of course was Ida. Recipro overdrive. Flames erupted from the mufflers extending out of Ida's calves and elbows as he became a blur making a beeline straight for Izuku's flag. He was fast, faster than almost anyone could counter, but he was not faster than the speed of sound. Using Midnight Cowl, Izuku snapped a whip faster than Mach 1. The whip of energy coiled tight around Ida's ankle, causing him to trip and go flying back into the trees. Using empathy, despair exploded off Izuku in every direction, affecting everyone in the general area except for Rumi. The Titanic Yui snatched up the fallen tree that Shishida had thrown, the tree growing in her hand until it was a titanic baseball bat. She made to swing, seemingly aiming to thin the competition for the flag. The sky darkened as the sound of countless beating wings could be heard overhead. Ragnarok, Takoyami yelled as dark shadow roared and grew to monstrous dimensions. Catching Yui's makeshift bat and struggling for control of the weapon, a glacier exploded into being, headed straight for Izuku and Rumi. Not even needing a signal, he and his girlfriend kicked in perfect unison, the ice exploding out and away. Kiwaro stepped out of a shadow right next to his Izuku's flag. At the same time, Rumi and Izuku were encased in a box of solid air that quickly began to shrink. Rumi was faster than him, literally charging headfirst through the container and drop-kicking Kiwaro far faster than the boy had anticipated. The boy was sent sprawling all the way into the trees. The instant the box of air shattered, Izuku snapped a whip at Subaraba only for it to be blocked by a shield of air that shattered but stopped the whip anyway. Not wanting to deal with a battle of attrition, Izuku retracted his whips and covered his hands in black cowl again. He leaned forward and with a mighty jump, he exploded forward and through several barriers of air to connect his fist with the air user's jaw. Subaraba was still crumpling to the ground as Izuku turned away in search of a new target. Rumi kicked a waist in his stone armor, causing it to shatter upon impact and send him tumbling. As he began to stand, he touched a tree and Izuku watched as wood migrated from the tree to form a new set of armor. Upon a closer look, the armor wasn't just being worn, it moved as if it was part of his body without hindering him with its weight. Rumi didn't seem to share his fascination as she was on the poor boy before he could even fully stand. Lunafall, she roared as she delivered a powerful axe kick that collapsed him into the ground. A punch to the side of the head was Izuku's punishment for becoming momentarily distracted. Tetsu's punch felt much stronger than the one that Monoma had delivered with the same quirk. It felt more solid. Izuku performed a cross-counter against the next punch and hit the boy square in the jaw. Instead of striking hard steel like he had anticipated, his fist sank into Tetsu's face that was suddenly behaving much more like mercury than steel. Pretty cool, right? Tetsu asked proudly, his head warping the side as he threw a punch at Izuku. Very, Izuku agreed, grabbing the incoming fist with ease and whirling, using the punch's momentum to toss the boy bodily at Todoroki who looked about to fire off another glacier. The two boys went sprawling in a heap of twisted limbs. Honestly, Izuku was surprised that Todoroki had taken what amounted to over 5 feet of solid metal head-on and still managed to grab the boy. The metal boy frosted over, becoming slower and slower until he was frozen solid. Rats came swarming in from every direction at the same time that the swarm of birds dived downwards, all heading straight for his flag. The sound of trees shattering sounded as Yui slammed Dark Shadow into the forest. her titanic foot pinning Takoyami to the ground at the same time. The tide of small animals were almost at his flag and obviously being controlled somehow. He felt bad for what he had to do, but he wasn't left with many options. "Cover your ears," he called out Rumi, knowing she would do so. With all the power Black Cowl at 40% provided him, he clapped. The resulting shockwave of sound was far too much for the small animals as the horde of rats and birds fell to the ground either dead or stunned. He wasn't sure. Yui was on the move, but so was Rumi. As Yui lunged for his flag, Rumi was already mid-jump, the earth cratering beneath her. Rumi collided with Yui's stomach in another dropkick that had the Titan reeling. Rumi wasn't done, however, as she began to sprint up Yui's body, kicking off and beginning a backflip. Blood moon rising, she yelled as she spun into a kick that connected with Yui's jaw. The sickening sound of clacking teeth echoed through the stadium as Yui dropped to a knee, but still conscious. She articulated in frustration, shaking the blow off. "Izuku," Rumi yelled in warning. Todoroki was almost on his flag. Izuku launched for Todoroki, flying just barely above the ground, a sonic boom sounding as he broke the sound barrier. As expected, a glacier appeared in his path. Izuku punched with every single muscle, foe or not. Every percentage of Black Cowl that he could muster, every bit of momentum he had built. The forming glacier didn't so much explode as it simply ceased to be. Izuku reared back his other fist as he closed in on Todoroki, the boy's mismatched eyes going wide as the fist closed in. The klaxons blared again, signaling the end of the round. Izuku's fist halted mere inches from Todoroki's face, the resulting wind snuffing out the small flames that wafted off the boy's left side. Flames? Did he imagine them? Izuku had the presence of mind to send out a tidal wave of calm with empathy while he thoughtfully watched Todoroki stalk off. "That's the round, and what a round it was," Present Mike declared. "The ones moving on are Midoriya, Oguro, Yaoyorozu, Jiru, Hatsum, Kendo, Yanagi, Todoroki, Aizawa, Shiro, Honuki, Shizaki, Kodai, Shota, Bondo, and Fukudashi," Aizawa announced with zero fanfare. The participants of the round made their way off the field as Izuku pondered what he thought he had just seen from Todoroki. Flames? It had to be his imagination. Nothing else made sense. He was dragged from his thoughts by the muted sniffles of someone nearby as well as a spike in sorrow from whomever it was. Looking around, he spotted the Gen Ed boy with the rock formation forehead named Koda. He was kneeling amidst the battlefield and gathering up the corpses of birds and rats with the tender touch one might reserve for a family member. The birds and rats that were only stunned had left some time ago, but alas, not all had survived Izuku's attack. His stomach dropped at the scene. It was clear that the boy was heartbroken. Wordlessly, Izuku made his way to the boy and began to help gather the bodies with the same respect Koda was showing them. Koda turned to him with confusion being the predominant emotion. "I'm sorry about your friends," Izuku said, unsure how to convey his regret for doing what he had to. The boy seemed to struggle as he visibly mulled over his words before finally responding in a subdued voice. "Thank you, but it's my fault. I asked for their help." "Then you didn't force them," Izuku responded simply. Koda didn't respond, seeming to think his words over as they fell into a comfortable silence as they gathered the dead animals. It wasn't until they had finished that Koda spoke again. "I didn't make it into the hero course by 2 points, he said. Before Izuku could respond, he continued, "I'm glad I didn't. Nezu helped me realize a dream that will help animals instead of endangering them. With his help, I'm going to open a sanctuary for quirked animals. Their quirks inherently make them invasive species to their ecosystem, so they are usually put down. I'm going to save them. As many as I can," Koda declared clearly and with a conviction that left Izuku with no doubt that the soft-spoken man would realize his dreams. Izuku smiled. "Seems pretty heroic to me." After a standard check-in with Recovery Girl, Izuku made his way to the break room where the participants could gather, rest, and eat a light lunch while they waited for the next round. The sounds of chatter filled his ears as he entered. Everyone from Class 1B and 1A was chatting about the round, some with disappointment and others with triumph. The pitter-patter of small feet could be heard before small arms wrapped around his legs. Papa, the owner of the small arms, breathed out in relief. Looking down, Uri clinging to him with her face buried into his leg. Reaching down, he grabbed under the child's armpits and picked her up, placing her on his hip. "Hi, sweetheart," he greeted his daughter who just pressed further into him, suspiciously clingy. "There you are," Nejire said as she approached, a smile playing on her lips. When she reached him, she pushed herself onto her tiptoes and pressed a kiss to his lips. "She was worried when you didn't come back with everyone," she explained as she tousled their daughter's white hair. "Look at me, Uri," he said softly, smiling when she unburied her head and did as asked. "I'm okay. Everyone is okay," he reassured before making a waving gesture to the rest of the assembled people, Uri's eyes following the motion. Seated at a table, Himiko was busy spinning a story, complete with sound effects and dramatic gestures with her hands. Rumi was seated directly across with Yuki in her lap, her strong arms wrapped around her kid. Rumi's ears were locked in a forward position as she leaned in closer. Yuki hung on every word. The snow white on her tail as well as the fur that went up to her elbows and knees bristled with every dramatic wave of Himiko's hands. He hoped that Himiko was downplaying any gory details there might be, but judging by the stars in Rumi's eyes, she was not. Bakugo was off in a corner eating slowly and with far too much attention to detail, his usual anger overshadowed by shame and self-loathing. Near him were Kaminari and Kirishima, who were making a fairly obvious attempt to lighten the mood despite the disappointment clung to them. He might be on the best terms with Bakugo, but he was glad that he wasn't alone right now. What really got his attention was Mei. Guilt was writhing under her skin like snakes. She was out of her Sororita's armor and in her fibro-muscle underlayer with not one but two of their partners on her lap. Ochako and Tsu were both planting reassuring kiss after reassuring kiss onto Mei as the pinkette squeezed them as close to her body as physically possible. "Everything okay?" he asked, sensing Mei was upset about something. Ochako nuzzled her face into the hollow of Mei's neck as her fingers mapped the shape of her opposite ear. With a pop, Tsu broke from a kiss Mei to answer. "She saw us get ambushed by Komori, Ribbit. She thought we'd be upset that she didn't help us, so we're proving her wrong." That made sense. Mei did not like breaking or failing the rules she had set up for herself. Her main rule was simple: help partners if they need help. Since she was always the best at math and science, she would try and tutor the rest of them during study session. Problem is, she had a hard time teaching things in a way that made sense to them. It had frustrated Mei to tears on several occasions. "And you, are you all right?" he asked Tsu. "Just disappointed, Ribbit. I don't want to see another mushroom for a while," Tsu answered before turning her attention back to Mei. He was about to head over and listen in on Himiko's story but was waylaid by Todoroki approaching him. The low simmering rage that he had become accustomed to sensing from the boy had an aftertaste of shame this time. "Midoriya, can we talk?" he asked, his voice not betraying his emotions, as cool as ever. Izuku contemplated turning the boy down. He really wanted to be around his polycule and check in on everyone in the class as well. As class president, he felt that it was duty to check on everyone, but Todoroki asking to talk was a significant thing. "Sure," he finally responded, giving Yuri a kiss on her horn and handing her off to Nejire before trailing after Todoroki. Todoroki led him to an out-of-the-way hallway that led to the backside of the arena. It was the perfect spot for the clandestine conversation the boy seemed to want to have. Todoroki took up residence on the opposite side of the concrete hall but remained silent. If Izuku couldn't sense the boy's hesitation, he would have assumed Todoroki had meant to intimidate him. Izuku waited patiently for Todoroki to find his words. Finally, Todoroki spoke. "You overwhelmed me." Izuku nodded. He was pretty sure that Kodai had overwhelmed him in the first round too, but he wasn't going to point that out. "You forced me to break my pledge." Izuku raised an eyebrow at that. Todoroki looked at his left hand like it had offended him in some way before explaining. "You forced me to use my fire." The flames ... He hadn't imagined it. Memories of the USJ flashed through his mind. Of Toru putting her life on the line to defend her classmates against a villain twice her size with nothing more than steel batons. Of Tsu unmoving and curled up in a fetal position, half buried in the snow and defenseless. And of Todoroki shivering with blue lips and blackened fingers. Toru had nearly died trying to protect someone that could have saved all of them. Tsu never would have been forced into hibernation and left defenseless if Todoroki had kept her warm. Even Todoroki wouldn't have lost a pinky and several toes if he had used his fire. Red began to crowd his vision as he struggled to tamp down on his rising anger. Todoroki continued to talk, unaware of the rising tide of rage within Izuku. He was speaking about quirk marriages, Endeavor buying his wife for her quirk, his mother being driven into insanity and giving him his scar, and how he was going to beat Izuku with only his ice to prove a point to his father. Izuku could barely make out Todoroki's words over the grinding of his own teeth. He had endangered Tsu, Toru, and even himself. For what? Spite. Warm liquid begins to gather in his clenched fists. The adrenaline that was thrumming through his veins making him unable to feel his nails digging into his flesh. Through his haze of rage, he could gather that Todoroki had suffered much, but pain didn't excuse one's action. He willed the muscles in his jaw to unclench enough to speak. "You've been through something terrible, but you endangered Tsu, Toru, and even yourself at the USJ by not using your fire. Holding back is a luxury heroes can't afford." "Todoroki," Izuku said, far calmer than he felt. Todoroki's voice was as cold as his ice as he bit out. "I didn't ask for their help." The dam holding back his rising anger broke, his wrath ready to wash away everything in its wake. Arcing green energy roared to life, chasing away the shadows and licking at the smooth concrete walls. "Midor, what the F is wrong with you?" he boomed, his voice still echoing down the hallway as he stomped forward and glared down at Todoroki with baleful eyes. Todoroki was initially shocked by Izuku's outburst, but that shock quickly morphed into a furious indignation. Todoroki glared at him and made to leave, seemingly done with the conversation. Izuku, however, was not. He had meant to plant his hand against the wall to cut the boy off. Instead, his hand buried itself wrist deep into the concrete, his finely tuned control crumbling in the face of his terrible rage. You gave me a declaration of war, I'll give you a warning. Face me in the arena at your own risk. Izuku extracted his hand from the concrete and let Todoroki walk away. He turned to the camera in the hallway. Sir, yes, cub, Nezu's voice asked from a nearby speaker. You knew about this? He asked, already suspecting the answer. Of course, Nezu chirped. How has he not been removed from the hero course for his inaction at the USJ? He barely managed to ask, his jaw clenching so hard that he could barely speak the words. If he had his provisional license, he would have been, or worse. It was his first week as a hero course student, making him little more than a civilian. He had no more obligation to save anyone than a civilian would in a crisis. Unbidden, Blackwhip snapped out and gouged a deep furrow into the concrete. Blackwhip almost seemed to be writhing in anger as well. You can't possibly intend to let him become a hero that lets people die that could have been saved if he hadn't been holding back? Izuku challenged. Of course not. He has been warned that he needs to use his fire time and time again. He doesn't know it, but the festival is his last chance. If he does not properly use his fire, he will be removed from the hero course. Nezu happily explained. By the time Izuku had stomped his way back to the private cafeteria, there was only a minute or two left to eat. After grabbing a plate of food, he sat heavily into a seat and began shoveling food into his mouth. Nejire sat next to him and placed a warm hand on his back, rubbing it in calming circles, no doubt sensing his mood. What did Todoroki want to talk about? She asked. Fire. He gritted out between mouthfuls of food without looking at her. Nejire inhaled softly. Her gasp was a quiet thing, barely even noticeable, but he had heard it. Izuku froze, food halfway to his mouth. You knew. It wasn't a question. As dorm supervisor, I can't share students' personal information, and it's something he wanted to keep secret. I'm not sorry for doing my job, she said, proud and defiant, before asking a few silent seconds after, far less sure of herself, are you angry with me? He was certainly angry with Todoroki, but Nejire. Irritated maybe. She had kept something important from him, but she had solid reasons for doing so. Seconds passed without him looking at her or answering. Hurt began to coil off of her, the sensation making him feel sick to his stomach. Izuku swallowed and turned to look at her. Moisture had begun to accumulate at the corners of her eyes and her jaw was clenched. She seemed resolved to weather his anger, to be the bigger person. It was heartbreaking that she felt the need at all. His anger vanished like smoke on the wind. No, he said finally in a whisper as he thumbed the forming tears away. I'm sorry for my tone. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Nejire only smiled in response and rested her head on his massive shoulder, Izuku leaning his head onto hers, their hands intertwining under the table. The two of them slipped into a comfortable silence until Nejire broke it with a question. Are you going to tell Tsu and Toru? She asked under her breath. I don't know, he said. Suddenly, he realized how hard it must have been for Nejire to keep a secret like this. On one hand, Todoroki had told him all this in confidence. On the other hand, keeping things from the people he cared about rankled. An idea struck. If he could force Todoroki's flames out during their match, then this problem would solve itself. The first bracket consisted of Todoroki versus Honuki, himself versus Shota, Manga versus Hitoshi, and Momo versus Rumi. The second bracket consisted of Shiro versus Shizaki, Kyoka versus Itsuka, Yanagi versus Mei, and Kodai versus Bondo. If Todoroki managed to half-ass his way past his first fight, then Izuku and he would fight in the second round of fights. That is, if Izuku could manage to focus on his first fight and not get caught daydreaming about punching Todoroki until flames came out like some kind of pyrotechnic pinata. Izuku couldn't stop glaring at the two-toned boy as he watched him take his place in the arena opposite of Honuki. He worked his jaw as he clenched the armrests of his chair, the metal groaning under his hands. Yuki's sharp claws digging into his thigh snapped him out of his violent daydreaming. Looking down, he saw his little girl climbing her way onto his lap one-handed, her other arm wrapped possessively around a tub of popcorn that was nearly as big as she was. Momo had gotten Yuki and Eri more snacks than they could possibly eat. When Izuku tried to repay the ravenet, she had only smiled serenely and ignored him pointedly. When he had tried to press the issue, Kyoka had told him to save his breath because it was never going to happen. Ouch, he said with a small smile, causing the snow leopard girl to giggle mischievously as she plopped into his lap and turned to watch the upcoming match. Now that the 1-versus-1 matches were underway, Class 1 was seated together while they waited for their matches to come up. Nejire and their daughters had moved to the section to watch with them. Nejire's hand pried his own from the now ruined armrest and squeezed it in silent comfort. Yuki, try to keep your fur clean or you'll have to have another bath, Nejire warned, Yuki's fur bristling at the threat before she noticeably began eating more carefully. From the opposite side, Toru leaned in to whisper in his ear, I haven't seen that look in your eye since the polar bear villain at the USJ. What's wrong? The genuine worry in her voice and aura made his heart clench, for he couldn't tell her, not yet. Why I'm mad will either become apparent soon or I'll tell you why later today," he said. Toru placed a hand on his shoulder. "Okay, but I don't like seeing that look in someone so kind," she said, her voice laced with too many emotions to decipher. Izuku turned to look into Toru's prismatic eyes that held all the colors of an ever-shifting rainbow. He saw only truth and care there. "Thank you for worrying about me," he said sincerely. The alabaster skin on Toru's cheeks reddened as her gaze flicked away for a moment. It was then that he realized how close they were. He thought that she might turn invisible in order to avoid her apparent embarrassment, but she didn't. Only a moment later her eyes slid back. Now, looking into her eyes again, he saw affection and maybe something more. "Fight!" Midnight shouted. The air took on a sudden chill as a veritable iceberg spawned into existence. Snapping his eyes to the match, he saw Todoroki's breath misting the air, and the iceberg where Honuki had been standing. Just as a shivering Midnight was about to call the match, something happened. The massive amount of ice began to wobble like jello before it began to turn liquid and collapse on itself. It didn't seem to be melting in a normal sense at all. Honuki's head popped out of the blob of the liquid but not melted ice and cackled with his unhidden teeth on full display. Kek kek kek. The blob of ice began to shift quickly to form the shape of a massive hand that clenched into a fist and rocketed for Todoroki. Clearly agitated, Todoroki slammed his food down once more, but this time there was no iceberg. Instead, the fist of ice froze solid again. Its collision course with him halted. What followed was a tug of war, with Honuki softening the ice and Todoroki freezing it solid again. It became a battle of attrition, Todoroki's shiver becoming more and more prevalent while Honuki's chattering teeth could be heard from here. Minutes passed as the two were locked in a stalemate. The chill in the air became cold enough that he began to worry about Sue. When Izuku turned to check on the frog girl, he saw Momo producing one of Mei's wireless heated blankets and layering it atop two others that were already on a very toasty-looking Sue. Idly, he mused that Momo and Mei must be seriously getting along in their support class if Mei was sharing her schematics with her. He watched as Momo continued to fuss, Sue seemingly content to let her. Izuku had always taken to the caretaker role because that was simply who he was, and because being able to feel other people's emotions made it so rewarding to be giving. To see someone else taking on the role so fervently for someone he loved warmed his very being. Todoroki wins. Izuku looked to see Honuki's head was lolling to the side with his body trapped in the now solid ice. Todoroki was on his knees breathing shallow breaths that he could see from here. "Time for me to go," Izuku said. Yuki handed Nejire her popcorn, clambered down from his lap, ran off to where Sue was and crawled underneath the blankets with her. A moment later, her head popped out from under the blankets to nuzzle under Sue's chin. He could hear her purring from here. After a round of good lucks, he made his way to the arena. A minute or two later, Izuku stood stock still as he waited for his mama to say the awaited word. Across from him stood Shota, but Izuku wasn't looking at him. No, his eyes were unfocused as he fumed over Todoroki. Away from Nejire's calming touch and Yuki's sheer adorableness, the rage had come roaring back. It was hot, too hot in his own skin. His blood felt like it was boiling beneath this skin. Midnight looked at him with maternal concern but said nothing due to the many watching eyes. "Ready, fight," Midnight shouted. There was a sudden boom that had some in the stadium wincing in pain and holding their hands over their ears. Everyone looked on in shock at Izuku now standing where Shota had been, and Shota bloodied and half buried into the stadium's concrete walls, unconscious, one arm dislocated. Not trusting his own restraint, Izuku had attempted to perform a shoulder throw to get Shota out of bounds. Instead, he had done this. Midoriya wins, Midnight said in shock. In the next instant, Izuku was gently pulling Shota's unconscious form from the wall and lowering him to the ground where medical droids were already deploying a stretcher. Remembering the scant lessons he had with Recovery Girl and thanking that Shota wasn't conscious, he popped the boy's shoulder back into its socket. When he began to channel cell activation, he felt his guilt and still boiling rage funnel into the quirk, leaving him calm as Shota began to emit a faint green glow. The moment he got the boy into a bed in the infirmary, a cane cracked against his shin, causing Izuku to wince in pain. He summoned Black Whip to armor his shins in time for the next blow, and when he didn't react, Recovery Girl's scowl deepened. "What the hell was that? You could have killed him," Recovery Girl shouted as she began to look over Shota and run some tests. A minute later, Shota began to stir. What happened?" Shota asked as he blinked his eyes into focus. "I lost control. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hurt you as bad as I did," Izuku apologized, bowing deeply. Shota blinked a few more times, confusion turning into realization and realization turning into frustration. "Don't patronize me, Midoriya. I lost badly, by the sounds of it," the man said with a stern voice that Izuku had not expected. A moment of silence passed before Shota let out a small laugh with little humor. "You really kicked my ass," he said before laughing again, but this time genuinely. With the tension broken, the laugh proved to be infectious as Izuku began to laugh as well. "I just wish I could have seen your quirk in action," Izuku said with a fading smile on his lips. I could just tell you, Shota said. A tendril of black whip shot out to the other side of the room. Recovery girl cursing loudly. The tendril returned with a pen and paper which Izuku grabbed. Please, Izuku all but begged, hands poised to write. Shota's eyes were as wide as dinner plates for a second before he began to guffaw until he was wheezing. Nearly a full minute passed before Shota had calmed enough to speak. My quirk was called Twin Impact. It made it so after touching or hitting something I could trigger a second, more powerful blow. As far as I could tell, it was roughly 3 times the original hit strength. After you evolved it, it can trigger a third time for about 3 times the second's power, or 9 times the original's power. 9 times. He idly wondered what that quirk would do if he had it and fired off a 100% punch. If All Might could change the weather with a punch, then he would probably blow a hole in the atmosphere big enough to pop it like a soap bubble. You said it was called Twin Impact. What did you rename it? Izuku asked, pausing in his scribbling. Triple Trample, Shota said with a grin, knowing he wouldn't be able to make it to his seat in time. He and Shota focused on the monitor in the room to watch the next fight. They didn't have to wait long to see Hitoshi and Manga taking their positions. Fight! Hitoshi began. Twang! Manga yelled. A decidedly cartoonish anvil appeared above Hitoshi and began to plummet for his head. Hitoshi barely managed to roll out of the way before the anvil struck the ground, splitting the concrete. Thwack! Manga yelled as Hitoshi righted himself, a cartoonish baseball bat spawning into his hands. You must like gag manga, Hitoshi stated as the speech bubble head boy charged at him. It's peak comedy, Manga replied as he readied to swing his bat. Hitoshi snapped his fingers and winked. Walk out of bounds, he commanded, Manga following the orders without question. Aizawa wins. Izuku got back to 1A seats and saw that Eri was seated in Achako's lap with her own tub of popcorn. She was busy trying to toss kernels into Kaminari's open mouth, the boy diving for each one. With each successful toss, Eri would look back over her shoulder at Achako to make sure she had seen it, smiling brightly. Izuku took his seat between Nejire and Mina. Next up was Rumi versus Momo. Izuku respected Momo, but in a straight-on fight against a foe that was far stronger, faster, and more durable like Rumi. With no cover, he doubted she would be fast enough to devise a way to put Rumi down before the berserker hair reached her. Fight. As predicted, Rumi exploded forward and low to the ground to reduce wind drag and to simultaneously present a smaller target. Momo was faster than he had given her credit for. The moment Rumi twitched forward, Momo fired a grenade round at the ground between them. Where the round struck, liquid fire spread and licked at the air. Rumi leaped through the curtain of fire, eyes wild and teeth bared in challenge. To Momo, she must have truly cast the visage of a demon clawing its way into the physical realm. What Rumi hadn't accounted for, however, was that Momo had been counting on this. Rumi was midair and unable to dodge. She had also lost sight of her quarry for a split second thanks to the flames. When Rumi caught sight of Momo again, the Ravenet was wearing dark sunglasses and thick headphones. The barrel of her automatic grenade launcher pointed directly at Rumi. Flashbang rounds began exploding directly against Rumi's torso in rapid succession. Rumi cried out in pain for the first time Izuku had ever witnessed. The sound was so alarming that he hadn't even realized that he was standing. Nor did he notice that Himiko and Mei had stood as well. In all the time they had known each other, they had never once heard Rumi cry out in pain. Swear in pain, sure, but not this. Rumi crumpled to the ground and rolled away, but Momo had wisely not stopped firing, the belt of ammunition feeding from her hip directly into her weapon in a never-ending stream. What was more, it seemed that Momo had taken to alternating the rounds from flashbang to concussive rounds like the ones she had used against Tsu in the battle trials. Explosive sound and light alternated with puffs of pink smoke as Momo pressed her advantage. It was painful to watch as Rumi was made deaf and blind as round after round struck her in a staccato of heavy gunfire. Even as round after round crashed against her and nearby, Rumi forced herself onto her hands and knees, her hands digging into the concrete to anchor herself. She lifted her head to glare unseeing straight at Momo with tightly closed eyes, blood now trickling from her ears to mix with her white hair. With a feral bellow that was far more animal than it was human, she blurred forward. Still mid-roar, Rumi released a wild kick at full power where she thought Momo was. It was lucky that the kick hadn't landed directly, because even the air pressure was enough to send Momo out of bounds and even Midnight bracing against the gale. Agura wins. Unable to hear, Rumi kicked out again ... and again ... and again until, finally, she collapsed to her knees clutching her ears and panting. To his surprise, Momo was by her side in less than a second and went red in the face with exertion as she tried to help Rumi stand. With Rumi pushing 400 pounds of pure muscle, he could understand her having difficulty. Even from here he could tell Momo was fussing, and what's more, she seemed to be apologizing even as she guided the victor off the field. By the time Rumi and Momo got back, Zero and Shizaki were already taking their positions. Izuku immediately noticed Momo's self-pitying mood even if she was hiding it well behind a mask. Good job, Momo. You were at a real disadvantage against Rumi in such a straight-on fight and you still almost won, Izuku praised. Immediately he noticed her mood lift even if it wasn't by much. Yeah, she really rang my bell. Rumi agreed as she still hung onto the ravenet despite having been healed up. Seeing as her mood wasn't much improved, he tried again. If it makes you feel any better, I've never beaten her. Oddly enough, it does. Thank you, Momo said sincerely if a bit quietly before making her way over to Kyoka who was waiting with a hug ready. Izuku and Nejire grunted as Rumi flopped bonelessly across their laps. My eardrums got blown out, I got shot in the boob, and now I'm tired from healing, Rumi huffed, Nejire and Mina wincing in sympathy from either side of him. Nejire leaned over Rumi, her periwinkle hair cascading over her shoulder and curtaining both of their faces. If he wasn't right next to them he wouldn't have been able to hear Nejire whisper low and full of promise, want me to kiss it and make it better. He could feel Rumi give a full body shudder in response. There was a quiet sound of lips parting before Nejire sat back up, her eyes dark as she looked down. Izuku shuffled Rumi's significant weight, began channeling cell activation, and opened his mouth to speak but was cut off sharply. If you say I'm too heavy, I will bite, Rumi warned. He almost said it just to call her bluff, to dare her, because honestly, that doesn't sound so bad. Mina says next to him with a thoughtful expression, her black clear eyes tilted up into the side, her full lips pursed in thought. In unison, Izuku, Nejire, and Rumi all turned to stare at Mina who had picked up Rumi's feet and placed them on her lap. What? She asked in incredulity as if it were a perfectly normal thing to say. Fight. There was a colossal tangle of tape and vine as both combatants attempted to land the first hit. Who was winning quickly became apparent. Zero couldn't control his tape after he fired it out, the strands only going where he had aimed them. Shizaki on the other hand could control her vines as if they were an extension of her own body, and he supposed they were. Actually, vines exploded from the ground by Zero's feet, neither him or Izuku having noticed them burrowing at Shizaki's feet. The vines wrapped around Zero's feet, tying them together before coiling upwards to quickly mummify the boy head to toe. Midnight gave a 10-second countdown before shouting, "Shizaki wins." Kyoka stole a quick kiss from Momo before standing up. "That's my que," she said casually even if he could feel her nerves. "You'll do great, don't worry," Izuku commented. Kyoka flashed him a genuine smile at that before nodding sharply as marching out to her match with renewed confidence. "Mama," Yuri said excitedly as she ran over from where she had been with Ochako and crawled on top of Rumi's stomach. "Hi Kit, are you done feeding the wildlife?" Rumi asked, Kaminari squawking in protest and not helping his case at all. Yuri giggled as Rumi wrapped her arms around her, squirming to get comfortable. "Ugh, I think I have a cavity now," Mina fake complained. Kyoka and Itsuka took the field. "Fight," Midnight shouted. Itsuka grew to 20 feet tall faster than any gigantification quirk user he had ever seen. Kyoka's jacks clicked into her naturally occurring gauged earrings. Concrete exploded as Itsuka blurred forward faster than she ought to be able. She seemed far stronger than even her size would suggest. Shockwaves of sound blasted out in a sphere all around Kyoka and just in time. Itsuka's fist collided with the shield of sound, the barrier halting it but not doing any damage like it had with Mizo. A look of surprise crossed Itsuka's face. A second fist blurred forward faster than the last. That's when Izuku realized she had been holding back. This time when the colossal fist connected it blew through the barrier of sound like it was tissue paper. Kyoka was sent flying, bouncing across concrete and finally coming to a stop just before going out of bounds. Kyoka pushed herself to her feet, everyone in one shouting encouragement. Itsuka may have gotten past the shield but it wasn't a direct hit. Her fist's trajectory had been thrown off by the barrier. Itsuka's brows furrowed as she appeared ready to dash forward to finish off Kyoka. She didn't see Kyoka's jacks racing straight at her until too late. Itsuka tried to dodge but the metal-tipped jacks slammed into her shoulder and chest, piercing the skin even if only about an inch. Itsuka's entire body seemed to vibrate as she fought to keep standing. For a second, Itsuka tried to snatch Kyoka's jacks but they proved to be evasive, one darting away while the other would stab a new area, the vibrations slowing her movements too much to catch them. Blood could be seen trickling from her nose, persevering through the attack. Itsuku took a heavy step forward that cracked concrete. Overcoming the pain, she fought to lean forward into a sprinter's stance. Pain marred Itsuka's face, but there was confidence there as well. Half of the platform exploded in a shower of concrete. Itsuku planted a foot down hard right in front of Kyoka, arresting her immense momentum. The stomp was so powerful that the ground exploded from under Kyoka. The angle of the force was enough to carry her well out of bounds. Kendo wins. They got up reluctantly from where she had been seated between Ochako and Tsu. "Want me and Tsu to help with getting you in your armor?" Ochako asked, seeming to be reluctant to part with the woman as well. "I don't need help," Mei said, somewhat disappointed. "What she means is, do you want kisses all the way to the arena entrance?" Tsu asked, throwing all nuance and discretion over the railing. Achako's face went crimson, but she didn't dispute the statement. Yes, May yelled before all but dragging her girlfriends away. Her cackling could be heard echoing in the hall long after they exited the viewing area. A few minutes later, and Midnight was impatiently tapping her foot, glaring at the entrance opposite of where Yanagi had come from. Yanagi was in position and looking unbothered as she waited. Rumi had Eri on her shoulders and was angrily pacing along the front row of seats. Where is she? Rumi questioned nobody in particular. Kyoka came meekly into the room then and tried not to make eye contact with anyone as she made her way to where Momo was waiting with worry in her eyes. Kyoka, Himiko said suddenly, startling the punk girl. In Himiko's lap was a purring Yuki wrapped up into a heated blanket, her eyes drooping from the heat. Kendo wiped the floor with my team last round and we never hurt her as bad as you did. Himiko finished once Kyoka had looked her in the eyes. Not waiting for a response, Himiko went back to nuzzling the burrito she was cradling. Danger sense pinged. It was little more demanding than a phone vibrating, but it was there and he suspected he knew why. Quick as lightning, he pulled out his phone and hit record. Mommy, Yuki whines as Himiko rubbed her cheek against the child's head. Himiko's eyes snapped open. Feline pupils dilated so much that no gold could be seen. She looked like she was doubting her own ears until her eyes softened into something so warm that he could almost feel it. She cradled the child even closer and pressed a kiss to the girl's head right between her rounded ears that fluttered in response. My little kid, Himiko purred with a waver in her voice. A hand gripped Izuku's forearm and he turned to see Nejire staring past him, her eyes misting and love radiating off of her like the sun that beat down overhead. Nejire whispers so quietly that it might be to herself, I was so afraid I wouldn't be able to give her a family. For a long moment he and anyone that had noticed the interaction basked in it, soaking it in as they watched Himiko forget the world around her. A second later May came flying, literally, out of the tunnel to land in her position. The faceplate on her helmet folded up to reveal her swollen lips and kiss-drunk expression. I'm ready, she shouted loud enough for Izuku to hear. Huh, Rumi guffawed from her belly, Eri laughing as well. Sue came running into the room with a panting Achako close behind. Their hair was a mess, their clothes were disheveled, and their lips were swollen as well. Good, we made it just in time. Ribbit, Sue said evenly, not out of breath in the least. Midnight dragged a hand down her face in exasperation for the girl that was essentially her daughter-in-law before snapping back to her role of referee. Fight. May drew her railgun pistol from where it was mag-locked to her thigh and fired from the hip so fast that he doubted most people could have seen the motion. For a moment nobody made a sound as the gunshot echoed. Then everyone realized Yanagi was still standing, not having moved from her position. A blue gel-coated and invisible hand that hovered in front of Yanagi. The hand shot forward. May raised her gun fully and began firing rapidly even as a cloud of mayflies swarmed forward. The drones exploded into pink riot foam, the electrogel rounds striking yet more invisible hands. Izuku switched to infrared, but even then the hands couldn't be seen. They gave off no heat. Wait, he refocused and saw that there was a displacement of warm air. It had to be the hands. May must be seeing the same thing with her own thermal vision. There were a dozen of them if he could see correctly, and they all connected with Yanaga's back. The now massive clump of riot foam was big enough to block line of sight. It fell to the ground, no longer being held up by the hands. Yanagi seemed surprised to not see May where she had been mere moments ago. Head turned this way and that, the most movement she had shown so far. Then she looked up. With the midday sun at her back, May dive-bombed. She collided with the barely visible hands. She grabbed them and pushed them aside as her thrusters continued to burn. The hands were becoming more and more visible as they struggled to arrest May's movement. The servos in May's armor whined as she struggled to fight off the nearly visible appendages. Izuku switched his thermal vision off, and to his surprise, Yanagi's quirk was now visible to the naked eye, appearing like a shimmering mirage. Warp drive, May yelled through the speaker, or Vox as May called it, in her helmet. The wings' linked thrusters on May's back suddenly kicked into overdrive. Their plasma contrails grew larger and larger until they joined together to create what looked like massive wings of blazing plasma. She looked like an avenging angel descending on a battlefield. Yanagi stood no chance as May barreled through the now fully visible hands and punched her with an electric fist right in the face, flattening her to the ground with the force. May stood over Yanaga's limp form with one arm dangling, the armor too damaged to move properly. The other jerked and started as May fought to raise it above her head, fist clenched. Hatsune wins, Midnight announced. The crowd cheered and there was a scuffling sound from the speakers before Snipe's voice filled the stadium. That's ma protege for you. She knows when ta hold 'em and when ta fold 'em. More scuffling. That's mine. Present Mike yelled in the background. WOOO. Rumi cheered. Did you see your mama? She asked way too loudly to her small passenger. Yeah, mama flew in like a bird, Eri answered, her mama's excitement rubbing off on her. Momo stood up, worry marring her beautiful features. I'm going to see if May could use help repairing her armor. I'll come too, and don't worry, they have monitors showing the fights everywhere. We'll see your fight, Green. Kyoka said, getting up as well. It wasn't much later when Kodai and Bondo were facing off across the arena. Fight. Kodai began to grow larger but slowly, far slower than Kendo had and slower than Mount Lady by quite a lot as well. Bondo was not so slow. What looked like glue began pouring out of the boy's oddly shaped head. He raised his arms and the glue began to float, controlled by unseen puppeteer strings. The glue flew at Kodai and covered her head to toe, but she continued to grow. Bondo clenched one fist and the glue hardened instantly, Kodai trapped within. Midnight began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The Kodai statue shattered. Bondo attempted to capture her again, but she was growing too big to cover completely. His window of opportunity had closed. Kodai now towered at her full height of 60 feet. She bent down and flicked. Bondo tried to shield himself with a wall of glue, but it wasn't enough. The finger crashed through the substance and sent him sailing out of bounds limply. Kodai wins, Midnight announced. There was a round of cheers before President Mike's voice sounded. Next up, Todoroki versus Midoriya. Izuku turned in his seat to see Todoroki already glaring back at him. It was finally time. Just as before, the blind rage had come slingshotting back the moment he was away from his family. Izuku was so busy trying to calm himself down on the way to the arena that he nearly didn't see Endeavor standing in the middle of the hallway that led outside. Midoriya, a word, the number 2 hero commanded. Izuku's eyes narrowed at the tone but stopped to listen anyway, saying nothing in response. My boy is headstrong. I want you to push him until he accepts his birthright and uses his fire. Are you up to the task, boy? Endeavor might as well have commanded, clearly used to his word being law. Or what? You'll try to buy me like you bought your wife? Izuku asked sharply. The flames that normally wafted about the man roared into an inferno, the temperature in the hall increasing 100-fold. The air was nearly sucked right out of Izuku's lungs. So hot was the blaze. What was that boy? He told me everything. Izuku bit out with the little oxygen he had left in his lungs. Endeavor's flames guttered out in an instant, like a candle's flame being snuffed out betwixt thumb and forefinger. Gone was Endeavor the implacable hero. Todoroki Enji the man stood before him. Is ... that what he thinks? The man asked himself aloud, looking somewhere distant over Izuku's shoulder. His eyes returned to Izuku a moment later. I love my wife and children, he said firmly. The words sounded foreign on the man's tongue, yet Izuku could sense no lie. Izuku walked past the man and towards the arena. Over his shoulder, he asked, have you ever told them that? The sour taste of regret was answer enough. A moment later, Izuku was standing before Todoroki in the arena. The proximity and the cold glare he was receiving was enough to make his blood boil all the hotter. He couldn't hear the actual words Midnight said over the sound of rushing blood in his ears, but he knew what she was asking. He nodded, answering the unheard question of if he was ready. The only way he even knew the fight had started was Todoroki slamming his right foot down, the move more predictable than Bakugo's right hook. He didn't even need to call on his quirks, they came unbidden. Muscles of black energy snapped into place underneath his clothes and green energy crackled. He brought his hands in front of himself, his energy-armored fingers digging into the oncoming glacier with ease. Muscles, organic in energy, bulged. With a great crack, the iceberg split down the middle as it continued to race past him. The two halves of the glacier toppled away from him, colliding with a blue energy field composed of hexagons before it could hit the stands. Across the limited space of the arena, Todoroki looked on with shock written plainly on his face. Your ice won't be enough. He didn't notice Midnight swear under her breath before keying her mic and saying to Cementos, be ready, he knows. Todoroki sent another glacier forward. It suffered the same fate as the last. Then another, and another. Todoroki was panting, his breath misting the air, his fingers beginning to blacken at the tips. Izuku was heaving heavy breaths, not an exertion but self-restraint. He was barely holding himself back from lunging, but he had to. He had a goal, to expose Todoroki's flames to 1A. Objectively, he knew that Todoroki had suffered all his life if even half of what he had said was true, but right here, right now, he was just angry to the point that he could barely think straight. Todoroki had the means to help people and chose not to. What was worse is that the people he had chosen to not help, to abandon to their fate, were people he cared deeply for. Trauma or not, Todoroki's reasons for not using his fire boiled down to spite for his father. He shook his head, clearing his rambling train of thought and focused on his current goal. How many people are you willing to sacrifice out of spite? Todoroki rushed at him, clearly unable to continue to fire off attacks with ice. Izuku planted a foot in the boy's stomach, air whooshing from his lungs as he tumbled and slid on his way out of bounds. Without conscious thought, Black Whip lashed out and snagged Todoroki's ankle, preventing the boy from losing via ring out. Todoroki took a wet and ragged breath as he tried to stand. Think, Shoto, you would have let Tsu, Toru, and even yourself die. What if it had been Fayumi, your nieces? Why the F do you even want to be a hero? Izuku's booming voice rolled across the arena like a thunderstorm over a plain. From his seated position, Todoroki's rage-filled eyes went wide, too many emotions flashing through them to even begin to decipher. He planted his left foot and began to shakily stand. His mismatched eyes locked onto his as he did so. Fire erupted from Todoroki's left side as he slowly stood, the flames massive and oppressive. The temperature in the stadium began to skyrocket. Winds whipped at the combatants' clothes and hair due to the sudden and drastic temperature change. Izuku's facsimile of a smile was one of relief that he could finally stop holding himself back. Shut it down, Midnight yelled over the whipping winds, but not over the rushing in Izuku's ears. Todoroki raised his left hand to point his palm at him, steam coiling away from his right side in a billowing cloud. An inferno exploded forward from his palm. The heat was enough to vaporize the remaining icebergs in a steam explosion that rocked the very earth beneath them. Windows in the box seats warped and car alarms in the parking lot began blaring, the shield of blue hexagons protecting the stands coming alive and warping under the pressure from the blast. Midnight's gas raced to encompass the arena. Concrete barriers sprang up between the combatants. A sonic boom could be heard over the roar of the flames and the shattering of concrete. Through the inferno, an arm covered in faintly glowing black muscle fibers reached to grab Todoroki by the face and lifted him off the ground. A second arm reached out and grabbed his left wrist in a vice grip that threatened to break bone, pointing the captured hand skyward, a pillar of fire now racing into the sky. With smoldering hair and half-burned clothes, Izuku snarled, simply beyond words at this point. The raging cyclone of fire above their heads waned as Todoroki changed tactics. Todoroki grabbed the now short and burned sleeve of Izuku's uniform, frost blooming immediately in a cold snap that flash froze the entire shirt. The shirt shattered like a pane of glass and fell to the ground. The chest beneath that bulged with muscles of energy was unscathed. Izuku's face twisted with anger as he slammed Todoroki's head into the ground with a resounding crack. Izuku dropped to a knee amidst a cloud of pink fog and powdered concrete, his vision swimming with exhaustion, Midnight's quirk affecting him as much as cell activation would allow. In his half-conscious state, he could have sworn he could feel something within him. That was at the same time not him, still raging at Todoroki, its anger yet unsatisfied. Ooh, Midoriya wins. Sit tight, folks, while we repair the arena. Again, President Mike said. Izuku was walking back to the stands lost in thought. He was conflicted. After the haze of rage had lifted, he couldn't help but feel somewhat guilty at how he had handled the situation. He had allowed his rage to consume him. Todoroki's spite-fueled vow had endangered people he cared about, and Izuku's protectiveness had eclipsed his empathy as a result. The slight screech of hinges above him preceded an added weight to his left shoulder. "Hello, cub," Nezu greeted casually. Used to Nezu's eccentricities, Izuku returned the greeting. "Sir, do you feel better now that you've taken out your anger on Todoroki?" his mentor asked in a squeaky voice. Izuku's shoulders slumped slightly at the subtle reprimand. "No, sir, I'm not sure how to feel." On one hand, he almost let Toru and Tsu die. On the other, I can understand his logic, twisted as it may be, for refusing to use his fire. It just made me so angry that I couldn't bring myself to really care about why he would do it. "Ah," Nezu intoned wisely. "After being bullied into submissiveness for most of your life, I can reason that anger is something unfamiliar to you. Consider speaking to Hound Dog about it." A moment passed before he continued with a question. "Tell me, if one of your partners was hurt in a routine mugging, how would you feel?" Izuku blinked at the question before considering it, his hands curling into fists. "Angry," he answered predictably. Nezu hummed. "And if the mugger had a childhood that would make young Himiko's look bright? If they needed the money to feed their starving family?" Izuku blinked again. "It wouldn't change what they did to someone I love." Nezu clapped his paws together. "Exactly. Humans are inherently pack-oriented creatures and care more for the well-being of those in their pack than anyone else, reasoning be damned." A long moment passed in silence as Izuku mulled over what Nezu had said. Well, besides the cheerful humming coming from his shoulder, that is. "I'm sorry for damaging that hallway, sir. And the armrests." Nezu laughed. "Oh please, I have a budget set aside specifically for hero student outbursts." Izuku frowned. That didn't exactly make him feel better. Nezu's weight on his shoulder disappeared before he could hear the sound of small claws on metal above him, his mentor having jumped into a vent as they passed underneath. Izuku was alone when he got back 1A's seats. He could hear many voices speaking at once. Both Rumi and Himiko's eyes snapped to the door as he entered with murder in their eyes. Rumi had her muscular arms crossed in front of her chest tight enough that her muscles bulged, her foot tapping the ground hard enough to crack it. Himiko had her claws out and was slowly dragging them across her armrests, rending the metal with such ease that the metal didn't even make a sound as it was shredded like tissue paper. "Where's Todoroki?" Rumi ground out low and dangerous. "We just want to talk," Himiko said, sickly sweet. Her head was cutely lulled onto her own shoulder, but her eyes were cold and narrowed into slits. The dichotomy reminded him of a poisonous snake with its eye-catching colors and deadly venom. If it wasn't for Yuki and Eri sitting in their laps playing patacake across the gap in the seats, blissfully unaware of the situation, he was pretty sure they would already be hunting Todoroki. I handled it, Izuku said firmly, hoping to defuse the oncoming situation. Come on, this can be our vigilante origin story, Rumi said a little calmer and with a hint of mirth. Eri noticed then that he had returned and smiled at him brightly. Papa, Mama Rumi owes the swear jar. She got real mad when the fire went whoosh and started saying a bunch of bad words she tattled. Rumi gasped, snitch, and began tickling the child. Yuki perked up. Mommy Himi said HMRGL, Yuki tried to say, but Himiko's hand clapped over her mouth in time. Leave it to his daughters to completely defuse a tense situation. Toru and Sue approached him then. If anyone has a right to be upset, it's you two, Izuku said. I don't really get upset on my own account. Ochako usually does that for me, Sue said, pointing with her thumb over to where Ochako was seated, her bangs shadowing her face as she cracked her knuckles. I'm disappointed in him, though I'm much happier to see that you don't have that look in your eyes anymore, Toru said warmly. Well and mad, Mina shouted and flailed her arms in a way that was more cute than threatening. I don't get why he would hold back, Kirishima chimed in, shaking his head in disapproval. Next to him, Bakugo was grinding his teeth. It seemed that even he was mad at Todoroki, though Izuku would bet that it had more to do with him holding back than endangering anyone. Truly a poor example of a UA student. Ida chimed in. Why hide his fire though? Kaminori asked. That's something you'll have to ask him about. It's personal, and even though I'm not happy with him, I won't repeat something he told me in confidence, Izuku said. Ochako laughed without humor. Oh, I intend to. Nejire flitted over to him and pressed herself into his side. What was that big blue shield? She asked, with her curiosity. He wasn't surprised that she was the one to ask first. The quirk of a new staff member that Nezu personally hired for the tournament. He asked me to evolve her quirk as a favor after she passed a series of questions to determine her credibility. He apparently found her working at a convenience store, if you can believe it, he answered. Wow, when Nejire said in wonder. They came marching in then, fully clad in her powered armor, Momo and Kyoka hot on her heels with worry on both their faces. Please don't do anything rash, Momo pleaded. At least not get kicked out of UA rash, Kyoka bargained. May gripped her Exodus pistol that was still mag-locked to her armored thigh. Lightning crackled over her knuckles on both hands. Come forth, heretic, and be purged, she demanded, her warbling voice menacing as it sounded from her vox. Whoa, Ciro yelled in alarm. You're going to lose your carry license, Izuku warned. It took a few minutes to get Mei to calm down, and by then the arena had been nearly repaired. Next up was Rumi versus Hitoshi, and he could sense Rumi's uncharacteristic doubt as she stood to leave after Hitoshi. Do you have a plan to deal with Hitoshi? Izuku asked from his seat next to her. Yup, kick him, Rumi said proudly. Izuku sighed. You can't just bludgeon your way past every problem. Rumi snorted in derision. I can bludgeon pretty hard. He face-bombed hard enough to ruffle his hair. Okay, fine. What do you suggest? She asked, her voice quiet and finally reflecting her doubt. Even now, asking for help was a struggle for her. When he fought Manga, he didn't take control right away. Only after Manga had responded to him. I think the wink and snap of his fingers is a diversion. Just don't speak to him and you should be fine. But then again, Mei responded and didn't get hypnotized. Maybe it didn't work because it was being relayed through the electronics in her helmet. He mused aloud. Rumi bent at the waist and kissed him on his cheek before whispering into his ear. Thanks, snapping him out of his musings and sending a shiver running down his spine. Barely 2 minutes later, Rumi and Hitoshi faced off. Fight. What's up, Doc? Hitoshi asked immediately. Rumi smiled, showing all her teeth as she shook her head. Hitoshi winked and snapped his fingers. Just as it looked as if she was about to lunge for him, her red eyes dulled, her features going slack. Walk out of bounds, Hitoshi said calmly. And she did just that. Rumi snapped out of it after Hitoshi was announced the winner and whirled, shock evident on her face. Her muscular shoulders slumped as she saw that the match was over, with the screens all saying Aizawa wins. Her slow, almost dazed walk back into the tunnel had Izuku's heart clenching. He couldn't help but feel that he had let her down. He was waiting for her outside of the viewing area when Rumi finally shuffled her way there a full 2 minutes after Hitoshi had returned. She hadn't noticed him yet. She was too busy looking at her feet and attempting to put on a smile that looked natural. She halted her shuffling pace when she got close enough to see his shoes. She looked up slowly, and when her red eyes met his green, he saw a rare vulnerability shining in them. She stepped forward quickly and pressed herself against him, her head resting on his shoulder, her arms folded between them. He wrapped his arms around Rumi and whispered, I'm sorry, my advice was wrong. Rumi shook her head. Losing like that, without even getting a chance to fight back, just brought up some memories. Right, her birth parents. They had died buying her time to run from a villain. But she was too afraid to even move. Her fear of not being able to at least go down swinging had just been shoved in her face. It was no wonder she was feeling vulnerable. He tightened his embrace and kissed one of Rumi's long ears. The ear twitched and audibly slapped him in the face. Ha! Rumi couldn't help but chuckle. Don't make me laugh. Izuku let out a strangled laugh that was more of a wheeze. Rumi began releasing muted chuckles into his shoulder that may have been part sobs. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle quietly into her hair as well. It wasn't long before Itsuka and Shizaki faced off. Fight. Itsuka was at her full height of 20 feet by the time thorny vines encapsulated her. Itsuka merely had to spread her stance wide and the vines ripped away. Not even a mark on her skin. I concede defeat. I know when I am beaten, Shizaki intoned calmly. Itsuka seemed to sigh, expecting this outcome. Kendo wins. Well, that was somewhat anticlimactic. My turn, Mei shouted as she stood. On her way out she halted in front of Nejire and seemed to be considering something. He could almost see a light bulb light up as she spun to Nejire, who let out a startled laugh as Mei scooped her up in a princess carry, the strength of her power armor making the move effortless. Come help me put my armor on, she asked with a waggle of her eyebrows. Nejire looked Mei's armored form up and down before leaning in until her lips grazed the shell of Mei's ear and whispered, "You'll have to teach me how, preferably hands-on." Mei went into meltdown, her face nearly glowing red even as her smile became manic before she all but sprinted out of the room with a giggling Nejire in her arms. Seated on Izuku's left, Ochako said, "I think we might have created a trend." A few minutes later Nejire returned all smiles as she floated in on her quirk. At nearly the same time, Mei was taking her place on the field, thankfully not late. Mei and Kodai faced off as Midnight stayed the rules and asked if they were ready. After they both nodded, Midnight shouted, "Fight." Mei had her Exodus pistol drawn faster than any cowboy of old would be physically capable of. It aimed squarely at Kodai's center mass. Kodai had barely grown an inch by the time Mei fired off 3 shots dead center. Kodai fell to the ground like a puppet with cut strings with the exception of a few twitches. Izuku had figured this would happen. Mei was just too fast for Kodai's slow growth. Maybe with more training Kodai would have stood a chance. The semifinals bracket plastered over every screen. Midoriya Izuku vs Aizawa Hitoshi. Kendo Itsuka vs Hatsume Mei. Izuku was racking his brain as he walked out onto the arena. How did Hitoshi's quirk work? He was positive it had to do with speech, but what exactly? Rumi hadn't said anything to him and was still hypnotized. He had half a mind to simply blow his own eardrums out with a quick clap of his hands, but he didn't want to set that particular example for his kids. Resolved to simply empty his mind and not respond at all, he took his place across from Hitoshi. Fight. Black cowl snapped into place even as he was mentally repeating the mantra of empty mind. Empty mind, empty mind. It was only thanks to this that he could feel something deep within him thrashing to get out. It was such an odd sensation that he paused long enough for Hitoshi to speak. Are you going to fracture my skull like you did Shoto? Break my ribs badly enough that they puncture a lung? Hitoshi asked with an edge of accusation. Izuku's eyes went wide in response. He didn't know. He would have healed him. He would have. You didn't know. Well, you would have if you cared to check on him like you did Nairanjiki. He felt guilt. He felt regret. And then he felt nothing. Walk out of bounds. He had never heard Hitoshi sound so cold. Izuku's body betrayed him and began to walk towards the nearest boundary when he felt something break free, like a leash he hadn't even realized he had been holding slipping through his fingers. The question was, what had been pulling it? He got his answer a mere moment later when Black Whip exploded out and stabbed into the ground like so many legs, lifting him into the air, his legs still making walking motions. Slowly, the tendrils turned his body so he was facing Hitoshi again. What the hell is happening? Hitoshi asked, and Izuku could feel his fear ... and an animalistic fury coming from Black Whip. The tendrils of Black Whip vibrated, creating a mockery of vocal cords. The resulting roar was discordant, impossibly deep, and otherworldly. Izuku wanted to yell a warning, to scream for Hitoshi to run, but he could only rail against the barrier inside his mind that kept him a passenger. Hitoshi must have seen something in his eyes, because he jumped backwards just in time to dodge a black tendril that speared the concrete where he had just been standing. Izuku was jerked forward as more and more tendrils began spearing for Hitoshi, the unearthly howl accompanying every narrow miss. Shit, Hitoshi yelled as a tendril grazed his shoulder, drawing blood. As if a predator sensing blood, Black Whip's attacks became frenzied. Concrete was exploding as spears of black missed Hitoshi by a hair's breadth. Hitoshi was so occupied with dodging backwards that he didn't realize he had run out of arena. His foot stepping through air, he fell onto his back in the grass. Midnight shouted an end to the match. Izuku jerked forward unwillingly. A dozen spears of black loomed above Hitoshi. The spears raced downward, intent on skewering the prone boy. The tendrils halted inches away from their target and shivering before retreating back into Izuku's body. Hitoshi had finally released his quirk. Izuku was gasping in lungfuls of air as he tried to get his racing heart under control. What was gasp that? Hitoshi, panicked, demanded around a gasp for air, fear still coating his words. I gasp don't know. I couldn't control gasp it while your quirk was active. Why didn't you end it sooner? Izuku asked, gasping between a few words as well. How gasp was I supposed to know that? They sat there trying to calm down for a minute or two in silence. Izuku was trying to wrap his brain around what the hell had just happened. When they had finally calmed themselves enough to get up and walk out of the arena, Izuku had followed Hitoshi. The walk back to the stand was silent and more than a little uncomfortable. When Hitoshi finally spoke, it nearly startled Izuku. I understand why you were so angry with Shoto, but hurting him the way you did. Izuku's eyes became downcast as he looked at his closed fist. I'm not proud of hurting him as bad as I did. He sighed. I can punch through concrete like it was made of styrofoam. It actually takes a lot of concentration to not put my punch through someone. I've never had a problem controlling my strength until now, but I know it's no excuse. Maybe I should go. It's probably not a good idea to see him now. He's sleeping off Recovery Girl's healing. That, and I'm not sure what it was about, but Endeavor and Ryukyu were there and they were screaming at each other until Recovery Girl kicked them both out. I doubt she'll let anyone in right now, Hitoshi interjected. They lapsed into silence again for a minute before it was Izuku's turn to break the silence. So, Shoto, didn't realize you were on a first-name basis with him, Izuku asked, daring to hope to lift the mood. Hitoshi blushed furiously. Shut up, he said without any real venom. By the time he got back to the seats with Hitoshi, Mei was already gone. Now that he was counting heads, Takoyami was gone too. A shame. He had been hoping to pick his brain about sentient quirks. He wondered where he could. Oof, he gasped as the air was knocked from his lungs by a blur of white. Daddy is the strongest. Yuki cheered from his waist where she was latched onto and peering up at him, sharp teeth on full display. He was about to lift the girl up when something collided with the back of his legs, nearly sending him sprawling. Looking back, he saw that Eri had attempted her own tackle but only made it part way up his legs with her jump. Papa always wins, Eri said excitedly, yet far more subdued than her sister. Laughing, stooping, and twisting awkwardly, he scooped his girls up so they both sat on his forearms giggling. Izuku was euphoric as he found a seat next to Himiko and Achako. What happened out there? Rumi questioned even as she tousled Yuki's and Eri's hair a little too roughly. Their hair a total mess now. You had me worryin', Achako added. Her warm brown eyes filled with the mentioned emotion. He adjusted his squirming daughters before responding. Searching within him for anything amiss and finding nothing, he let a single tendril of Black Whip out from his open palm. It seems Black Whip is more sentient than I thought, and being under Hitoshi's quirk allowed it to run loose. I'm only guessing, but I think it fed off my anger with Todoroki. Before either could respond, Mei took the field. Fight. As quick as ever, Mei fired her pistol from the hip only for the round to splat against Itsuka's massive palm that was shielding her normal-sized body. Itsuka's huge hand tensed and spasmed again and again as Mei unleashed rapid-fire shots. The instant Mei paused to reload after a dozen shots, Itsuka made her move. Mei was just slotting the fresh magazine in with quick and sure movements when Itsuka reached her full height of 20 feet. Mei didn't seem keen on sticking around on the ground as she leaped into the air, plasma thrusters flaring. Itsuka turned her back to Mei as she opened fire again. The giant redhead was shuddering from the blows and electricity of the electrodal rounds. But she didn't go down. She did, however, bend down and place a hand on the ground, perhaps to keep herself upright. It was a testament to her durability that Itsuka could take that many rounds. The rounds traveling at several times the speed of sound would splatter when they struck, transferring all of their kinetic energy in an instant. If that wasn't enough, the round splattering would cause their components to mix. The resulting chemical reaction was instantaneous and produced an electronic charge on par with a stun gun. Mei paused to reload. Itsuka whirled with what looked like a giant fistful of crushed concrete from the arena floor. She threw flak cannon. Izuku could feel Bakugo's temper flare. The spread shot of concrete, that varied from golf ball to softball in size, whistled through the air like so many bullets. Mei tried to dodge as her mayflies swarmed to intercept the debris, but the debris was simply too large, too many, and traveling too fast. The impromptu flak hit Mei like a rock slide, chunks of concrete battering her midair. Like a bird being shot from the sky, Mei fell from at least 100 feet up, her thrusters mangled and unable to keep her aloft. The thrusters sputtered out as Mei began to fall limply, the concrete of the arena racing up to meet her. Izuku was pushing his daughters onto the laps of Achako and Rumi and was a moment away from rocketing out of the stands when Itsuka jumped 50 feet into the air and caught Mei in her open palms. She landed gracefully despite the boom and gently lowered Mei's unmoving form to the grass outside the arena's edge. Kendo wins, Midnight announced. President Mike took no time in announcing. Next up is the championship bout, Kendo Itsuka of 1B versus Midoriya Izuku of 1A. The fight will take place in 15 minutes, so stretch out those legs, grab a snack and get ready for a throwdown between two powerhouses. Izuku stood. He needed to make sure Mei was all right. Mei blinked her eyes open only to close them, the harsh glare of fluorescent lights making her head pound. Groaning, she fumbled for her welding goggles. They weren't there. If someone stole them, she was going to go full Inquisition on their ass. The glaring light softened then, so she tried opening her eyes again. Slowly, Izuku's worried face was hovering over her, and he wasn't alone. Su, Rumi, Ochako, Nejire, Himiko, and even Momo were there. Not directly above her, but still near enough to see. Peeking between bodies was Mina, Kyoka, and Toru. Glancing down, she could see Yuki and Eri laying on her stomach, their arms pressing themselves up to look at her better. She couldn't help but smile in the way some people had said made her look crazy. They weren't entirely wrong after all. She was definitely crazy for these people. Izuku's glowing hand pressed to her forehead as Momo placed a newly made thermometer in her ear. Her headache ebbed. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief when Mei smiled. She was only out for 10 minutes and had a clear bill of health from Recovery Girl. But he was more than a little worried when he saw the state of her armor. Pieces were bent, joints were locked up, some sections had even been sheared off entirely. If it wasn't for the layer of kinetic absorption gel that doubled as an insulator against her suit's electricity, she might have been seriously hurt. It took a combined effort from himself, Momo, Rumi, and Himiko to get the mangled armor off of her. He had never been more glad for their late nights helping Mei in her workshop. It was a small surprise that Momo seemed so familiar with the armor, though it probably shouldn't have been since she had helped repair it earlier. "How are you feeling?" Momo asked as she checked her temperature. Mei hummed happily at all the attention. "Great," she said through curved lips. "You're not upset about losing, or the damage to your armor?" Nejire asked as she brushed Mei's pink dreadlocks behind a reddening ear. "Some field tests end in failure. Nothing wrong with that. Besides, now I get to make my armor even better." Mei cheered. Izuku rolled his eyes with fondness. He loved her attitude when it came to obstacles. To her, a failure was nothing more than an opportunity to learn from and a necessary step in achieving anything worthwhile. It's what he loved most about her. Momo cleared her throat and squared her shoulders. "I have been reading some books you recommended about Warhammer 40k, and I may have a few ideas on how to improve your armor. That is, if you wish for my assistance." The emotion that sparked off Momo was full of potential energy and seeking a target. It was like the hopeful, nervous energy of someone asking a crush to a dance. Mei began vibrating, literally, setting Yuki and Eri giggling atop her. Why, yes. The curtain flew open to reveal an irate Recovery Girl. "Out," Fayumi sighed. She was seated in a box seat, a privilege of being married to a top 10 hero. Her twins, Mika and Rin, were play wrestling on the floor in a heap of tangled limbs. Her wife, Ryuko, was seated to her left and was currently watching their girls. "Hey," Ryuko snapped. "No biting." The whelps didn't stop wrestling for even a second, but she no longer saw flashes of teeth. Next to her was a very tired-looking Shoto that had just explained why Midoriya had seemed so upset. At first, she had been livid that Shoto was hurt so badly and had asked why Midoriya hadn't gotten in trouble. Ryuko had answered her question by asking one of her own. What was she expecting to happen when someone like the boy that sprouted swords, Kamakiri, inevitably used their quirk on an opponent? The answer was simple. Violence of this level was to be expected. Fayumi sighed again. "I never should have left you home alone with Dad." Ryuko turned to her sharply. "You were the only one trying to hold your family together. I saw what it was doing to you." "Shoto thought I abandoned him," Fayumi countered, her shoulders sagging with the guilt she felt. "I didn't," Shoto tried to say. "You might not have said it so directly, but that's what you meant even if you didn't fully understand." Fayumi interrupted. Something was wet on her cheek. Great, now she was crying. "Love," Ryuko said softly. "We cleared up that misunderstanding when Shoto stayed with us. You can't keep trying to blame yourself." The three sat in silence while Fayumi gathered herself. Well, near silence. Rin and Mika were still wrestling, little grunts, snarls, and snapping of teeth filling the private box seat. "I said no biting," Ryuko growled. The snapping of teeth stopped. "What should I do?" Shoto asked, his eyes locked on his nieces. "What do you think you should do?" Fayumi asked. She might have just told her brother how he felt, but she didn't exactly want to tell him what to do and feel if she could avoid it. Shoto stayed silent for a long while, his eyes never leaving the wrestling forms of his nieces. "Apologize," he finally said. Ryuko spoke up before Fayumi could. "Better make it a good one. If someone did what you did, but to your sister, I'd eat them. Literally." Fayumi slapped her wife in the stomach. "What?" Ryuko asked. "I'm just being honest," she protested. Shoto smiled. It was a small thing, barely an upwards twitch of his lips. But from him it was shocking enough for his sister and sister-in-law to stop mid-bicker. Izuku found himself standing across from Kendo, the roar of the crowd louder than it had been at any point before. "Midoriya, are you ready?" Midnight asked. He nodded. "Kendo, are you ready?" Kendo nodded. Midnight snapped her flogger. "Fight." Black Cowl at 40% snapped into place like a second skin. Activating float, he flew forward to meet Kendo at her level, the woman already at her full height and charging. The two clashed with the force of tectonic plates shifting. His fist was pressed into Kendo's palm and her rising knee was stopped dead with Izuku's free arm. Kendo grunted. Maybe you can actually handle me at full strength. Izuku half laughed, half grunted. Bring it on. Kendo's knee retreated as her free hand came blurring forward, causing time to slow. The fist was so damn big that Izuku nearly had to jump away in order to dodge it. He countered with a punch to Kendo's solar plexus, causing the redhead to gasp. Each blow was stronger than the last as they began to gradually stop holding back their full power. The ground beneath them jumped as they began an exchange of blows that could level buildings and split the earth. Time ceased meaning as the exchange went on for what felt like an eternity. Beginning to flag, Izuku caught a jab to his everything that was so fast he was pretty sure he heard a sonic boom. The hit had hit him at a downward angle, causing him to be buried under nearly a foot of concrete. He exploded from the rubble, the dust flying free from him as he spat blood from his mouth. My dad is watching right now, Kendo roared as she swung a tree trunk-sized leg at Izuku. I won't disappoint him. Izuku grabbed the huge leg and, using its momentum, swung its owner into the ground. Kendo gasped as the air was knocked from her lungs, but recovered frighteningly fast and was back on her feet with a quick kip-up that shook the ground. Kendo was as strong if not stronger than him, but her size made her movements somewhat predictable with the added aid of danger sense. There was another downside to her size. Izuku's punches were a lot of force in a small area. He landed a resounding hit to Kendo's liver, causing her to curl in on herself. That was a reaction no amount of training could curb. If there's anything I know about your father, it's that he'll always be proud of you, he yelled as he flew in for the finishing blow. His fist collided with a boom to the underside of Itsuka's jaw in an uppercut that managed to actually lift the Titan off her feet. She was out cold by the time she crashed to the ground of the arena. He realized then that the raised concrete arena was nearly completely destroyed with patches of dirt poking through from underneath. Midoriya wins. There was for only a moment before the stands came alive with thunderous applause and cheers. Izuku raised his fist in victory and he took it all in. He had won. He had shown the world that he was here. In a poorly lit room, a man with only scar tissue for a face hummed to himself. The many tubes connected to him jostled and the machines keeping him alive hummed. The quirk he used in lieu of eyes to see screens had just shown him something truly surprising, and he was not oft surprised. Those quirks the Midoriya child had used, he recognized them. You see, Sensei, his pupil said through a speaker on the television. None of their quirks match what we got from the files we stole. Then there's the bastard that cost me an arm. He's like a secret boss showing up while you're farming mobs for XP. All for one held back a sigh. Tamura was exceptionally gifted in both strategy and cruelty, but his vernacular was something he would never grow fully accustomed to. All for one spoke, his every word filled with power. I can certainly see how things went awry now. Worry not, young Tamura, I have a lesson for you. Yes, Sensei, Tamura dutifully replied. If your enemy is too strong to attack directly, then attack something they hold dear, All for One said, smiling wide as he watched Midoriya accept his gold medal. Besiege Y to rescue Zhao, the second stratagem, Tamura said, before trailing off. What does he hold dear? All for One's smile grew as he watched Midoriya be swarmed by women and 2 children. Look and see, he instructed. Tamura began laughing before he cut the call. The good doctor wrung his hands together, an annoying gesture he usually did when waiting for permission to speak. Yes, is that him? I believe so. The one that got away. Dressed in the finest suit he owns, Enji waits impatiently for the doctor to return with news. The staff of the best inpatient psychiatric clinic in the country flows around the large man like a boulder in a river. No one really pays him much attention. Nobody stops and wonders why Endeavor the number 2 hero is here. They're used to his presence by now. Dr. Yukio, a middle-aged man with short black hair, rounds a corner, his bespectacled eyes locked on his clipboard. Something grips Enji's insides into a fist at the anticipation. So, Enji asks before the man even fully reaches him. The man tears his eyes away from his clipboard and fixes his glasses as he takes him in. Apologies, Mr. Todoroki. What were you saying? Enji restrains a huff. Did my wife enjoy the flowers? Dr. Yukio smiles and tips his pen on his clipboard. Yes, in fact, it's usually the only time of the week I see her smile. The fist that still held his guts twisted them into a knot. How was he supposed to feel about that? A few seconds passed as he tried and failed to digest that feeling. Would it be all right for me to see her? The doctor frowned empathetically, and Enji already knew what he was going to say. It was the same thing he said every week for over a decade. A buzzing sound quickly drowned out the words Enji knew he was about to say. He hated this feeling. What was the point of being so powerful that he could only be comparable to All Might? His wife couldn't bear the sight of him after what he had put her through. She was grieving too. And what did he do? He placed his grief directly on her shoulders alongside her own and then blamed her for causing it in the first place. And then there were his children. They either hated him entirely or just wanted nothing to do with him, and he wasn't sure which was worse. He had hoped Shoto would be more receptive after using his fire. But it had been 3 days since the festival and his youngest still refused to even pick up his phone. He had even tried therapy himself, but it wasn't exactly the silver bullet many made it out to be, as his wife could no doubt attest to. What was he supposed to do? How did he fix this? No amount of money, prestige, or power, be it personal or otherwise, seemed to work. He was at his wit's end. He felt completely powerless, utterly useless, and worst of all, hopelessly weak. His father had rasped out, before gasping for air. His once large frame was now reduced to naught but pallid skin stretched tight over atrophied muscles and brittle bones. The cancer had taken an exacting toll over the years, and it seemed as though it would soon take what was left. Angie had dabbed at his watering eyes, but his tears just wouldn't stop. His father scoffed and continued, his voice barely strong enough to be considered a whisper despite its cruel tone. That woman has made you soft. I never would have married her to you. If he suddenly began wheezing for breath, his fists clutching at his chest. No, I can't die yet. The Todoroki name won't. He had paused to gasp for an elusive breath. Survive you, he had said, the air in his lungs escaping as his eyes lost their focus. The heart monitor ceased its quiet beeping, leaving the sterile room silent as the grave. Dad, the familiar voice of his only daughter called, ripping him from the 2-decade-old memory. Enji turned to see his eldest, his brilliant and kind Fayumi, leading a few others. Ryuko was there with one of his grandchildren in her arms while Shoto held the other. Most of them were looking at him with a mix of surprise and dread, the children hiding their faces when he tried to catch their eyes. Why are you here? He asked, not choosing his words very well in surprise. He knew that Fayumi, Ryuko, Natsuo, and even his grandchildren had visited Rei from time to time, careful to avoid his weekly visits of course, but he knew Shoto had never been here, according to Dr. Yukio at least. To his surprise, it was Shoto who answered him. I'm here to see Mom. Please, Tenya begged, the desperation seeping into his voice. He and his parents tried their best not to hover over the hospital bed that his brother occupied. It had been a couple of days since that fateful phone call he had received at the end of the sports festival, and Tensei's life had hung in the balance the entire time. The damnable hero killer had spared his brother's life, if only just. It wasn't until this morning that the doctors had okayed the use of Recovery Girl's quirk. The elderly hero sighed as she took in the desperation of the Ida family. I feel the need to reiterate once more that my quirk can heal anything that the body can naturally heal in time. It essentially fast-forwards the body's construction of and repair of new cells. Young Tensei's spine wasn't just damaged, it was severed. That isn't something people can typically come back from. Tensei pushed himself up in bed, a slight tremble in his arms at the effort. I understand, but I would never forgive myself for not at least trying. Recovery Girl worries her lip before responding. As long as you understand how much of a long shot this is, she says before kissing his forehead, her quirk triggering. Tensei's still healing wounds closed completely as his eyelids droop from the cost of the healing. The room goes completely silent as Tensei's face screws up in concentration before he blows out a breath. No dice, thanks anyway, Tensei says with a smile tacked on. Ada Sr. says nothing as he places a hand on his eldest shoulder, his eyes closed in an effort to stem the tears. The room goes quiet with the deep rumble and roar of what sounds like a diesel engine. Everyone turns to regard the one making the noise. The woman in question looks like she'd be more comfortable in grease-stained overalls than the wrinkled dress she's thrown on. One glance at Tensei's mother and head of the Eda clan and it immediately becomes clear where her boys get their stature. The smokestack exhausts that rise above each broad shoulder belch flame as she speaks. There must be something more we can do. The body is a machine and I refuse to believe his is beyond repair. Her words start out snappy and laced with frustration, but become nearly pleading at the end. Mother, Tensei says quietly, what about Midoriya? Maybe his cell activation would work, Tenya suggests, but he knows he is grasping at straws. Recovery Girl shakes her head solemnly. His quirk heals much in the same way mine does, unfortunately. If the body cannot heal a wound naturally, then our quirks can't heal it either. I would need to be able to. Her eyes widen as a thought strikes her. Rewind the injury. Himiko narrowed her eyes to murderous slits from where she hit. She dared not interfere. She knew that if she did, she wouldn't be able to hold back. She would become the monster that Mother claimed she was. That cute girl with the frog quirk was being bullied again, but this time there were 4 of them and they were upping the ante. 4 not cute boys were looming over the green-haired girl after having pushed her to the ground. You gonna cry, animal? Bully taunted. Can frogs even cry, bro? Bully B asked as he kicked more dirt in the girl's face. I bet they can croak. Bully C joked. Go on then, animal. Croak. Bully D yelled as he kicked the girl in the stomach. Hey, leave her alone. The cutest girl on earth yelled as she stormed onto the scene. IHH, Bully D began, clearly outraged. Uraraka Achaka was all smiles and plump squishy goodness. But underneath that Machai softness was cold unflinching iron. He barely turned enough in time to see Chaco's fist barreling at his face. The sucker punch snapped the boy's head to the side and he dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Bolia said before whirling and punching Himiko's future wife in the nose. The absolute audacity had Himiko extending the blade on the box cutter she kept hidden in her skirts. She stopped short of gutting the boy when Choco began to laugh and straighten. The boy that had hit her took an involuntary step backward at the sight. Choco attempted to wipe the precious liquid ruby, colloquially known as blood, from her nose, instead only succeeding in smearing the precious resource across half her face, looking like a warrior queen on a conquest. Choco put her fists up in an amateur guard. "You hit like a city boy," the goddess roared as she began to lay into the 3 remaining sacrifices, trading blow for blow. Blood, sweet, precious blood was flowing in rivers, and Himiko couldn't look away at just how good Choco looked covered in it. A swiftly swelling eye, a broken nose, a split lip, and Choco had never looked so good. Himiko suddenly understood why there are so many synonyms for the word beautiful. One word just didn't cut it. Love. This was love. Himiko had thought she knew the meaning of the word before, but now she knew what it meant with every fiber of her being. Choco became progressively more bloodied and bruised when Himiko heard it, the shattering of porcelain. The mask she had painstakingly handcrafted had shattered in that singular moment, never to be whole again. She would never be normal again. Her instincts were screaming, her body hummed, and she knew what she had to do. She had to become Choco. She had to have her blood. She had to have it all. Himiko's muffled whimper sounded into naked doughy flesh as she snapped awake, every muscle going taut. Air. Choco's sleep-addled voice cooed from just above Himiko's head. "Was just a nightmare," she soothed as a mitted hand caressed the back of Himiko's head. "Ribbit," Sue croaked from directly behind her, an arm squeezing her midsection. "We got you," Sue said before kissing behind an ear and pressing her naked body flush to Himiko's back. Himiko proceeded to turn into a puddle as she nuzzled deeper into Choco's big mochi fun bags and began to purr. Choco giggled. "That tickles, Himmy." A warm, encompassing feeling washes over her like a hug from an invisible lover, and she immediately knows it's Izuku. He might not be here physically holding her in his arms, but he may as well be. Izuku headed back inside once he'd finished his book. This next part was his second favorite part of his new morning routine, making breakfast in bed for his girlfriends. Just like the last 2 days, Nejire was there in the kitchen, sleepy-eyed with an apron over her silk pajamas. She was so sleepy that she hadn't noticed him. When he wrapped his arms around her midsection, she yelped but melted back into him a mere moment later. "Morning," she greeted him sleepily, yawning at the end. He squeezed her gently and kissed her on the cheek as he reciprocated the greeting. As he continued to smother Nejire in affection, a dozen Blackwhip tendrils reached out and began gathering ingredients from cupboards and the fridge, cracking eggs, mixing pancake batter, starting toast, and much more. By the time Nejire protested, stating that they needed to start breakfast, Blackwhip had done most of the grunt work, leaving them to finish it. Nejire looked around a little wide-eyed. "Did you do that on purpose? Or was it Blackwhip on its own?" "I think it was Blackwhip," he answered with a shrug. "It's hard to tell sometimes. From what I can gather, it shares my senses, including danger sense and empathy. It's like me having a secondary subconscious that acts independently of the other." Nejire giggled as Blackwhip continued to do the work of 6 people. "Well, it sure makes cooking easier." Izuku barked out a laugh. "No kidding." After that, they moved to continue cooking the feast of a breakfast. With all the nightly exercise combined with cell activation restoring muscles, blood, and other fluids, his girlfriends had been ravenous in the mornings. Rumi, Himiko, and Sue particularly. Less than an hour later, he and Nejire carried the steaming dishes upstairs. They made pancakes, hash browns, eggs, French toast, buttered and jam toast, omelets, oatmeal with fruit on top, grapefruit halves, bagels, English muffins, waffles, coffee, tea, and orange juice. It might have been excessive, but he planned on giving the leftovers to anyone else who wanted them. Momo would probably be hungry once she woke up. "I'll wait here while you make sure they're decent," Nejire stated when they got to his door. "You sure? I know they won't mind you seeing them indecent," Izuku asked. She had done the same thing the last 2 days, but he hadn't asked why until now. He hoped she didn't think she was at all unwanted or separate somehow. Nejire shook her head with a smile and a dangerous twinkle in her eye. "Oh, Izuku, if I'm going to have a cake, then I'm going to eat it too." Izuku swallowed roughly, his mouth as dry as the Sahara. "Right," he blurted and limped into the room, his pants suddenly too tight on the left leg for some reason. They were not decent. Himiko was currently playing the part of the white meat in Itsu and a choco sandwich with no crust. Rumi, on the other hand, was wearing May like a fanny pack, her limbs wrapped tightly around her midsection. Not one was wearing a stitch of clothing. Not even May, despite him having dressed her earlier. At this point, he was pretty sure he had lost circulation in his left leg. Despite the impediment, he carried on with his task. Blackwhip set down the trays upon trays of food while he grabbed the 5 sets of folded pajamas he had set aside. He was glad he had cracked the window when he got up. It still smelled faintly of SX, but hardly. He was probably going to have to burn these sheets though. Now done setting down the food, Blackwhip began to help him coax the girls into their pajamas. They were still groaning in disturbed sleep until Rumi's stomach grumbled loudly. That food I smell. I'm gonna be pissed if this is a dream. Breakfast is served, Izuku said in answer while dodging grabby, sharp hands from Himiko. Ready, Nejire? He called out as he stuffed Mei back into the clothes he had earlier. Nejire floated in on the periwinkle spirals of her quirk and plopped right in the middle of everyone. Hey, cuties. Good morning, she greeted excitedly, arms wide and ready for whoever would embrace her first. He nearly startled when Mei rose like the undead and planted her lips on Nejire's. It was something of a dog pile after that, him included. A minute or several later, Himiko was purring hard enough while she ate that he could feel it through the bed. She seemed to really like the syrup he had made her. It was 3 parts syrup and 1 part blood. He hadn't used his own. He had used some from the small, personal fridge in the kitchen where she kept her blood bags that UA provided as well as any personal donations. He frowned as she spilled some on the sheets. Yep, definitely getting new sheets. Izuku quietly entered Nejire's bedroom on the first floor. He had to suppress a HNG. At the cute sight of Yuki, Inari snuggled up in a tangle of sheets on Nejire's bed. Deciding to have some fun, he tucked in his shirt and activated float, inverting his earthly orientation and floating upwards until his feet were planted on the ceiling. PSPSPSPS, Izuku called. Yuki chirped and blinked her eyes open. She sleepily looked around the room, sniffing the air as she did. Daddy, she asked when didn't see him right away, but could still smell him. She looked up, gasped, shook Iri awake, and pointed, open-mouthed. Iri rubbed at her eyes and cocked her head. Papa, why are you on the ceiling? Iri asked groggily. Izuku made a face. What do you mean? You're the ones on the ceiling. Yuki grabbed Iri by the shoulders and held on for dear life. The fur that covered her tail, forearms, and legs all poofed out as she looked around frantically with her dull blue eyes. Iri was looking around confused, but not quite panicked like her sister. Nejire wandered in. Are you done gaslighting our children, love? Nejire, you're on the ceiling too, Izuku cried. Achako must have heard the commotion, because she came floating through the doorway, flipping head over heels, arms windmilling. WOAH, WOAH, WOAH. Achako cried in mock distress. As she passed Nejire, one of her windmilling hands accidentally slapped Nejire's ass, making her yelp and begin to tumble through the room as well. For her part, Nejire didn't correct her position in space with her quirk. Instead, she held out her arms to Yuki and Iri. Save me, brave heroes. Nejire having successfully turned it into a game. The kids leaped for their parents like they would for runaway balloons. Izuku was still laughing to himself as he finished packing the kid bag. They were getting ready to go to Iri's first ever parent-teacher conference in a few hours. It was a picnic though, not a conference. Parent-teacher picnic. Everyone besides him was still in pajamas as they started their day. Quite a few gazes were darting to and from Rumi in her leotard that showed off the tawny skin of her muscular hips and ass. Izuku was thankful he'd never been the type to get upset when their partner was being ogled. For example, Mina was currently staring at Rumi's ass like it was her last meal. He couldn't even classify that behavior as jealous. Territorial was a better word. People weren't possessions that depreciated in value depending on how many people touched or looked at them. His girlfriends were absurdly attractive and he could hardly fault someone for looking as long as it didn't make them uncomfortable. At any rate, Iri and Yuki were having breakfast with the rest of 1A, minus Momo, Kyoka, Ida and Todoroki, while his girlfriends minus Nejire were making lunch to bring to the picnic. Their girlfriends had told Nejire and him that they weren't allowed to help since they always make breakfast. He had been worried about the two men since he hadn't seen nor heard from either since the sports festival. When asked, Nejire had told him that Todoroki had been staying with his sister, but she couldn't tell him why Ida had been away. The fact that Stain had reportedly struck again the same day as the sports festival was not lost on him. Even if the news was withholding the victim's name, Izuku could put 2 and 2 together. He just hoped he was wrong. I love you, bro, Kirishima shouted at him, mouth stuffed full of protein pancakes and eyes brimming with tears. Several other voices chimed in, further distracting him from his worry over Stain. Love you too, Kiri, Izuku said as he double-checked the kid bag one more time. Did he have enough Neosporin? As he thought about that, Himiko was in the kitchen teaching Tsu about knife care. Himiko's smile was a bit too big for her face, her teeth a bit too sharp. You see how the ceramic is getting gray? She asked as she slid the large kitchen knife along the white fiberglass V at an angle, her movements honed to perfection. That's metal shavings from the edge of the blade. You don't want it to get too gray because that means some of the shavings could be sticking into the blade instead of the ceramic. So now we wash off the shavings and the blade. Then we use a honing rod realigning the metal along the edge like the grain of wood. We want it all facing the same way. She demonstrated, dragging the knife's edge along the honing rod, eyes focused and teeth bared as she did so. Sue rested her head on Himiko's shoulder as she watched from behind. Ribbit, you sure know a lot about knives. It's scary, in a good way. Himiko swooned. Izuku decided on more Neosporin. crucial decision-making over, he flopped onto the couch and turned on the TV, hoping to catch a hero debut on the news. It wasn't long before he was joined by Nejire, Iri on her hip. "What was it you wanted to say to us, baby?" Nejire prompted the little girl. "Thank you for breakfast, Mama and Papa," Iri said, rubbing her face on Nejire's pajamas in apparent embarrassment. He melted. Mina plopped next to him, eyes narrowed. He froze. He waved awkwardly, eyes still searching his soul. Mina pulled out a too small towel from behind her back and handed it to him. "This yours, Cheeks?" "Cheeks?" Nejire asked in confusion before her eyes went round and she held a hand over her mouth to hold in a laugh. "I accidentally stocked the family bathroom with only kid towels. When I went to fix that this morning, one was missing." "You didn't. Izuku.exe has stopped working." She shouted and pointed, laughing between every following word. "I knew I wasn't dreaming of your white ass running up the stairs. I knew you could cook, but I didn't know you could bake." And what was that slapping noise? Yuki came sailing in for the save and landed in Mina's lap, bouncing and chanting, "Swear jar, swear jar, swear jar." Iri giggled along with her papa and mama as Yuki continued to mug Mina. The overall levity of the common room came to a screeching halt as breaking news aired on the TV. A female reporter with dark, shoulder-length hair stood in front of a grade school. The sign in front of the school read Irwin's School for the Beautiful. In front of the sign were scared children, all with animal quirks. Blocking screaming parents from picking up their children were over 24 men and women in skull masks, the Creature Rejection Clan. They held up signs that read "No animals," "Impure blood," and other hateful slogans. The teachers were trying to corral the kids back inside the building, but the children were resisting, trying to get to their parents who were in turn trying and failing to push past the clan. There were no heroes, only a handful of cops to moderate the perfectly legal protest. As you can see, the hate group known as the Creature Rejection Clan has barricaded the newly opened school that specializes in teaching children with animal quirks. They seem to be attempting to block the parents from picking up their children. Her words were professional, relatively unbiased even. Her voice, however, was edged with panic. The common room went quiet nearly at once. The only sound was Yuki's rapid breathing and Rumi talking on the phone. "Dadya, I'm watching it now," Rumi said in clipped words over the phone. "Those monsters," Ochako seethed. "They're still around, even after what they did." The unsaid to Yuki hung in the air like chlorine gas. The Creature Rejection Clan had been the group responsible for killing Yuki's parents, kidnapping her, and putting her in a cage to sell to a millionaire as a pet. The clan had naturally denied any and all involvement. Without evidence that the whole of the group knew of, or was involved, nothing could be done about the rest of the organization, only those directly involved. Animals belong in cages, not schools. Animals belong in cages, not schools. Animals belong in cages, not schools. The protesters chanted in unison, screaming to drown out the pleas and threats of the parents in front of them and the crying of the children behind them. Yuki scrambled off of Mina and latched onto Izuku, her claws digging into his skin and drawing blood. He did not flinch, he only pulled her in closer. Her breathing was now bordering on hyperventilating while tears were freely traveling down her face to drip off her chin. "Turn it off," Mina yelled. "No, watch." Those were the only words Izuku said. He may have sounded in control of his emotions to most, but the truth was he was barely holding it together. He wanted to obliterate the television. He wanted to take away all of Yuki's fear with his quirk. But what he wanted was not what Yuki needed. Nejire gripped his shoulder with one hand while the other held Iri tighter. He could sense her rising worry, but he could also feel her trust in him. "Yeah, okay. Love you too," Rumi said as she hung up. She marched over to Yuki and picked her up by the armpits, placing her on her jutted-out hip. She stomped right up to the TV and pointed at it. "Look, Kit," she commanded, not looking at the TV, but at Yuki's eyes with an intensity that brooked no argument. Yuki sniffled and looked, shaking like a leaf. "You see those hateful bigots? They're weak, small people that don't deserve your fear. Now watch and see how deep that weakness runs." The sudden thunderous noise of motorcycles drowned out the hateful rhetoric of the clan. "Something is happening," the reporter yelled to be heard over the cacophony. Just under a dozen motorcycles pulled across the street from the protest. Their riders turned off their rides, kicked out their stands, and disembarked without a care in the world. All of the bikers looked to be old, their hair gray, their skin wrinkled. Despite that, they weren't doddering old retirees. They had wiry muscle and the build of a lifetime of hard work. They all wore matching leather vests. And on the back of those vests was one large patch. It read, 20%er. At the head of this group stood a man larger than the rest in both stature and presence, Mr. Oguro. "It's the Quirkless. They've become somewhat infamous for breaking up CRC gatherings," the reporter shouted, a smile trying to get past her professionalism. Yuki stopped shaking and stared. "Grandpa Knuckles?" she asked in disbelief. Mr. Oguro looked right at the camera and spoke. "This is for you, Pipsqueak." With those words, he turned and began to jog towards the protesters, the others he had come with following. With every footfall they picked up speed until they were in a dead sprint. Mr. Aguro had a fist raised as he led the charge. The clan stopped their chanting and began to back up involuntarily, dropping their signs as they did. First one to get cuffed is buying drinks when we get out. The group of elderly bikers crashed into the clan fists first. The clan members cried out like professional athletes calling foul. Leather-clad men and women in their 60s threw black belt level blows one after the other, only pausing to rip off the clan members' masks, exposing their identities to the world. The police tried to intervene, but the scene was in chaos, so there was little they could do to be effective. A hero appeared on the scene moments later, but he did not move to intervene. "Help us, we pay your salary." The still conscious clan members cried out to the hero, yet the hero did not move. The reporter had given up hiding her smile. The hero can't intervene unless it's a quirked crime. Several of the clan began to fire off quirks once they realized they were essentially on their own. The unknown hero leaped into the fray, pointing and whistling as he did so. A clan member whose fists had turned into cinder blocks froze mid-swing. The clan member seemed to struggle for a moment before dropping to all fours and panting like a dog. The hero was quick to zip-tie his hands behind his back and drag him to the side. The reporter handed off her microphone to the cameraman. "What are you doing?" the man asked from behind the camera. The reporter kicked off her heels. "I'm picking up my son from school." She turned and sprinted barefoot for a gap that had opened up in the chaos. She could just be seen through the crowd scooping up a little boy with a brown bear quirk and sprinting off. She wasn't alone. All the other parents had seen her dash and followed, pushing, and in a few cases punching, their way through the clan. Instead of tears, Yuki's eyes now held a fire within them. Her little hands were balled into fists in front of her, shaking with cathartic rage. "Why?" she screamed with all the pent-up fear and anger she had been holding on to for far too long. "Kick their asses, Dad." Rumi joined in. And a moment later so did everyone else. The villain whisperer. Izuku was still laughing at the new hero's name. It was so fitting, and what a place to debut. Definitely going into the notebook. Rumi was nervously pacing in the common space. She was the last to go upstairs to get ready for the day. She also held a phone up to an ear. "Hey, Mama Doria," she began, but cut off and stopped her pacing, freezing in place. "No, yes, I don't think he intentionally makes your life hard, but yes. But you should have seen what it meant to Yuki," she said, stopping and starting to try and get a word in edgewise. The whole business with what happened was legally gray in the extreme. While the only form of crime heroes were supposed to combat was quirked, it was pretty easy for heroes to intervene and claim reasonable suspicion. Clearing up that suspicion was an added benefit of those 20%er vests Mr. Aguro and his quirkless friends wore. The clan protesting was legal even if it was hate speech and an unscheduled protest. The quirkless assaulting them was illegal, which made them criminals the cops had to arrest. While defending yourself with a quirk against a villain was legal, it wasn't against criminals. The distinction between villain and criminal was very important in the hero world, and when the clan began to use quirks to fight back, they immediately became villains, and the quirkless became victims of a villain attack in the eyes of the law. It was legally gray and perhaps even morally ambiguous, but Izuku couldn't help but be glad that a legal loophole was helping good people for once. Mr. Aguro and his friends would still undoubtedly be charged, but the charge for punching a CRC member was about as likely to stick as punching a Nazi was 200 years ago. And with his mother on the case, they would probably get off with a slap on the wrist, maybe community service. Though wasn't that what they just did? "Thanks, Mama Doria. Love Yao," she said, hanging up the phone. "Phew, she's scary," she said before giving him a quick kiss and rushing to shower and get changed. Sakura petals fluttered in the warm breeze of the afternoon, mixing with the fat snowflakes that fell within a perfect radius off to the side of the sakura tree. In the center of the snowfall, 4 children were playing with abandon. Playing was a cute way of saying they were slaughtering animated snowmen that had the appearance of mannequins with orbs of blue ice for eyes. The snowmen totaled only 4 but were reforming nearly as fast as they were destroyed. Nika was in her red dragon form, spewing gouts of fire from her mouth as she buzzed the snowman. Nika's twin, Rin, was in her white dragon form, blowing a cone of frost into a snowman's face, encasing it in ice before whipping her tail out and cracking the head off its shoulders. Yuki was laying low, blending in with the snow, her tail wagging slowly behind her before pouncing and tackling her snowman to the ground with claws digging in as she savaged the thing's throat. She was throwing snowballs at the snowman and apologizing every time she managed to hit. Izuku, his girlfriends, and Fayumi were sitting on blankets and eating what was intended to be a light lunch. The light lunch was in fact 5 watermelons, 4 dozen finger sandwiches, 3 gallons of lemonade, 2 dozen rice balls, more mochi than sense, and a partridge in a pear tree. Okay, not that last thing, but Izuku wouldn't have been surprised. "So," Fayumi said, drawing their attention. As you can see, Eri is integrating very well into a social group of her peers. She is very considerate of the people around her and quick to offer compromises when others are having a hard time deciding what to play. She is very good at sharing, though I would like to see her set more boundaries when it comes to that. If Eri is playing with something she really likes and someone asks for a turn, she gives it up immediately, with no fuss at all. I even had Mika try and cut Eri's turn short on her favorite toy, a rocking unicorn, and Eri still gave it up immediately. She is very well-mannered. I wish she would act out a little more, to be honest. I'm worried she's holding back in fear of reprisal. Overhaul really did a number on her regarding that. On a lighter note, her fine motor and gross motor skills are developing well. She can write her name and even keep up with Yuki and running about. As a side note, giving Yuki and Eri the responsibility of collecting for the swear jar was a genius idea. It both gives them a sense of responsibility and power. Izuku was scribbling in his notebook fast enough that he could smell the paper smolder. Okay, so boundaries on what she should view as rightfully hers, even if only at the moment. I'm not sure what to do about her feeling comfortable enough to act out. May was tapping away on a tablet faster than an airport receptionist. The Raising a Traumatized Child book that I read said that the only real way for a skittish child to feel safe enough to act out was to cultivate a home that feels unconditionally safe for them. The instructions aren't very clear, but I think it means just keep doing what we're doing until then, May said, grousing a bit over the abstractness. Can I borrow that book? Ochako asked, trying to read over May's shoulder. Yup, May replied, smacking a kiss on Ochako's cheek. That's right, May, Fayumi said with a smile. The main thing I want you all to work on with Eri is boundaries for herself and her things. Maybe get her a gift and specify that it is hers and only hers. She doesn't have to share it, even with any of you. I'm all over it, Rumi said with a smirk. Punching people isn't setting boundaries. Ribbit, Sue said, patting Rumi on a muscular thigh. Agree to disagree, Rumi retorted, never losing her smirk. Was there anything else? Himeko asked as she slowly, as if to be sneaky, lay across Izuku's lap. He just repositioned his notebook as he continued to write, used to Himeko's more cat-like tendencies. All that's left is the elephant in the room, Eri's quirk, Fayumi said, gesturing to where the kids were still carrying out a one-sided slaughter. Eri was still tossing snowballs while everyone else was using their quirks. I understand that she has issues controlling her quirk because of how strong it has become due to Overhaul developing its strength through, shall I say, artificial methods. Her quirk becoming so strong without any training has robbed Eri of the ability to control it. More than that though, Eri is terrified of her quirk. Even the mention of training scares her. I propose that her first time training should be in the presence of her core support group. All of you, right here, right now. Izuku looked from girlfriend to girlfriend, reading their emotions in turn. Okay, he said. Fayumi cupped her hands around her mouth and called Eri's name, waving the child over when she looked. Nejire clapped her hands together, getting everyone's attention. Let's not be disappointed if Eri refuses or is unable to use her quirk. The trauma she has isn't going to just go away no matter the amount of love and support she's been given. Time and patience are also needed. Eri ran, red-faced from the cold and exertion. May unfolded a portable heated blanket and held it wide as Eri closed in. Mama, she cried as she threw herself into the warmth. May wrapped Eri up into the coziness of the blanket, Eri shivering from the temperature difference. How's my baby? Are your hands cold? I saw you throwing those snowballs. I'll make you some self-warming mittens for next time. May fussed as she rubbed Eri's already swaddled form down in a redundant attempt to warm her, Eri giggling the whole while. Fayumi cleared her throat after a minute. Eri, dear, she said, getting the child's attention. I would like you to use your quirk. It was a simple request, one that most kids wouldn't even hesitate to fulfill. All the same, it made Eri's face drain of blood and her body began shaking. But what if ICC can't? Nejire was quick to speak. We just want you to try. She didn't finish with if you want. She didn't say we'll love you even if you don't want to. She didn't placate. She said exactly what she meant. May kissed Eri on top of the head. You can only truly fail if you give up. Just try, learn from every failure, and keep trying. I failed thousands of times to make a working miniaturized fusion reactor, but I kept trying until I got it right. Eri tried to bury herself deeper into May. But what if I lose control? Eri asked, her speech clearing a little. Izuku placed a hand across her back and began to rub circles. I'll be right here. If you lose control, I can calm you down. But what if ... what if it makes someone go away again? What if I really am cursed like Mom said? Eri asked, and the steady melancholy of her voice was more heartbreaking. He had been naive to think that the short time she had spent with him and her mama's was enough to overcome a lifetime of reinforcement that quirks are bad. Hers in particular. Eri might intellectually understand that her quirk is a blessing, but her subconscious told her that her quirk was just the opposite, a curse. His little girl ... she was still struggling and he didn't know how to fix it. Himeko rolled off of Izuku and pulled Eri into her lap. She ran a thumb across Eri's cheek and began to purr soothingly. I never told you this, Kit, but my mother believed I was something similar. She called me a monster, Himiko said in low tones as she began to rock Eri. She did? Eri asked in disbelief with wide eyes. She did, but you know the worst part? Himiko asked as she rubbed the tip of her nose against Eri's. There was a time that I believed her. Eri's eyes went even wider as the meaning of what Himiko had said sunk in. They could tell Eri that she wasn't cursed all they wanted, but that wouldn't do anything in the end. Eri was the one who had to believe in herself. I'll do it. A minute or two later, Eri was standing alone, palm against the trunk of the sakura tree, her eyes closed tightly as she concentrated, a safe distance away. Everyone held their breaths. Almost everyone, that is. Sissy, 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 Yuki chanted again and again at the top of her lungs, fists pumping in the air. Fayumi was one step closer than anyone else, her hands cupped to her mouth. Remember, imagine pinching a balloon close with your fingers and focusing on only letting out a small stream of air. Fayumi didn't just have a degree in early childhood education. No, she also had a degree in quirk counseling. Mezu demanded the best, and there was a reason she was employed at UA. Gold. It was the first thing they noticed. It was a heavenly gold aura that started at Eri's horn and slowly grew to encompass her whole body as her quirk activated. Her hair began to float as if underwater as the intensity of the light increased. The aura flowed upwards and swayed with the wind like the flickering of a flame. Eri became the embodiment of the candle used to describe a life that burned brightly. The first change to the tree was the branch that Fayumi had Izuku snap off. It appeared back in its place while the branch that was broken off remained on the ground. The sakura blossoms began to close before disappearing altogether. The branches began to shrink, and the tree grew shorter. As the tree rewound, they could see the changing of the seasons happen in reverse. Pink blossoms appeared only to close and retreat into the branches over and over again. Okay, stop, Fayumi instructed. Eri's face scrunched up as she tried, but Izuku could feel her panic rising as her quirk continued to shrink the tree. Using empathy, Izuku's eyes glowed as he soothed Eri's panic. A few seconds later, the golden aura encompassing Eri retreated and her hair conceded to gravity's suggestions once more. Eri turned and smiled brighter than the sun overhead. Fayumi turned to Izuku, but she wasn't smiling like he expected. Her eyes were wide in shock, her mouth opening and closing as she tried to find the words. Her quirk ... It's labeled as capable of rewinding a biological matter to its previous state. That's wrong. The branch reappearing proves it. Eri's quirk rewinds the target's time itself. After the short flight back, Izuku and Nejire landed softly in front of the dorms. On their backs were Eri and Yuki respectively. Black Whip uncoiled from Eri, allowing her to slide off his back. Nejire was tapping on Yuki's forearm that was clutched around her throat for purchase. Next time, Yuki flies with you, Nejire said, sucking in air once Yuki had hopped off her back. The rest of the polycule, along with Fayumi and her kids, weren't far behind. Now that he thought about it, he wasn't sure why Fayumi and her kids were coming back to the dorms with them. Izuku turned to Nejire while they watched their daughters excitedly retell how their flight over was. Nejire, would you like to go out to dinner or something tonight? We haven't really had a chance to go on a proper date yet. Nejire floated up on her quirk to give him a peck on the lips before answering. Sorry, but I already told Fayumi I would babysit for the night so she and Ruko could go out for a date. They want to ease Shoto into babysitting alone. As she said this, the rest caught up with them and overheard. That works out well, Ribbit, Sue said in her usual monotone. I promised my parents that I would watch my siblings for the night. It's their anniversary. Sleepover, May added. With that, they proceeded inside only to halt wide-eyed when they saw the state of the common room. There were balloons in the hundreds with different messages. They read, get well, congratulations, Mazel Tov, happy retirement, happy birthday, etc. etc. There were also strangers in odd costumes from All Might to a mime standing around holding bouquets. There was even a mariachi band. In the center of it all was the biggest cake Izuku had ever seen. The rest of 1A was standing around looking just as confused as he was. Momo was sitting at the table eating the leftover breakfast with Kyoka. Momo still had bags under her eyes as she blearily looked around in a daze, as if trying to decipher if this was a dream, hallucination, or reality. She blinked rapidly when she saw him. Might or Izuku, do you know what is happening? Before he could answer, a member of the mariachi band spoke. You are Midoriya. Izuku nodded, confused. Fayumi covered her mouth with a hand. Oh no, what happened next happened fast. The mariachi member who had just spoken belted out an ear-ringing, boisterous yell known as a grito as the band began to play. The other strangers in costumes began to sing and rhyme poems. The mime was doing something. Confetti cannons exploded. Air horns trumpeted, and the huge cake exploded upwards in a shower of sparks. Rising to stand on top of the cake was none other than Shoto in a Las Vegas showgirl outfit, feathers and all. Then, he began to dance. Rumi was literally on the ground laughing. Himiko was clutching Yuki to her chest while they both hissed at the sudden surprise, and everyone else was standing their mouths agape as the discordant cacophony went on. An eternity later, the sound died down and Shoto wiped sweat off his brow as he stopped shaking his hips. "I'm sorry," Shoto deadpanned, still conveying sincerity as he made eye contact with Tsu, Toru, and Izuku. Stunned silence went on for long seconds until Momo pulled some syrupy pancake out of her hair. "I am certainly awake now." It had been over an hour and 1A was still cleaning up confetti and glitter. Himiko, Rumi, and Ochako were grumbling to each other about Shoto making it difficult to stay mad at him. Izuku could sympathize. It was very difficult to stay mad at someone performing a forehead to the ground doge while wearing a Vegas showgirl outfit. Toru and Tsu were still trying to get him off the floor. Fayumi was still sighing in exasperation as she helped clean. Izuku was watching over the kids as they slapped balloons at each other when Ruko and Tsu's family arrived. Tsu had told Izuku about her family, so he wasn't surprised to see that they all shared the same frog quirk. Her 10-year-old brother, Samadare, tried to put on an indifferent air, his hair styled to cover one eye. For all appearances, he appeared much older than 10, but Izuku could sense the nerves of a child in a new environment. Tsu's little sister, Satsuki, was 6 years old and had her green hair and pigtails. Ruko sighed immediately. "I told him not to overdo it. Is this normal, Ribbit?" said the person Izuku could only assume was Tsu's father. "No," Tsu monotoned as she met her family by the door. Ochako was quick to rush over and grab the kids in a hug. "You've gotten so big." Taking a second look, Izuku could see that Satsuki still had a small tadpole tail. The way it wiggled, like a dog with a short tail would, was almost too cute. His imagination drummed up a vision of Tsu cradling a newborn with a longer tail and a combination of their features. He swayed, the image nearly causing him to black out from an overdose of serotonin. Izuku and the rest of Tsu's partners introduced themselves next, followed by Yuki and Eri. Had Izuku not been able to read their emotions, he would have been worried about whether or not Tsu's parents approved of their relationship. As hard as Tsu and her family's facial expressions were to read, Izuku could sense positivity from them all. Tsu's mother did have a thin layer of worry over the top of her positive emotions, however. "Grandpa Ribbit," Yuki said excitedly when Tsu's father, Ganma, allowed the precocious child to hug him. "Isn't this happening a little too fast?" Tsu's mother, Baru, asked nobody in particular. Izuku could sense her well-meaning worry coating her in a thin layer. Ganma hugged Eri next when Yuki practically threw her at him, then answered his wife. "I have been dubbed Grandpa Ribbit. It is done. Grandma Ribbit." Yuki and Eri double-intoned as they made to hug Baru. Izuku could feel the worry that layered over the top of Baru's positive emotions melt like thin ice. With the matter apparently resolved, everyone carried on with introductions. Izuku was watching the youngest kids already becoming friends when Ruko approached him and pulled him aside. "Since you're the strongest student here, I am going to ask you the same questions I asked Nejire when she first watched my brood," Ruko said in a low tone, edged with a deadly seriousness. "Strongest?" "I don't know," Izuku tried but was cut off when Ruko interrupted him, her voice still low. "Modesty's just a polite lie, so knock it off. You are the strongest here, don't deny it. My first question is this: are you willing to watch over and protect my whelps as if they were your own?" she asked, signaling to the children with her chin. Of course, the answer came easily. "And what are you willing to do in order to keep your children safe?" she asked next, the intensity in her golden eyes growing. "Anything," he answered easily again. Ruko pressed into his personal space and fixed him with an intense stare. "If that Shigaraki villain suddenly showed up with another pet monster, what are you willing to sacrifice?" "Everything," Izuku answered easily yet again. He'd lay down his life without a second thought, and he was certain his partners felt the same. "Even your own morality. I know you're willing to die, but would you kill to keep them safe?" Izuku hesitated. The idea of killing someone went against everything he ever envisioned for himself as a hero. He looked at the kids again as they laughed and played. The question terrified him, but not because he didn't know the answer. On the contrary, images flashed through his mind of Nejire lying broken in a crater formed by her own body meeting concrete, of Rumi barely pushing Himiko and Momo out of the way in time but not fast enough to avoid the collision that left her twisted into a heap, of Ochako with a deep gash on her thigh that left her pale with blood loss, of Tsu lying unmoving and cold in a fetal position. The images then morphed so that his girlfriends were replaced by Yuki and Eri, their small bodies broken, bleeding, and cold. His blood ran freezing cold and boiling hot in the span of a second. He remembered what he had done to the polar bear villain when he thought Tsu had died. Izuku remembered the way his face had broken under blows that shook the mountain, the way his flesh and fur stuck to his knuckle dusters. He remembered crushing Shigaraki's arm as he pulled him out of the portal, the fingers of his other hand poised to plunge into Shigaraki's chest. The other wielders of One for All may have influenced his emotions at the time, but they didn't take control of his body. There had to be a part of him that wanted the same thing they did. Izuku knew his answer. He wouldn't just kill to keep them safe. He would burn this world down if that's what it took. Izuku looked back to Ryuko, viridian energy arcing within his irises like lightning in a bottle. The intensity of his gaze made Ryuko pull her head back and examine him as if she were seeing him for the first time. Yes, Izuku finally answered. She clapped him on the shoulder and grinned, dispelling the heavy mood. Then I trust you with my whelps. A few things to note. They like to roughhouse pretty hard with each other, just don't let them bite. They're allergic to persimmons. Weird, I know. They're good kids, but they can smell weakness, so if they aren't listening to you, don't be afraid to put some bass in your voice. And another thing. Izuku scrambled to pull out a notebook and pencil. Once the other parents left, Yuki had immediately declared it Princess Tea Party time. Samadare had unsurprisingly not wanted to play, instead opting to play video games with Kaminari, Kyoka, and Momo. Everyone at the royal table was wearing an outfit that went beyond most tea parties. Thanks to Momo, even Satsuki had a new dress to wear. It was a perfect replica of Tiana's dress from The Princess and the Frog. As tea parties go, it was pretty fun. Even Shoto joined in his Vegas showgirl outfit. After the tea party, everyone that had on a costume more impressive than Izuku's tutu went to change into something more comfortable. A few minutes later they returned, most wearing a combination of loungewear. Rumi had changed out of her stunning red dress and into a white leotard just thick enough so that her dark nipples wouldn't show through. She also had on baggy sweats that billowed around her legs and hung low on her hips, showcasing them with the combination of the high-waisted leotard. Sue changed out of her dress that matched Satsuki's and into a laughably too big hoodie and tights. He was pretty sure that it was his hoodie that had gone missing. The way she looked at him, as if daring him to say something about it, sold him on the theory. Najire was no longer wearing her sequin fairy queen dress that shimmered the same color as her hair. Instead, she now wore black leggings and a cream-colored knit sweater that was somehow baggy and comfy while hugging her curves in a way that had Izuku crossing his legs. Combined with the way her curly, periwinkle hair was draped over a shoulder, she struck an image that was equal parts domestic and arousing. They had changed out of her golden dress and matching golden laurel leaf crown. Now she was sporting a pair of Izuku's gym shorts with the draw cord tied tight so she wouldn't flash the room. She was also wearing one of her standard black ribbed tank tops, which she owned at least 2 dozen. Last down the stairs were both Himiko and Ochako walking hip to hip. Himiko was coaxing Ochako along and he could sense Ochako's nerves as they paused on the landing. Ochako had a cute pink shirt on that just said Machai. Himiko had a black shirt on that read Crazy in Love. The first word was in a red and dripping font while the final word was in a bulbous pink font. It was very Himiko. Below their waists ... they were matching. Both had black hot-band shorts with a white border and black thigh-high socks that squished the absolute territory so wonderfully. The extra helping of padding on Ochako's chubby thighs looked as soft as Machai and just as delicious. See, Chako, Himiko said more than asked as she gestured to the common room as a whole. They're looking at your thighs like they want to taste them. And you were worried. Himiko was smiling her wide toothy smile and preening like a cat that dragged home a particularly pretty canary. Izuku glanced around and noticed that yes, pretty much all the adults were indeed looking like they wanted a taste. Not that he could blame them. Okay, not all the adults. Shoto didn't even glance up. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Hiroshima, Aoyama, and Hitoshi were looking like they were wondering how well they could pull the look off. But Ochako began quietly, and the nerves in her voice made Himiko turn back to fully face her. I don't really want the other guys looking at me like that. All at once, Himiko's entire demeanor changed. Her head snapped back to look at the offending boys so fast that he could have sworn he heard something pop. Her smile was completely gone and her face had gone perfectly placid like the surface of the water moments before an alligator burst out. Her eyes were wide and unblinking, her pupils slitted. It was as if she was looking directly into everyone's soul at once and searching for the source of their absolute audacity, as if she wasn't just welcoming their gazes. Most of the other boys quickly averted their searching eyes, some making not-so-concealed gasps of fear. Zero, the poor boy, never quite looked at Himiko the same after the battle trials, yelped and fell out of his chair. Takoyami actually, honest to all might, squawked. They're not looking now, Chako, Himiko said warmly as if she hadn't just scared half the room. Now that everyone was here, it was decided that there would be a video game competition on an FPS that Momo and Kyoka recommended. Izuku had found himself teamed up with Mei, and with her literally perfect hand-eye coordination combined with his inhuman reflexes with full cowl activated, it wasn't even fair. The competition boiled down to Izuku and Mei versus Momo and Kyoka. They put up a good fight, but there was a reason he and Mei were banned from every arcade in Musutafu. A vein was pulsing in Kyoka's temple as they admitted defeat. Momo's lips were pursed as her eyes went distant, likely replaying their match and searching for what she could have done differently. By the time the tournament ended, it was starting to get late for the children, so Nejire declared that there would be one more activity before bedtime. heroes. Momo made onesie pajamas to the kids' wishes. Satsuki was wearing a onesie that had space for her short tadpole tail and was styled after Tsu's hero suit. Mika and Rin were matching in their onesies that were inspired by Ryukyu's hero costume, a kippah with a gray, scaled pattern for the limbs. Yuki's onesie looked exactly like Nejire's hero suit save for the hole that allowed room for her tail. Eri was wearing a black onesie with stripes down the sides, it looked like. Is that your papa's hero suit? Achako asked Eri, throwing him a knowing smile over her shoulder. Yeah, Eri chirped. Papa is my favorite hero. Izuku damn near blacked out from her confession. There was a major difference from calling yourself a hero and being called a hero. A minute later, everyone but Nejire, himself, and the youngest kids had run off to hide. Satsuki, Eri, Yuki, Mika, and Rin all had their eyes closed as they counted down from 120 as best they could. 11, 1, here we come. Yuki yelled. So close. A muffled cry could be heard from down the hallway. Save me. As the kids raced off to save the day, Izuku and Nejire took on their roles. Izuku activated float and assumed a cross-legged position as he floated in the air. He raised one hand, several tendrils of black whip coming from it and whirling around like the blades of a helicopter. Nejire hopped up and sat in his lap, a hairbrush in her hand mimicking a microphone. He wrapped an arm around Nejire's midsection. For posterity. Blackwhip retrieved his phone from his pocket and began recording over Nejire's shoulder. Fresh on the scene, the adorable cuties hero team moves in to help as they hear the pleas for help. Nejire commentated, sparring a dramatic look over her shoulder and into the camera. Izuku tried to imitate the sound of helicopter blades, but it came out more like blowing a raspberry. Giggling, the little girls raced down the dorm's hallways in search of the cry for help, Izuku's news chopper close behind. When they burst into the laundry room, they found a massive pile of towels, but nothing else of note. Will the heroines find the victim in time? Nejire asked into her hairbrush. A groan came from the pile of towels and the kids pounced into action. Fear not, citizen, Mika bellowed. For we are here. Rin finished. The kids ripped the towels away like a starving wolf would flesh. Mina popped out, dramatically gasping for air like she was going for an Oscar. The adorable cuties saved the day. Nejire shouted. But what's that sound? Save me. A muffled voice cried. AWAYYYY. Yuki yelled as she led the charge to the next person to rescue. As Eri ran past, she beamed up at him and Nejire. Mama, Papa, watch. The Izukopter was in hot pursuit when they entered the family restroom. Steam filled the room, reducing visibility. Shoto's voice sounded from somewhere with actual inflection. He was really hamming it up. You fell right into my trap. Cower, for I am the villain, missed man. Time out, Mika and Rin both said before bringing the rest of the girls into a quick huddle. After some intense whispering and a few giggles, they broke the huddle, Eri leading the pack. Eri put her hands on her hips and jutted out her lower jaw. Villains don't get soba. I have seen the error of my ways, Shoto said before showing himself and holding up his wrists to be cuffed. And so the game continued until every civilian had been saved and every villain captured. The hardest time the kids had was finding Toru since she was invisible. But Satsuki had a literal aha moment. She said it in everything, before using her infrared vision like Tsu could. So, how were they? Ruko asked, side-eyeing her kids. Mika and Rin were bouncing on the balls of their feet as they spoke over each other in an attempt to tell Fayumi all about their sleepover and how fun it was. It was a little after breakfast and Tsu's siblings had already been picked up. Izuku thought back to last night when he had left the bedroom at around 2 a.m. to begin his pre-dawn ritual. Izuku stepped onto the first floor and heard something, the mischievous giggles of children. Using float, he hovered over the floor as he drew closer to the source of the sound. When he peeked around the wall that separated the kitchen from the rest of the common room, he saw them. Eri, Yuki, Satsuki, Mika, and Rin were all still in their pajamas and they were currently attempting to scale the refrigerator. Clambering on each other's shoulders and a chair they had dragged over, they reached for the cookie jar on top. Izuku floated right up behind the unsuspecting kids. He cleared his throat. Yuki's fur puffed out as she jumped straight up like a startled cat. Mika and Rin screamed in perfect stereo, Satsuki froze, and Eri startled without a sound. They all fell, tumbling off chairs and shoulders. When Yuki tried holding onto the fridge, it began to tip. Expecting all this, Blackwhip shot out and halted the fridge's forward momentum and gently arrested the girls' downward fall and placed them all down in a row in front of him. And that is why you shouldn't climb things. What if the whole fridge had tipped over on you? Izuku asked the wide-eyed kids in his best dad voice. He was trying very hard to hide how excited he was to have finally gotten a chance to use it. It was so much more satisfying than practicing in the shower. Sorry, Ribbit. We wanted a snack, Satsuki said sincerely even if her words were monotone like Tsu's. Sorry, Daddy, Yuki whined, her tail wrapping around her middle and her eyes refusing to meet his own. We're sorry, Mika and Rin both said in unison while they toed the floor. He narrowed his eyes at them. He could sense the dubious nature of their remorse. Their cute act wasn't going to work on him. He maintained the stare until they shuffled uncomfortably. Sorry, they said again, but this time genuinely. Izuku looked at Eri and realized she was shaking. Her eyes were shut tight, and her shoulders were drawn in. Her chin wobbled and she sniffled. She looked like she was expecting the worst. During her time with Overhaul, she likely saw what he did to those that disobeyed. In her experience, disobedience was met with brutal and often violent punishment. He didn't believe she actually thought he was going to hurt her. It was just a trained response born of trauma. Izuku understood that too well. Hell, he still got nervous around fireworks. Papa, I'm sorry, she whimpered quietly. He knelt in front of Eri, but didn't reach out. Yuki wrapped an arm around her sister and glared at him. He was so proud. Eri, please look at me, he begged. He wanted her to see the truth on his face as well as in his words what he was about to say. It took a few seconds, but Eri squinted, a glossy red eye open. I'm not mad at you and I would never hurt you, I promise. Eri looked at him in silence for what felt like an eternity before she abruptly burst into tears and flung herself at him. He cradled his adopted daughter close, placing a kiss on top of her head. You're all supposed to be asleep and you worried me, climbing on the fridge like that. Now that you saw how easy it could have fallen and you with it, do you understand why you shouldn't do that now? He asked the group as Eri's sobs turned to hiccups. The girls all nodded somberly, Eri too, smearing snot into his shirt. Once things had settled down, he caved a bit and gave them each one cookie and a glass of milk before sending them back to bed. Izuku blinked the memory away. They were good, only had to use the dad voice once. He replied. Ryuko nodded in approval. Her satisfaction with the non-descriptive answer spoke volumes of how much trust she had placed in him. She turned as Ochako approached, radiating nerves. Mrs. Tatsumo, I was wondering if I could ask you a personal question? Ochako asked, moving her hands around like she wasn't sure what to do with them. Relax, kid. Ask away, Ryuko said. Well, I was wondering how you and Fayumi had kids since you're both girls. I know it's none of my business and it's fine if that's too personal. It's just that Mika and Rin seem like they have a combination of your quirks and they're the spittin' images of you two, so I figure a donor is out and I was thinking I want a kid with Tsu and Himiko in the future. And well, Ochako rushed out as fast as she could vomit out words, but stopped when Ryuko held up a hand. Here, Ryuko said, handing over a business card she'd fished out. That's a privately owned fertility clinic. They have staff with quirks that can change your gender permanently or temporarily, change sperm into eggs and vice versa, a male seahorse transformation, and a few other options. There's even a staff member with a quirk called Magical Lesbian Babies. Their services aren't cheap or covered by health insurance. Despite that, they are in high demand and have a year-long waiting list. Ochako's face had fallen at the mention of the cost but lifted marginally when Izuku placed a hand on her lower back in silent support. If this was something she wanted in the future, then she wouldn't be going it alone. Far from it. After Ryuko left with her family, everyone was milling about the common room and talking about returning to classes tomorrow. A few headed out to do their own thing before Golden Week was over. Izuku was wondering what he should do with his not-so-little family when Takoyami came downstairs dressed suspiciously well. It was all black, sure, but it was obvious at a glance that he had put some significant effort into his outfit. Dark Shadow was rubbing his shoulders like a coach would a boxer. That and the fact that he was radiating nervous, yet excited energy could only mean one thing: he had a date. To Izuku's surprise, he walked straight up to him. You're looking sharp. Special occasion? Izuku asked, doing his best not to tease. Takoyami's feathers ruffled anyway. Thank you, Midoriya, Takoyami replied. I find myself in need of your counsel due to your experience. Izuku blinked, parsing Takoyami's words for what he meant. Are you asking me for relationship advice? Takoyami's feathers ruffled again and he darted his eyes around to see if anyone was eavesdropping. More so date advice. We haven't made anything official as of yet. Izuku couldn't help it. He beamed and gripped Takoyami's shoulder. Good for you. Who's the lucky person? Izuku could physically see Takoyami's thoughts drift to the person in question. He noticeably grew less nervous and a beaked smile graced his face. Izuku was pretty sure that was the first time he'd seen the man smile. It had the effect of causing Izuku to smile as well. Persons, Takoyami corrected. Ryuko and Shihei from our sister class. Izuku did his best not to shout I knew it. It was a near thing. I had a feeling you three would see eyes to eye to eye ... Get it? Because their hairstyles cover an eye. Takoyami stared. Dark Shadow stared. Maybe we should ask someone else. Dark Shadow whispered into Takoyami's ear. Izuku waved his hands. No, wait. Izuku rushed before clearing his throat. So, have you had a relationship before? Takoyami's feathers ruffled again. I have not. That's okay. Izuku quickly reassured. Being yourself is pretty solid advice, but you're normally pretty aloof and mysterious most of the time. My advice would be to put yourself out there more and open up to them. I'm assuming you want to get to know them better, so give them a chance to get to know you too, and who knows, maybe they'll open up to you too. Takoyami smiled that great smile again and bowed. Thank you, Midoriya. Truly. When Takoyami left soon after, Mina and Toru bounded up to Izuku. What was that? Mina asked as she pressed close enough that her chest brushed against his abs. Love advice, Toru asked, bouncing from foot to foot and causing her prismatic hair to flail. It was impossible to not notice the way her ample chest bounced with every little hop. When Izuku failed to answer immediately, they took his silence for refusal instead of the gawking that it was. We got our nails done together. You have to let us in on the hot goss. Mina pouted, her bubblegum cheeks puffing up. It's the rule, Toru complained, giving him puppy dog eyes made all the more effective with her prismatic eyes that shone with ever-shifting colors. He didn't know there were rules. Getting your nails painted was a bigger deal than he had thought. Okay, he said in surrender, then proceeded to tell them about Takoyami's date and the advice he'd given. Takoyami hadn't said it was a secret and had approached him in the common room, so he hoped he wasn't betraying his trust. Before Izuku could ask why Mina's thick tail was curling around his leg, Recovery Girl walked in. Izuku, can we speak privately? She asked right away. Borrowing Nejire's room, Izuku closed the door behind him after leading Recovery Girl inside. She looked different, but he couldn't put a finger on exactly how. More concerned by what she had to say privately, he put the question from his mind. I shouldn't be telling you this, but the news will break soon anyways. Recovery Girl started off. Ada's brother, Ingenium, was attacked by the hero killer, Stain. His spinal column was severed, rendering him paralyzed. I couldn't fully repair the damage. Izuku nodded solemnly. He was hoping this wasn't the case, but he was glad it wasn't the worst-case scenario he had been expecting. Did you want my help with cell activation? I'm not sure if I can heal something you can't though. Recovery Girl shook her head. No, our quirks speed up the process of repairing and building new cells, but only to the extent of what the body is naturally capable of given enough time. It's not our help that Ingenium needs, it's Iri's. Her quirk might be his only chance at walking again, at being a hero again. Have you told anyone else about this idea? Izuku asked, his lightning-flecked eyes boring into hers as he read every single emotion that came off her, searching for falsehoods. No, she answered, and Izuku could find no lie. Izuku wanted to refuse out of hand, to protect Iri from the possibility that she failed to heal Ingenium or worse. But what would Iri think if she found out years from now and he had robbed her of the chance to help because he didn't believe in her? I'll talk to my partners, but I'm sure they'll agree with me that this should be Iri's decision. But you will not pressure her, and if she refuses in any way, then you will take this idea to your grave. Deal? He asked with deadly seriousness. Deal. After gathering and speaking with his girlfriends, they returned to Nejire's bedroom to speak privately with Iri. Izuku had been unsure what to say or do with Yuki for this conversation. But when he'd exited the bedroom, Violet was already leading Yuki outside to teach her how to skateboard. He wasn't sure if she'd overheard the conversation and decided to help. But if anyone knew how to keep a secret, it was her. Iri, Izuku addressed his white-haired child as she kicked her legs out on the edge of the bed. We have something important to ask you. Iri stopped kicking her legs and looked around, worry beginning to suffuse her aura. Izuku knelt so that he was at eye level with his daughter. You hit her right? He asked. The funny robot boy with glasses? She asked innocently, causing Himiko to snort. Wrestling the smile off his face, Izuku nodded. His brother is a hero called Ingenium, and he was hurt really bad by a villain. Are you going to heal him, Papa? Her voice full of sympathy for the person she'd never even met. Unfortunately, I can't, not even with Chiyo's help. He's not in any danger, but he can't walk anymore. He'll have to stop being a hero. Izuku explained the situation as simply as he could to the 4-year-old. But won't Ada be sad? You have to heal him. Papa can do anything. Iri asked, growing more distraught. Izuku's lightning-flecked eyes glowed as he soothed her emotions. He wanted her calm for this next part. The only person that has a chance of healing him now is you, Iri. You can say no, you don't have to. I'll do it, Iri shouted, cutting him off and hopping off the bed to stand in front of him with fists clenched to her chest, her eyes ablaze with determination. This little girl had experienced the worst the world has to offer and had every reason to cling to fear and refuse. But she didn't. As if despite the world's cruelties, Iri radiated kindness and compassion. When given the opportunity to help someone, even a stranger, she didn't hesitate. Iri was just over 3 feet tall, but at that moment she appeared 100 feet tall. Midoriya, what are you doing here? Ada Tenya asked as Izuku approached Tensei's hospital room with Iri's hand in his. The heavy bags under his bloodshot eyes spoke volumes of the man's mental state. With empathy, it was nearly overwhelming. Recovery Girl was the only other person with Izuku. The rest of the polycule had wanted to come, but it was decided that there were too many people for a hospital visit. Hey, Ada, Izuku said in greeting before glancing down at his daughter. We're here because we might be able to help your brother. Anger suffused Ada's tired demeanor. Don't say that, Ada bit out, his voice cracking with emotion. Don't give me hope just to take it away. Izuku opened his mouth to say what, he wasn't sure. Before he could come up with anything, Eri spoke. I'll save him. She said it like it was the only possibility. Her emotions reflected her words. It was as if she was envisioning only success in an effort to make failure an impossibility. There was, however, a kernel of doubt hiding in the corner of her mind. It threatened to swipe at the house of cards her emotions had become. Izuku's eyes glowed. Viridian energy arced within his irises as he used empathy to smother the life out of that doubt. Eri could train with her quirk unaided later. Right now he would help in any way he could. Seemingly unable to form words, Ada led them inside silently. A short explanation from Recovery Girl later, and Eri was sitting on Tensei's bed, a small hand on his arm while everyone else was as far away as they could get without stepping out of the room. I'm ready, Tensei said as he closed his eyes. He had been made aware of the potential risks and knew that this moment could become his last. Golden light, that wafted like flames in an imaginary breeze, enveloped Eri's horn as Izuku continued to sculpt Eri's emotions into overwhelming confidence. The golden light spread at a measured and sedate pace. Her stark white hair became enveloped in the golden light of her quirk and began to float as if underwater. There were soft gasps as the golden light completely engulfed Eri and began spreading to Tensei. Tensei's body began to change. It was subtle at first. His hair that had been cut earlier in the week returned. Then it became more obvious. Tensei hissed in pain as healed wounds rewound and reopened. Bruises reformed and scars became cuts once again. Panic began to fight him for control of Eri's emotions as the wounds grew worse with every passing second. When a hole opened in Tensei's torso, Eri cried out and her emotions snapped away from empathy's hold. Izuku stepped closer, eyes blazing with power. You can do this, Eri. I'm right here with you. Papa's here. Eri's brows snapped together and she gripped Tensei's forearm with all her strength. I can do this. I can be a hero too, she yelled. He grappled for control over her panic, her declaration bolstering her nerves enough that he could grip the reins again. With all the control empathy could muster, he wrestled the panic down and smothered it with its own weight. The cuts began disappearing one by one until they were all gone and Izuku shouted for Eri to stop. This time, Eri had a much easier time stopping than before with the tree. His hospital gown stained in blood, Tensei opened his eyes. The room held its collective breath. A toe wiggled and Tensei let out a bark of laughter that was half crazed. He scooped Eri up by the armpits and stood on the bed, holding Eri high enough that she nearly touched the ceiling. The Ida family began to sob and laugh in relief. Eri laughed musically as she swung around. Eri, you're my hero. Eri, you're my hero. Tensei's words echoed in Izuku's head while he sat at his desk and waited for class to start. The rest of the scene played out in Izuku's mind. Tensei blinked as confusion crossed his face. I'm sorry, who are you? Tensei asked, his confused gaze taking in the rest of the room. Mom, Dad, Tenya, why am I in the hospital? Is this blood? He asked, his confusion growing. Before anyone could say anything, Recovery Girl stepped forward. What is the last thing you remember? Tensei's brow creased as he tried to recall. I saw something in an alley, then I was here. It turned out that rewinding Tensei's wounds had rewound his memory as well. As confusing as the situation had been for him, Tensei took it well when everything was explained. Eri had been a bit worried that she'd done something wrong, but Tensei, ever the hero, had put on a big smile and thanked her profusely even if he couldn't remember the severity of the injury. The door to the class creaked open, gaining Izuku's attention. When Aizawa entered the classroom, all chatter had ceased. He stared down the class in silence. Izuku was honestly more confused than intimidated. How could Aizawa have a week off from classes and still look so bedraggled? Izuku's mind wandered while Aizawa tried to stare at them until they act right technique. Yesterday, after returning to the dorms with Eri, they had been greeted by their hesitantly hopeful family. One look at Izuku and Eri had been enough to tell that their trip was a success. As a family, they'd celebrated Eri's success. It was an intimate and quiet celebration with family. To his great surprise, Mina, Toru, Momo, and Kyoka joined in seamlessly. Mina and Toru's infectious energy meshed well with Yuki's exuberance as they attempted to teach her how to breakdance. Momo's calm and caring nature synced up perfectly with Eri's more quiet and sedate personality as they played with custom dolls in a custom dollhouse, all specially made by Momo for Eri. Kyoka surprised him when Yuki wanted to show off her new skateboarding skills. The way Kyoka held her hand to keep her steady, encouraged and guided her through every little move. And the way Violet's face lit up with pride and joy when Yuki was rolling along on her own ... It was downright maternal. The four women had joined in on a quiet family evening and it had felt entirely natural. Their presence wasn't something to get used to. It was as though they had been part of their family from the very start. Izuku couldn't get it out of his mind. Had it always been this way and he just hadn't noticed until now? Internships start on Wednesday and go through Sunday. Some of you got more invitations than others, Aizawa said suddenly, making pointed eye contact with Izuku, snapping him back to reality. Before you ask, I'm not going to say who got how many. Since you'll essentially be working as heroes, you'll need. The door to the classroom slammed open and Izuku's mama strutted in bedecked in her risque hero costume. Hero names. The classroom exploded into cheers and Aizawa had already crawled into his sleeping bag by the time they'd quieted down enough for Midnight to speak. No one even questioned why she'd taken over the class. We've gone over this in my class before. A hero's name is branding. When people hear it, what do you want people to envision? A name like All Might evokes strength, while a name like Midnight evokes passion. She punctuated the word by snapping her writing crop against a palm. For that reason, I would recommend steering clear of references, puns, and worst of all, her eyes darted to Izuku. A combination of the two. Small Might, for example. Izuku's face heated as his girlfriends who knew of his dark past snickered. Let's come up with some ideas and present them. If you can't come up with one, you have until you turn in your internship paperwork tomorrow. Papers were passed out and the students eagerly began writing. Everyone there had wanted to be a hero for long enough that they either already picked a hero name years ago, or had a pretty good idea. Aoyama glided up to the podium to present first. He flipped his card and read it aloud, proud as ever. Sparkling hero, can't stop twinkling. It was the loudest hero name Izuku had ever heard, so naturally his mama loved it. Nina popped up and practically danced to the podium, her head bobbing from side to side in excitement as she did so. Acidic hero, alien queen. Midnight pursed her lips. Are you sure you want a name that so directly references pop culture? What about alien hero, queen? It's still close, but less of a direct reference. Mina pouted cutely. I'll think about it, I guess. Izuku couldn't help the way a corner of his lips turned up at just how cute Mina was when she was being bratty. Sue walked up to the podium next. Ribbit, I've had this name in mind since grade school. Rainy season hero, Froppy. Several of his girlfriends cooed, none louder than Nejire from where she sat on Aizawa's desk flipping through the internship offers. The name just fit Sue so well. Ada walked up next. He paused for a moment to look down at his card, then made eye contact with Izuku, genuine appreciation coloring his emotions with broad strokes. The Ingenium name has been passed down within my family since the dawn of Quirks. If you've seen the news this morning, then you know I don't need to take on that mantle as of yet, he said with a grateful smile as he flipped his card. Until that day, my hero name will be Speedster Hero, Elephant. The whole class cheered for him, having all been watching the news at breakfast when the story about Ingenium broke. Achako laughed nervously as she flipped her card. Cosmic Hero, Uravity. Midnight cooed. Anan will love that. Himiko stalked to the podium sporting a smile that threatened to split her face. Bloody Hero, Copycat. Look here, sweetie. Midnight cheered as she held up her phone. Your dad made me promise to video this. Denki flipped his card. Electric Hero, Charge-a-Bolt. Hitoshi, looking as bedraggled as his adoptive father, flipped his card. Izuku didn't miss the way Aizawa cracked an eye open to watch. Hypnosis Hero, Puppeteer. Kirishima pounded a fist to his chest. Manly Hero, Red Riot. Paying homage to Crimson Riot. That'll place some expectations on your shoulders. You up to that? Midnight asked with a challenging smirk. Kiri's response was immediate and rang with truth. You bet. Rumi stomped up to the podium and slammed her card down. Rabbit Hero, Mirko. Midnight raised a brow. Isn't that the name of your favorite MMA fighter? Rumi crossed her muscular arms over her chest and smirked. Yup. Midnight frowned. I'm not going to convince you to change it, am I? The muscles in Rumi's arms rippled and her smirk grew. Nope. Mina threw her arms up in the air. Then I'm going with Alien Queen. Midnight just sighed. May was vibrating with energy as she sprinted to the podium and flipped her card. The thing was barely legible due to the shaking. Grimdark Hero, the Empress. Midnight raised a finger, no doubt intending to question how well the Grimdark part would be received. Oh, forget it, Midnight muttered under her breath instead. Mizo flipped his card, quietly announcing his hero name. Transmorphic Hero, Kraken. Violet flipped her card, a blush coloring her beautiful face. Rocking Hero, Heartthrob. She went with the name he'd given her. Izuku sat up straighter and beamed at the woman. She quickly broke eye contact, but Izuku didn't miss the small smile and the way her blush darkened. He certainly didn't miss the genuine affection coming out of her pores. Zero coughed awkwardly before flipping his card. Tape Hero, Cellophane. Takoyami made his way up next, and Izuku noted the way his emotions were soaring high even if he hid them well. The date must have gone well. On his shoulder, a raven made of shadow perched. Izuku was wondering why Dark Shadow was taking on that form when the sentient quirk in question manifested, hovering over the opposite shoulder. The raven, Izuku had to assume, was Doppel-cod. The lights flickered and Dark Shadow grew in the span of a moment when the lights were out. Raven Hero, Nevermore. Izuku squinted suspiciously up at the air vent where amusement mixed with the air. He could swear he saw the flash of reflective eyes through the vent's grates. Nezu messing with the lights for dramatic effect. Why was he not surprised? Shoto was next, his face completely blank as he flipped his card. He reached up and gingerly touched his scar as he read, "Duality Hero, Frostburn." Izuku didn't miss the significance. Looking back with a clear mind, Izuku could remember what Shoto told him about that scar more clearly. His mother had poured boiling water on his face. While it had hurt him, Shoto could set himself on fire without much consequence. The burn hadn't been bad, but then his mother had panicked and applied her ice quirk directly to the burned skin. Ice being applied to the burn did more harm than good, causing the scar to be far worse than it otherwise would have been. Toru popped into existence at the podium, making Midnight jump. "Rainbow Hero, Prism," she chirped, her prismatic eyes flashing with every color of the rainbow. Bakugo stomped up to the podium, firing off miniature explosions in the palm of his hand for dramatic effect. "Explosive Hero, Ground Zero." Izuku was surprised Bakugo didn't just go with 7 synonyms for explosion. Color him impressed. Momo made her way up the podium next. Graceful as ever, her every step seemed to be measured and calculated. "Creation Hero, Genesis," a fitting name for a 64 goddess of creation. Violet Wolf whistled at her girlfriend, causing Momo's serene face to redden and her composure to crack. Izuku got out of his seat and made his way to the front. His hero name was something he'd largely kept to himself but had in mind since he discovered he could evolve quirks. He knew it would be controversial, but he also knew it was unavoidable. Izuku's eyes flashed with viridian lightning as he looked out at his future colleagues, his friends, and his loved ones. He flipped his card. "Evolving Hero, the Singularity." Ada's hand snapped up and spoke before Izuku could even think to call on him. "As in the Doomsday Theory." Izuku nodded and the whole room broke out into whispers. Midnight raised a hand for quiet. "Izuku, son, are you sure about this? That name will carry a lot of negative connotations." Izuku squared his shoulders. He had wanted to avoid making a speech since nobody else had, but it seemed he would need to. "I believe quirks will grow so strong that they become difficult to control, not uncontrollable. With me being able to evolve quirks, I think it's only a matter of time before I become associated with the theory. I aim to get ahead of that and hopefully change people's perception of the theory. The theory talks about the world ending as we know it. The singularity, at its core, is a turning point when irreversible and unstoppable change begins, but change doesn't have to be a bad thing." Izuku paused and glanced down at his clenched fists, thinking back to what All Might told him whenever he was hitting his limits during training. "Remember why you clench your fists, my boy." Izuku remembered. He remembered the villain fights in broad daylight that resulted in civilian and hero deaths, like the muscular fight. He remembered the quirk discrimination he and others faced. He remembered that Yuki had seen her parents murdered in the safety of their own home for the crime of being different. He remembered the hell that Eri had gone through because her quirk was deemed more valuable than her human rights. He remembered why he clenched his fists. Tendrils of black whip unfurled from his back like asps poised to strike. Viridian energy crackled along the surface of his skin. The bottled lighting in his eyes overflowed as he spoke. "I will bring about that irreversible and unstoppable change. For the sake of my children's futures, I will end the world as we know it." Hey, Nijair called. After classes, all of Wana had come back to the dorms and were now gathered around the dining table poring over their internship offers. "Is anyone having trouble deciding?" she asked the gathered students. When quite a few hands went up in response, she nodded to Izuku. He'd been preparing all his life for this moment. He couldn't help the excited tremble in his hands as he placed the crate on the table with a thud and lifted the lid to reveal hundreds of notebooks neatly packed into the large box. "If you got an internship offer from a hero that you're unfamiliar with, then ask me or find the notebook with their name on it," Izuku said, trying his best not to come off as big of a nerd as he was. Mina sidled up to his side and peered into the box before looking up at him with a mischievous side eye. "So, Mr. Doomsday is a hero fanboy, who?" she teased, her pink lips curling upwards. Izuku leaned back and rubbed the back of his head, ruffling his hair in the process. "I guess I went a little overboard with that speech. Do you think it's a bad hero name?" Mina's half-smile bloomed as she bumped her hips into him. "Nah, I think you could name yourself All Might Sucks and everyone would still love you." She paused. Her golden eyes, made all the brighter by her black sclere, searched his own while her thick tail seemed to subconsciously wrap around his waist. After all, it's hard not to. Izuku felt it then, love like the gentle warmth of spring's first sunny day. It was that first taste of sunshine that made you think towards the future, of warmer days and all they entailed. Before Izuku could think of anything to say back to that, Mina uncoiled her tail and sauntered over to her girlfriend, tail and hips swaying. A golden eye peeked over her shoulder to check if he was still watching. She needn't worry. Izuku looked over at Himiko, who had been walking by on her way to the kitchen and was now watching him. She mouthed, "What was that?" And he mouthed, "Tell you later." Izuku tried, and mostly failed, to put the fact that Mina loved him from his mind while he helped his classmates choose internship offers. He was glad to steer Momo away from Uebami and towards Fat Gum since their quirks worked similarly even if their fighting styles differed. When he had been expounding on Fatcom's head-on approach, he had accidentally sold Kirishima on choosing him as well. Izuku was honestly surprised at how many people got offers from high-ranking heroes, but he supposed it made a kind of sense since there were only 2 small classes of hero students and one had recently been in the news due to the USJ. He was just handing Zero a notebook dedicated to Kamui Woods when Mirio walked in through the dorm's front doors. Mirio came straight to him and handed him a letter. "Sir Night-Eye wanted me to give you this personally," he said with his usual cheer. "Hey, Tin-Tin." Himeko greeted from the kitchen where she was doing the dishes from dinner. Izuku opened the letter and quickly read it. His brows raised as he read the internship offer from Night-Eye. Night-Eye was All Might's only sidekick, so he would be lying if he said he wasn't ecstatic at the idea of working with him. But why now, after all this time? Night-Eye and All Might had a falling out when Toshi refused to retire due to his wounds, and Night-Eye vowing not to speak to Toshi until he retired. Toshi had tried to reach out to his old sidekick in an attempt to give Izuku another trainer alongside Gran Torino, but to no avail. "Thanks," Izuku said to Mirio, his confusion evident. Mirio had just begun explaining that Sir Night-Eye is a stickler for comedy when the front doors opened again. Aizawa walked in, a very small boy with what looked like giant grapes for hair, beside him. "I'm sure you're all busy, but I wanted to introduce you all to Minta Minoru," Aizawa said, gesturing to the boy beside him. He was one of the 2 non-hero course students to make it past the first round of the sports festival. "While you're all at internships, I will be training and assessing Minta to see if he could be a good fit for the hero course." Izuku and his classmates introduced themselves to Minta and wished him luck. As introductions carried out, Izuku noticed the way Minta didn't actually look the women in the eye. His gaze instead roamed their bodies even as they spoke directly to him. He couldn't exactly blame the man. Every woman here was beyond attractive. He might have to talk to this Minta about keeping his ogling a bit more subtle though. "And these sweethearts," Nejair said, one hand on Uri's shoulder, the other on Yuki's, "are Yuki and Uri my daughters?" Izuku's heart swelled at how right that sounded. Minta's eyes bore a hole into Nejair's chest. "I love MILFS." Nejair's face twitched. Minta turned his smile to Yuki and Uri. "I can't wait to see what you 2 look like in 10 years. The entire room went quiet and still as a corpse. Uri and Yuki both looked over their shoulders at Nejair, the woman they called mother, with innocent confusion written plainly across their young faces, slow enough that he wouldn't startle even a deer. Izuku got to his feet from where he had been seated on the couch, he and several others in his periphery. He couldn't be sure who, since his vision had begun to tunnel, took a glacial step towards Minta. Aizawa was subtly attempting to impose himself between Izuku and Minta, his eyes already glowing red with erasure. Nejair clapped once suddenly, the sound like thunder crashing in the quiet of the room. With a forced smile, Nejair crouched and took her kid's hands in hers. "Let's go have a chat about what he just said and why it is not okay." "Not ever." With that, she took the kids off towards the stairs and away from the silent and still room. As she was about to round the corner, she gave one parting sentence. "Only guardians." Minta laughed a little nervously. "What?" he asked, looking around for support and finding none. Aizawa dragged Minta behind him and held out a hand like was trying to ward off a pack of wolves, eyes still glowing, his capture scarf ready in his non-placating hand. "Let's all stay rational. I'll deal with this." "There's no need to." Rumi lunged. Aizawa was ready for her, his capture scarf wrapping her from head to toe in an instant. Rumi writhed on the ground, powerful muscles bulging like steel cables beneath her tawny skin. The ripping of fabric could soon be heard. Snarling with effort and fury, Rumi glared at Minta with death in her red eyes. "You're effing dead once I'm out." As he quickly pushed Minta towards the doors, Aizawa quickly darted his eyes to Izuku, but Izuku hadn't moved. Izuku looked down and clenched a fist, the muscles in his forearm bunching. The passive strength of 1% OFA he had noticed after cell activation had evolved was still there despite Aizawa's quirk. "Interesting." Izuku met Aizawa's eyes, which were steadily growing uneasy, and smiled because he knew something Aizawa didn't. "Why is everyone so upset?" they asked. "I want to see what my babies look like in 10 years too." "Code Orange," Izuku said simply. Nei's whole demeanor changed as she pulled out a blue electrogel ball the size of a tangerine from somewhere and began to circle Aizawa, looking for an opening. "Please clear the firing range, Aizawa-sensei," she asked. "This isn't a firing range, Hatsum," Aizawa snapped as he finally reached the door. "Not yet," Mei countered. Vlad King swung open the doors, his arms wide, his smile bright. "Where's my favorite grandkids?" he asked excitedly, only for his happy face to grow confused as he took in the scene. Without even looking, Aizawa shoved Minta towards Vlad. "No time to explain, get him to Nezu." Vlad, to his credit, didn't hesitate and went right into hero mode. "Come on, kid," he said as he guided Minta outside with haste. Aizawa snapped his glowing gaze back to Izuku. Something crossed his face. Confusion. Realization. However, Izuku wasn't exactly sure since empathy was being suppressed. Aizawa's eyes searched through the gathered students, his face draining of color when he finally noticed the open window in the kitchen, just above the sink. Spinning on his heel, Aizawa shouted as he threw another capture scarf. Himiko. Vlad King exploded into gray sludge to reveal Himiko's too wide smile. And the kitchen knife she was already stabbing downwards. Come on, just the tip. Minta squealed in true fear and tripped onto his ass. The capture scarf wrapped around Himiko's ankle, making her trip short, the knife slamming halfway into the dorm's wooden deck, right between Minta's legs. Pale-faced and screaming now, Minta scrambled to his feet and ran, his shoes squelching with every footfall. Aizawa glowered. I'm not defending him, but you can't just attack someone for something they've said, bodyguard license or not, even if they do deserve it. What? Izuku asked. We were just trying to scare him a bit. Right, guys? Totally. My electrical ball definitely wouldn't put someone that small into cardiac arrest, They said, no doubt thinking herself convincing. Rumi's breath fogged in the air, her chest rising and falling heavily as she tried to calm down. Sure, she practically growled as she continued to glare at the dorm's front door like she might still go after Minta. Aizawa turned his frown to Himiko, who was now wrapped in a blanket. The gray sludge of her quirk that had been obscuring her nudity had already evaporated. Himiko tried stabbing him, Aizawa argued, sounding like he didn't really believe his own words. Himiko balked. Her skin rippled, her form changing shape until she'd taken on Toru's appearance. If I wanted to stab him, she cooed, going invisible. I would have done this, she purred from a different spot entirely. Her footsteps, softer than a cat's, followed him out into the city, she said from the other side of the room, voice like silk draped over a box cutter. Pulled him into a dark alley, she said from the stairs now, bloodlust chumming the waters of her emotions. Made it look like a mugging gone wrong, she said, popping into view directly behind Aizawa. Good thing I didn't want to, she chirped as she dropped Toru's form. Ignoring the lie, Aizawa asked, and them? While pointing over Izuku's shoulder. They don't even have bodyguard licenses. Izuku turned to look and saw several things. Most of the class looked outraged, but there were a few exceptions. Sue was still trying to hold back a fuming Ochako. Momo was red-faced as she tried to hide a grenade launcher under a couch cushion. Kyoka's jacks were still poised to strike, her stance wide. Mina was blushing indigo as she tried to block the view of a melted hole in the ground. Toru was holding a chair leg like she didn't know what to do with it now. Emotional support. Izuku asked more than said, shrugging his shoulders. By the way, Izuku said, finally letting some of the world-ending rage he had bottled cross his face and enter affect his tone. We'll be pressing charges against Minta for sexually harassing a chill under our care. I'm sure Nejire will be for Yuki as well. The lights flickered, the TV became static, and Nezu's voice crackled through the surround sound. Yue itself will be pressing charges as well, mister. Minta will never see the inside of a hero school again. Izuku sat on the deck alone. The dorm had mostly returned to a semblance of normal. But Izuku couldn't shake the anger still simmering within him, so he decided it would be best to calm down outside. It was frustrating, being mad. He didn't want to be out here. He wanted to be inside with his friends and girlfriends talking about heroes, but he didn't want to expose them to this. Their ... was someone who could probably make him feel better without even realizing it. Pulling out his phone, he dialed Toshi. My boy, I've missed you, Toshi greeted, immediately making Izuku smile. You saw me in class today, Izuku said, laughter in his voice. I know, I suppose I just missed the time before Yue. When I got to see you one-on-one more, Toshi admitted. Great, now he was going to cry. I missed that too, Izuku said, trying not to sniffle. How have you been? I didn't see you during Golden Week. What did you do? Toshi trailed off, immediately making Izuku sit straighter. There were a few remote towns that were taken over by villains on trigger. They completely overwhelmed the local heroes. If the town was lucky enough to even have one stationed there. It ... wasn't pretty. Probably why the media hasn't covered it. All Might arriving too late again and again. Toshi trailed off, his voice sounding emotionally exhausted. Shouldn't the police be doing a better job investigating the drug? It's been around since the Naruhata incident. What, 10 years ago? More. Shouldn't there be a task force or something? Izuku asked, frankly pissed that Toshi felt the need to shoulder this alone. Truthfully, Toshi asked with a sigh. The Amasa is the exception to the police force, not the rule. Most are content to let heroes deal with problems as they crop up. It was an unfortunate truth that was a symptom of a much larger problem. All Might had become a victim of his own success. The belief that All Might was a natural-born hero that could solve any and all problems led to the public assuming that really was the case and that it would always be that way. The problem is, All Might was one man and he was getting too old to bear the weight of Japan's peace. He may have started out in hopes of becoming a symbol of peace, but that's not all he became. He became Japan's pillar of peace, or more accurately, its crutch. Toshi, Izuku said, a bit of steel entering his voice. You can't do everything. You can't blame yourself, please. I wish I already had my license so I could help you. I don't like the idea of you pushing yourself so hard, worrying over All Might. Toshi tried to reassure. I'm alright, my boy. What about your time limit? Izuku pressed. It's getting shorter every day. It's been 3 years since I transferred OFA. I've tried to keep its embers alive, careful of how much I use, but I fear I don't have much longer with One for All. I wanted to hold out until you graduated, but with the drastic increase in trigger incidents, I'm not sure how much longer I can put off my retirement. Toshi. You're more of a father to me than mine ever was, Izuku finally admitted for the first time. If you need to retire before I graduate, then please do. I couldn't bear it if something happened. The other end of the line went quiet enough that Izuku checked to see if the call had dropped. My boy. You have no idea how much that means to this old man. You're the son I wish I had, Toshi finally said, voice thick with emotions. I'll seriously think about retiring, I promise. Choking back tears now, Izuku said with a wet laugh, Melissa will be jealous. I still want to meet her and David, by the way. Toshi laughed in the way that could make anyone smile. We can find out if I can get them off Island. Or you there? Izuku coughed, trying to clear the tightness there. But seriously, thank you for considering retirement and everything. I love you, Toshi. I'll see you tomorrow. Sniffling, Toshi said, I love you too, my boy. Wiping his eyes free of tears, Izuku hung up and stared out at the evening sky. He sat there thinking, lost in his own mind until someone sat next to him. Mirio clapped a hand on Izuku's shoulder, smiling brightly as always. Izuku hadn't even realized Mirio was still at the Wana dorms. You look like you need to blow off some steam, he said, misinterpreting Izuku being lost in thought and emotion for still being upset. Izuku smiled at Mirio, Yuki's uncle, Nejire's brother of choice and in turn his. I do still owe you a spar. Mirio's eyes sparkled. 6 kisses for good luck and 30 minutes later, Izuku was standing in the same mock city he'd been in for the entrance exams and wearing his hero suit. The only difference from his entrance exam was that instead of killer robots, the city streets were sparsely populated by abandoned cars. At the far end of the street, Mirio was wearing his hero suit as well and bouncing on the balls of his feet, looking like this was the happiest moment of his life. Izuku had been content to take the spar to a standard gym, but then others caught wind and wanted to watch. Apparently, when the first and third year winners of the sports festival had a spar, it was considered a big deal because those who wanted to watch told their friends, who then told their friends, and soon even the faculty had caught wind. Instead of shutting it down, Nezu had opened up a mock city for the spar and told them to go nuts. But the city's cameras and drones feeding video to the dorms, and who knows where else, he couldn't be sure how many people were watching. Izuku had a plan. He knew everything there was to know about Mirio's hit-and-run fighting style that relied on nearby walls, floors, and even ceilings thanks to Nejire and watching him in the sports festival. Mirio's quirk originally allowed him to become permeable to all things. Now, after its evolution, he could make anything he touched permeable as well. Don't hold back, Mirio yelled to be heard, far away as he was. Same to you, Izuku replied. Nezu's tinny voice sounded through unseen speakers. Commence. Izuku did the sensible thing and shot straight up into the air with float, a sonic boom shattering all the windows of the nearby buildings. By the time Blackwhip had formed over his skin into a thin second layer of muscle tissue, Mirio was nowhere to be seen. With Black Cowl at 50%, Izuku's strength, speed, durability, and cognition increased by at least 50-fold. Viridian energy crackled over black muscle fibers as Izuku awaited Mirio's opening move. Seconds passed and Izuku began to wonder how long Mirio could go without oxygen in his lungs. According to Nejire, Mirio's quirk made him entirely permeable, which meant oxygen and light passed directly through him. With no oxygen in his lungs or light hitting his eyes, Mirio had to have absolute confidence in his abilities. What would happen? Something grabbed his leg. Izuku had enough time between heartbeats to wonder why danger sense hadn't triggered before the light left his eyes and the oxygen left his lungs. The sense of falling became his entire world. No, there was something else. An aura of confidence wrapped in amusement was directly below him. The next thing he knew, he was ascending. Light blinded him as he shot out from the ground and into the air. POWERRRR. Time slowed as danger sense triggered a moment before a fist connected with his jaw, and despite his immense durability, it had him seeing spots. The incredible momentum Mirio had gained from exiting the ground compensating for his lack of quirk increased strength. Blackwhip flailed out in every direction as Izuku tumbled through the air, forcing Mirio to retreat from the unpredictable attacks. Righting himself and shaking his head, Izuku regained his composure. Without thought, Black Cowl expanded. It was already covering everything from the neck down, but it now snaked up to the base of his jaw and unseen through his hair all the way to his hairline to reinforce his neck and jaw. Blackwhip's limited sentience, ball of instinct as it was, knew that his head was a weak point and compensated accordingly. Smiling at his quirk, Izuku scanned the city below him, searching not only with his eyes this time. This time, he searched with empathy for that ball of confidence. There, it was a vague location, but it was moving through a tall building to his right at speed. Mirio's confidence was flaring like a beacon as he moved faster than it was physically possible from floor to floor. Izuku had a theory. If Mirio's quirk was so difficult to use, then that confidence was paramount. What would happen if, with empathy, Izuku twisted that unerring confidence in on itself until it became crippling self-doubt? The moment he did, Mirio stopped moving. Not wasting an opportunity, Izuku flew at the building, heedless of things like concrete and glass. The face of the building exploded inwards with a punch, walls crumbled, and glass gave as Izuku sped towards the aura of doubt at the building's center. Mirio's surprised face came into view on a stairwell, his foot stuck partway through the stairs. "Oh!" Mirio exclaimed, his glowing smile still in place despite his fabricated doubt. Izuku's fist passed through Mirio's jaw a moment before Mirio fell through the stairs. Mirio's mastery of his quirk made it nearly impossible to land a solid hit. There was only one way to get around it. He couldn't let up, couldn't give him a moment to breathe. Literally. "Oh no you don't," Izuku said, knowing Mirio couldn't hear him. Turning his path of destruction downwards, metal screamed each time Izuku ripped through a flight of stairs. Mirio poked his tongue out as Izuku gave chase. Mirio gained speed, using his quirk to slingshot himself through objects faster and faster toward the ground. Izuku managed to stay right on him despite the speed, forcing Mirio to stay permeable. Ripping through another flight of stairs, Izuku was greeted with the split-second image of Mirio falling through the ground level. In a vain attempt to follow, Izuku stomped the ground at near supersonic speed, making the concrete floor crater and spiderweb, the building itself groaning in protest. Mirio had escaped, his aura of doubt vaguely outside. The face of the building's ground floor entrance exploded into the street as Izuku exited. Powdered concrete and glass littered the street, covering the fire hydrant, the stoplight, and parked cars, flying upwards to lay his trap again. Izuku watched in fascination as the building began to collapse in on itself. "Whoa," Izuku said, stunned. Focusing, Izuku switched to infrared as he searched the city below. With a thought, smoke screen exploded out in a rolling black cloud that obscured several city blocks. He could practically hear the boos of the people watching, locking in on the aura of crippling doubt. Izuku tried to find a heat signature. With cold objects being gray, they tended to meld together, making it hard to make out what they were. He could just make out the street light, the fire hydrant, and the parked where'd the truck go. Time slowed as danger sense triggered, the time dilation scaling with the danger. Suddenly, a truck exited the ground like a ghost, grill first. Despite time being slowed to a near crawl, the truck was moving fast. The box truck came straight at him like it was a space shuttle trying to exit the atmosphere, blowing his smoke screen away as it rocketed upwards. Way too fast to dodge. Izuku punched as it met him in the air. Metal sheared around his fist, the truck's weight and momentum keeping it going. The engine block ripped apart around his arm just before the interior of the cab struck Izuku full in the face. The multi-ton box truck ripped apart around him even as its impact launched him higher into the sky. Spinning end over end and bleeding from where jagged metal had cut him from chin to brow, Izuku hung on to consciousness. Danger sense gripped his sprawling attention and yanked it to a fist coming right at his face. Izuku's uncontrolled momentum halted abruptly with the use of float, and Izuku used the tried and true defense used in bare-knuckle boxing, a headbutt, tucking his chin just in time. Mirio's fist collided with Izuku's forehead. The reinforcements Blackwhip had made to his neck and chin made the move all the more effective. "Yoch!" Mirio exclaimed, waving his hand around. Smiling with teeth pinkened from the blood of his already healed wound, Izuku laughed. "Gotcha." With Mirio caught out in the open sky this time, Izuku enacted his plan. Blackwhip exploded out from his body, abandoning the defense Black Cowl provided in favor of overwhelming offense. Hundreds of tendrils made of pure energy scythed through the air at Mirio again and again, giving the man no chance to drop his permeation long enough to breathe. Without even a breath to hold, Mirio's brain had seconds of consciousness left. Mirio was in freefall now, with only open air between him and the ground. Izuku kept pace, Blackwhip completely off its leash. Mirio's eyes would occasionally gain focus for a split second to assess his situation before being forced into permeability again, growing more desperate each time. Izuku could feel the ball of self-doubt become stained by animal fear as he grew more desperate for air. They finally reached the ground seconds later, but Mirio hadn't lost consciousness yet. Landing in a crouch hard enough that the cars along the street jumped nearly a foot, Izuku's legs coiled beneath him as he zeroed in on Mirio's aura traveling under the street. A little way up the street, a head of golden hair was emerging. The asphalt of the street peeled back as Izuku shot toward Mirio's location. Mirio's chest exited the street and he gasped for air right as a fist collided with his solar plexus. The air he'd so greedily sucked in was forced out before it could even diffuse within his lungs. Mirio slammed into the side of a white van, the metal denting in enough to hold his body as the van rocked onto two wheels. When the van settled, so did Mirio. Izuku was staring out at the pink horizon and the setting sun when Mirio snorted awake, his eyes blinking out of sync. What happened? Did I lose? Are we on top of a building? What a view! Mirio exclaimed, shaking his head and pushing himself onto an elbow, then into a seated position. Izuku dangled his feet off the edge of the building, laughing slightly at how fast Mirio went from unconscious to his usual self. Yeah, how are you feeling? Mirio patted himself down, counted his fingers and toes, and patted his stomach while rubbing his head. Everything seems good. Though, I was pretty sure you broke my hand with that headbutt. Izuku chuckled guiltily. I also fractured your sternum with that last punch. I'm pretty sure I was able to heal the breaks, but you should probably talk to Recovery Girl, just in case. What is spar? Mirio cheered, disregarding Izuku's suggestion. The way you messed with my emotions. The way you wouldn't let me catch my breath. Did Nejire tell you that flyers were my weakness? So hard to catch. And the way you shrugged off that truck. Izuku ran a finger along the scar that ran from his chin, up his cheek, and through his brow, all the way to his hairline, narrowly missing his eye. It was already smoothing out and fading away. It would be gone in a few hours at this rate. That thing was moving so fast that I couldn't even think of dodging. How did you make it go so fast? Mirio slapped his knee like it was the funniest thing. I found out that the more mass I pull into something, the faster it will exit. It's also why my foot got stuck in those stairs. Not enough mass to push it one way or the other. Mirio looked around, his smile turning to confusion. Why are we on top of a building? Izuku let out a breath. Besides the great view, I wanted to ask you something. The internship invitation from Night Eye, did you read it? When Mirio shook his head no, Izuku continued. It's missing his signature at the bottom. It's invalid without it and I can't picture Sir Night Eye forgetting something like that. Any idea why he'd do that? Mirio hummed and thought, scratching his chin as he did so. Maybe he wants to make sure you're funny first, before taking you on. Having a sense of humor is a requirement to work at his agency after all. Izuku leaned back from the edge, resting his weight on his palms. I don't think it's that simple, Izuku admitted, thinking that it had something to do with his falling out with All Might. Mirio looked at him for a long moment before speaking. What do you mean? Mirio asked, his expression open and genuine. His emotions were hopeful and curious. Mirio knew something was up and wanted Izuku to open up, but wasn't pressing. Izuku really looked at Mirio. This man had come into Nejire's life when she'd been alone in the world after aging out of the foster system and leaving her group home. He, along with Tamaki, had quickly become Nejire's brother. Once Yuki came along, they had helped Nejire navigate being a mother while she mourned her relationship with Yu without a second thought. This man was Nejire's family, and in turn, Izuku's. Sir, Izuku seemed to ask nobody at all. Who are you talking? Mirio began to ask. Yes, Cub, Nezu asked, his voice crackling from a flickering digital billboard. Mirio shuddered, but didn't otherwise react. Are the cameras still on? Izuku asked, unfazed by Nezu's eccentricities. Not to worry. All the feeds, aside from mine, have been cut since the fight ended, Nezu chirped in amusement. Breathing in through his nose, Izuku looked Mirio in the eyes, his own dancing with arcs of energy. I want to tell you a story about two brothers. One story later, Izuku watched Mirio try to come up with the right words. So, Mirio began tentatively, putting aside my many questions. You think Night Eye's invitation has something to do with your connection with All Might, and you want to be sure before you put him down as your final decision for internships. Izuku only nodded. There was little chance it was unrelated and Night Eye simply wanted him to intern there. Then let's go ask him, right now, Mirio exclaimed, shooting to his feet and offering Izuku a hand up. A train ride later, Izuku and Mirio stood in an office. Behind his desk, Sir Night Eye steepled his fingers as he examined Izuku with a critical gaze over the rim of his glasses. Sir Night Eye was taller than Izuku had imagined. At 67 he was even taller than Izuku's 66. He wasn't just tall, he was gangly, his spider-like limbs appearing too long. Night Eye's stillness only added to the effect, like the office was a spiderweb and one wrong move would ring the dinner bell. You may leave us, Mirio, the man finally said, breaking the silence after 5 long minutes. Izuku stepped closer, the sudden movement causing Sir Night Eye's intense gaze to snap to him. If it's all the same, I'd prefer him to stay. He knows all about One for All if that has something to do with it, Izuku said, squaring his shoulders and lifting his chin. He would not be intimidated by this man. Night Eye's yellow eyes went round, snapping to Mirio for a split second before returning to him and narrowing. You are here for my stamp, it wasn't a question. I want to know why you didn't provide it, Izuku countered. Night Eye stood to his full height, a spider ready to consume. He walked on long limbs from behind his desk to stand before Izuku, his eyes now wholly purple in an odd pattern. Because you must earn it, Night Eye said, producing a personalized stamp that would do for his signature. Take it from me and you'll have earned it. My quirk allows me to see the future of anyone I meet eyes with. The futures I see cannot be changed, and I see you walking away without a stamp. How will you achieve the impossible? A future only he could see, but was powerless to stop. The very idea made no sense. Why even use the quirk if nothing could be changed? If it was true, Night Eye was essentially fighting quirkless. Green lightning crackled over Izuku's skin, empowering every cell of his body. His eyes overflowed with lightning as he met Night Eye's equally unsettling gaze. Look into my eyes. You tell me. Izuku stepped closer and imagined something he would never do. More than that, he willed himself to believe he would go through with it. He envisioned letting Blackwhip off its leash with the sole instruction of retrieving the stamp at any cost. He imagined Blackwhip ripping through the entire building, heedless of lives and infrastructure. At his thoughts, Blackwhip began to unfurl, hundreds of tendrils waving about in silent warning. Sir Night Eye recoiled. Mirio is the only one worthy of inheriting one for all. Night Eye bit out in disgust. Izuku's quirks shut down with a thought. That's the real reason you wanted me here, isn't it? Izuku asked, sure of it. Sir, is that true? Mirio, who had been silent until now, asked. All Might made a mistake, Mirio. When I saw you at your first sports festival, you reminded me so much of him. I've trained you to be his heir. I've molded you in his image. You are the one to replace the symbol of peace, Night Eye proclaimed, genuinely believing every word, according to empathy. That's why you asked for me directly. Not because you believed in me, but because I reminded you of All Might. Mirio asked, his voice steeped in hurt. When Night Eye didn't answer, Izuku placed a hand on Mirio's shoulder and gently squeezed. I think I'll go with my original pick, Ryukyu. Let's go, Mirio. How is Mirio? Izuku asked Nejier as they walked together. Nejier looped an arm around Izuku's and leaned against him while they walked. He's more quiet than usual, but I think he'll be okay. Sounds like he's going to be interning with Fat Gum for now since UA ended their partnership with Night Eye's agency until further notice. I feel kind of bad even though I shouldn't, Izuku admitted. You might have been the catalyst for all this, but you weren't the reason. Night Eye made his bed. He can sleep in it, Nejier reasoned. Izuku adjusted the duffel bag over his shoulder with a shrug and looked down at Nejier as they walked. She really was beautiful, and not just physically. As the silence stretched into a comfortable moment, Izuku couldn't take his eyes off her. The way the morning light played through periwinkle hair. The way her intelligent eyes never stopped searching the world in front of her like she wanted to understand it all. And gods, the way those eyes would occasionally dart up to his and immediately fill with emotion. He was going to marry this woman. Without a doubt. I love you, Nejier, Izuku said, not wanting the emotion to go unsaid, not ever. Her vibrant periwinkle eyes darted up and the smile she gave him was warm enough to feel. I love you too, she said, keeping eye contact until curiosity crossed her emotions. Is it just me, or were Himiko, Tsu, and Rumi acting more clingy than normal? Himiko, I expect. She's touch-starved like you and has years to make up for, but you literally had to pry her off. Sue's going with Selkie on a boat and might not be back every night, but still, I've never seen her so outwardly emotional. But Rumi, I never thought I'd see her acting clingy at all. It's not like we're going to be gone for a whole week. We should be back each night. We might have to stay the night once or twice at the agency, but overnighters are rare. Izuku hummed while he tried to switch mental gears from admiring Nejier. You're right, but they weren't upset. Not really anyway, they just didn't want to be separated. Rumi being clingy was a bit surprising, but even she has her moments. Cherish those vulnerable moments she lets you see. There aren't many. Nejier smiled. Yeah, she's so adorable when she lets you see that. And when her little nose wiggles when she's flirting. Ugh, I want to kiss it. Izuku tilted his head back and laughed. I did that once. She blushed so hard I could actually see it. Nejier tugged on his arm. No fair. When we get back I'm going to We're here, she declared suddenly. The train ride and short walk led them to a building that looked like it had once been an upscale Chinese restaurant. The sign outside read, Ryukyu Hero Agency. Walking inside, the decor was still Chinese, but it looked more office than restaurant. Behind the receptionist counter, Ryukyu was dressed up in her full hero costume as she leaned over the shoulder of someone in a UA uniform and pointed at a screen. And here are the patrols we have in queue, she said before she noticed them enter. There you two are. I was just getting our business course intern settled in, Ryukyu said, stepping around the desk. The intern in question, a pudgy boy with blonde hair styled into an odd spiral shape, stood and bowed only his head to them. You must be Hadu in Midoriya. I am Nakayama Osamu. I'm aware of Hadu's hero name, but what is yours? Izuku bowed his head in greeting as well. The Singularity. But my friends call me Singularity, Izuku said with a half smile at his own joke. To his disappointment, the boy grimaced. I pity your PR. All right, Ryukyu interrupted. You two get changed. We're going on patrol. Later, the three flew over what looked like the Tokyo Bay Area in their hero costumes. Ryukyu had offered no explanation as to where they were going. All she had told him was keep up. It hadn't been difficult. Both Ryukyu and Nejire-chan could fly incredibly fast but nowhere near supersonic, a speed he could achieve within less than 100 feet. Air gently blew through his hair as he flew through the sky, following Ryukyu's lead. Ahead of him, the dragoness's massive white wings beat the air into submission as she flew over the tops of buildings. On his left, Nejire corkscrewed through the air majestically, periwinkle contrails chasing her. Singularity, Ryukyu said over their encrypted private channel, the small microphone and speaker fitting snugly into Izuku's ear. You must have had thousands of offers, so why did you decide to join my agency for internships? I hope it wasn't just because of the company. Why was she asking this now and not back at the agency? Was this her way of testing him? A casual conversation while they flew over the tops of buildings, on the lookout for anything suspicious? Because your agency specializes in two things, flying and power, Izuku said, weaving around a skyscraper and waving at the office employees inside. Without a hero license, I'm limited to how much flying I can get away with, so it's my least trained skill. You and Nejire-chan don't lack firepower. Yet you both managed to minimize collateral damage. I know that's a skill I'll need. I saw your fight with Mirio. You needing to learn how to minimize collateral is an understatement, Ryukyu said, her draconic head twisting back to him and chuffing. Do you know how heroes get paid? Izuku blinked at the question as he flew past a radio tower. I'm not entirely sure. I couldn't come up with a solid answer anytime I've looked it up. Ever wonder why it's so hard to get a straight answer? Nejire chimed in, spiraling through the air so fast that it made him dizzy. It's kept vague for a reason, Ryukyu said. There are three primary sources of income for professional heroes: villain arrests, cases closed, and patrols performed. Bringing in a villain will get you paid according to their ranking. The payout of a case closed is determined on a case-by-case basis. Patrols are commissioned by the HPSC and heroes get to choose what patrols to take on. Wealthier districts, cities, wards have higher paying patrols and vice versa. Izuku scanned the streets and alleys below with infrared as he mulled over the information. That's so, mercenary, he finally said after a few minutes, disillusioned. It is, Ryukyu agreed. At the end of the day, we're mercenaries in costumes. But that doesn't mean we can't do real good out here. That doesn't mean we can't be real heroes that change and save lives. Too many heroes that are just starting out get too sucked into the grind. Next thing they know, it's a day job. To avoid that pitfall, you have to be aware it's there. Izuku twirled through the sky as he thought, sparing a moment to fly upside down and watch the clouds go by. You said that poor district patrols are worth less. What if no heroes accept a patrol there? And what if multiple heroes want the same patrol? He asked as he flew alongside some crows that surprised him by flying closer, seemingly curious. Then there are no heroes in the district. And it does happen. It's why Naruhata happened. A poor but low-crime district led to no heroes being on patrol or nearby when the city was plunged into chaos. Districts can have multiple patrols available a day, depending on how large the area is. If too many heroes want the same patrol, the ranking system comes into play. A higher ranking means you get the first pick of patrols. 3 o'clock. Red truck, Nejire suddenly shouted. Izuku snapped his gaze in that direction and saw a pickup truck racing through traffic and even on the sidewalk. An ATM that looked like it had been ripped right out of the ground was in the truck's bed. The truck was racing straight for a busy intersection where a group of civilians were using the crosswalk. Watch and learn, Ryukyu snapped. Her draconic wings tucked in close to her body and she plummeted like a bus-sized raptor after prey. She fell, picking up speed as she neared terminal velocity. The truck didn't slow or change direction as it approached the busy crosswalk. Instead, it picked up speed. In the mind of the driver, the civilians crossing the street had just been relegated to collateral. Ryukyu was still falling, but not fast enough to both make it in time and safely slow enough. Ryukyu made herself as small as possible, her wings tucked even tighter, her arms and legs curling beneath her even closer. At the last second, Ryukyu's wings flared wide just before hitting the street between the truck and the crosswalk, buffeting the entire street with a gale of wind that made those behind her stumble back. Her front claw slammed into the hood of the truck, crumpling it like a tin can. The truck came to a dead stop, its back end lifting and catapulting the ATM right into Ryukyu's other waiting claw. The truck's horn blared continually, the sound becoming higher pitched than usual thanks to the damage, as the driver wrestled their way out from behind the airbag. The woman who had been driving stumbled into the street, shaking her head. She was mostly unremarkable, average in every way, except for the fact that she had the arms of a gorilla. She pulled back a meaty fist, the move looking more instinctive than planned. Ryukyu snaked her draconic head closer, her maw opening wide and showing off rows of massive teeth as she bellowed an impossibly long roar that blasted the woman's hair backward. The woman's fighting stance became a hand-raised surrender before the last of Ryukyu's spittle had landed. The villain nervously looked over her shoulder, only daring to take her eyes off the multi-ton predator long enough to see Izuku and Nejire hovering in the air behind her. 15 minutes later, the police arrived. The villain was currently in an Iron Maiden and being carted into the back of an armored villain apprehension van. 15 minutes. Sighing, Izuku smiled as Ryukyu signed autographs for the gathering crowd. Nejire was signing a few as well, a testament to how popular a member of the Big Three was, despite still being a student. It was somewhat surreal, being on this side of the proverbial yellow tape. It hadn't been all that long since he was a part of a similar crowd, hoping to get an autograph or two. "Excuse me," came a voice so quiet he almost missed it. He looked down into the side to see a little boy with a spider mutation quirk. His skin looked more segmented chitin than flesh, and was a dark brown, covered in bristly hair that blended with his chitin, twitching with nervous energy. 4 segmented spider limbs came out of his back. His face was smooth like a mannequin, his lower jaw looking like it could split at the chin to form mandibles. His eyes were solid yellow, all 8 of them. 2 were where most people had them, while the other 6 adorned his forehead. If Izuku had to guess, the seemingly 6-year-old boy had a jumping spider quirk. He was adorable. Just behind the boy, a similar-looking woman with a Black Widow mutation gently pressed the boy's shoulders forward. "Go on, sweetie," asked the nice hero. She gently encouraged. "TTTV." The boy shouted nervously before regaining the ability to speak at a normal volume. "I saw you on TV. You won the UA festival. Can I have your autograph, please?" he added after his mother gently squeezed a shoulder. He then held out a pocket-sized notebook and pen. Izuku had to hold it together. He was not going to cry while signing his very first autograph for his very first fan. Okay, Eri was probably his first fan, but this was different. Izuku's eyes burned. The traitors. No crying. Definitely not. Probably not. Hopefully not. Of course. Izuku choked out awkwardly enough that the boy's mother raised an eyebrow. Trying to show off a bit, Izuku gave Blackwhip the impression of what he wanted. Tendrils of energy slowly snaked out from his wrist and gently grabbed the pen and notebook from the boy's hands. "Claws." "Ooh," the boy cooed, all 8 eyes sparkling. After asking the boy's name, Izuku signed his autograph. "My first autograph from my first fan." The singularity. Izuku couldn't have known just how much that autograph would be worth in the years and decades to come. "So that was a HPSC patrol?" "Well, most of it. Tomorrow I have something else planned," Ryuko said from the other side of Nejire. Izuku nodded and took a bite of his sandwich while he people-watched. Ryuko, Nejire, and himself were currently taking a mid-patrol break atop the roof of a cute little sub-shop. "Why does your agency look like a Chinese restaurant?" I wouldn't have thought twice about the building, except that even the inside is decorated in the same Chinese theme, Izuku asked after chewing and swallowing a bite. On the other side of Nejire, Ryuko sipped on a drink to wash down her food. "It was my parents' restaurant before they retired. My mother is Chinese, my dad is Japanese, hence the kipao." Nejire elbowed him to get his attention. "Ooh, ask her about her hero name." Ryuko chuckled and answered the unasked question. "I was born and raised on the Ryukyu Islands and Ryu means dragon, so yeah. Not that interesting," she said dismissively. "My turn to ask a question," Ryuko said. "How does your flight work?" "It's not propulsion like Nejire's as far as I can tell, and it's not conventional flying like mine." Izuku sipped on his drink and passed it to Nejire. "As far as I can tell, it's a telekinetic field that permeates my whole body and just above my skin. That's why I don't experience air resistance. As the air hits me, the telekinetic field kind of rotates and disperses the friction before it can affect me. It even works on rain to an extent." "And what's your top speed?" Ryuko asked. He shrugged. "I don't know. I can hit Mach 1, but I can't exactly fly faster than that on campus before I'm off the grounds, and I don't have a quirk mobility license." Quirk usage laws had grown significantly more lax since he was a kid thanks to the Hearts and Minds Party, but flying through the city was still a no-go unless you had the right license. "Tell you what, when we're done for the day, I'll escort you back to campus and you can stretch your wings," Ryuko offered. "Thanks," Izuku said, genuinely excited at the idea. Nejire sighed wistfully after a minute of comfortable silence. "What do you think the girls are up to? I want to see how cute they are in hero mode." "Ugh, you're like my little sister. Don't get all mushy in front of me," Ryuko grumbled and promptly pushed Nejire off the roof. "Ardudududa," Nejire complained as she fell. Izuku nearly leaped after her but stopped as she used her quirk to right herself and fly back up. Pew, pew, she finger-gunned, small spirals of periwinkle energy shooting out of the tips of her fingers and hitting Ryuko square in the forehead, snapping her head back. "Ouch," Ryuko roared, getting to her feet and running for the edge. Izuku held his stomach laughing as Ryuko jumped off the building and assumed her dragon form to chase after Nejire. Rumi laughed, her blood racing as she bounded from wall to wall down the alleyway. Below her, Jevodin bounded on all fours in his enlarged form, barely able to fit in the alley. Ahead of her, the lion hero Shishido roared like he was the king of the concrete jungle. He dug his claws into the bricks at the corner, using the anchor point to turn the corner sharper. When Rumi rounded the corner, he already had a foot planted on the purse snatcher's back. It doesn't matter if it's a mouse or a rhino. A lion hunts with all its strength. The Oki Mariner rocked slightly in the choppy surf. Spring had brought its usual cold water and chop. The crew had been worried about Sue's sea legs, but they needn't have. She was at home both on and in the water. "Sir, why are you wearing that ridiculous hat?" Sirius asked. The man with a leopard seal quirk, Selkie, posed cutely, his hands framing his whiskered face. On his head was a hat that belonged to a different era with a badge on the front that said East India Trading Company. "Because we're hunting pirates," he bellowed. Sue raised a hand. "Aren't we searching for trigger drug runners, Ribbit?" "Same thing," Selkie bellowed again, even more boisterous this time. "Stop shouting," Sirius snapped. Achako's face turned red as a forearm wrapped around her neck, cutting off her oxygen supply. All thoughts of technique flew out the window as she gripped the forearm and lurched forward, curling her upper body with such force that the man flipped over her and landed breathlessly on his back. Red-faced for a new reason, she helped him up. "Sorry, I panicked." She apologized to her most recent training partner, a sidekick whose name she couldn't remember, a large man with revolver cylinders around his wrists, and a mask with 4 holes in it stepped onto the mat. Gunhead gave a solo round of applause. "What you lack in technique you more than make up for in intuition and experience. Then in your share of schoolyard scraps. And then some," Achako replied, her permanent blush darkening. "I don't like bullies." Gunhead guffawed. "What hero does? Hit the showers and change into your hero costume, Uravity. We're going on an evening patrol." May flew through the air with airjet over Hasu. The bright sunlight reflected off her new armor, the golden paint job of her Empress armor MK1 glowing like the sun overhead. The paint wasn't all that was new. She now had 2 Exodus pistols mag-locked to her thighs. The drills she had attached to her boots to anchor her had been replaced by talons. On each foot, 2 forward-facing talons were attached to the sides of her feet while one in the back protruded from her heel. On her forearms, 2 large blades with barbed tips were ready to spring forward as both a melee weapon and an extra means of anchoring herself for exterminatus. Even the material had been upgraded. After her fight with Kendo, it had been obvious that her armor could quickly become a coffin if it bent enough. Momo and her brilliant brain had come up with something truly groundbreaking just for her. A brand new alloy. For her, combining the molecular structure of tungsten carbide and titanium. She was able to make a new alloy that was stronger than titanium but shattered before it would bend. If an armor plate was broken, she would still have the titanium underlayer and the kinetic gel between them. She had named this new alloy ceramite. The overall redesign had been her super pretty and super smart best friend's idea. Momo had been inspired by a book she'd recommended about Kavon Shrike. So your quirk makes air explode outwards from your body. So then your suit is more of a containment system designed to redirect and focus all that air into your jetpack and wrist cannons. Who designed it? May asked and did not demand of Airjet. Demanding an answer was rude. "I did, actually," he said succinctly as he flew, air blasting out the black of his jetpack. The street was heavy with the scent of multiple food stalls as Fatcom led the way on a relaxed patrol. Momo handed her case of takoyaki off to one of her mechadendrites while she put her solid platinum card away. The mechanical tentacle gripped the tray of steaming food gingerly. The mechadendrites had been a challenge to make, even for May's gorgeous mind. Their purpose was twofold. They provided an excellent melee option as well as 2 extra hands to grab and wield creation. The mechadendrites were powered by a smaller version of May's Sororita's power backpack. It was small enough that it fit snugly over her armored sports BR in a way that didn't look too bulky. The tentacles were controlled via a complicated bit of tech at the base of her neck that wirelessly read the electrical signals traveling through her spine. The dendrites themselves were powerful servos encased in thick ceramite. They were 6 feet long and could extend up to 10 feet, thanks to the segmented design. At the tips were 4 articulating claws that could form together to create a spear-like appendage. Between the claws was a plasma emitter like the ones that May had on her suit's wings. "Those sure are handy," Genesis, Lemillion quipped beside her. He threw an arm around Sun Eater and beamed at her. Sun Eater tugged his hood over his face, but Momo didn't miss the smile. "They certainly are," Momo agreed, not catching the pun. Ahead of them, Red Riot marched alongside Fatcom, who kept trying to feed the redhead more vendor food. Kyoka plugged a jack into the outer wall of the convenience store and listened. 3 people. 2 are right on top of each other. The 3rd is in the middle of the store, she whispered to present Mike. The normally cavalier and boisterous English teacher she was so used to was nowhere to be found. In his place was a hero who was all business. He nodded and held up 3 fingers. One fell. Follow after 1 second. Heart throb, he whispered as he dropped the 2nd finger. The 3rd and final finger fell. Present Mike darted through the doors, and before the bell even chimed, he shouted, "Let's rock." Kyoka sprinted into the store even as the last echoes of Present Mike's quirk sounded. She took in the scene all at once. Behind the counter was a razzled employee with hands still up. In front of the counter was a masked man writhing on the ground and clutching his bleeding ears, a machete lying beside him. Present Mike was kicking the machete away when the second robber turned the corner from where a chip display had obscured him. The masked man was beginning to level a pistol at Present Mike. Kyoka didn't think twice. A jack reached across the store and struck like a rattlesnake. The metal tip stabbed into the man's hand holding the gun, knocking the pistol from his grip. Vibrations pulsed into the man in rapid succession, making his muscles lose all semblance of control and causing him to collapse. "Nice save," Present Mike yelled with his quirk, sending snacks flying. Kyoka had never been more thankful for her decibel-limiting headphones. "I thought guns were hard to get in Japan," she yelled, a bit freaked out at seeing a gun-wielding villain. Present Mike laughed, thankfully without his quirk this time. "Maybe 200 years ago, gangs will pay a pretty yen for an equalizer against heroes." Mina was feeling hot, and not in a fun way. Mina's hands joined together, focusing the adhesive goop into a jet that reached the burning electric car 30 feet away. "Keep aiming for the base of the flames." Backdraft guided. "You're doing great. Keep it up." He was behind her, maintaining a barrier to keep onlookers away and putting out any fires that tried spreading from the burning lithium batteries that he was ill-suited to put out. Toru stepped silently through the dojo's hall. Her pinky toe landed first. Then she allowed her foot to roll onto the ball of her foot while keeping her heel off the ground. Only when she was sure of her silence would she allow weight into the foot, only letting her heel touch the ground when she needed to reassure her balance. Satisfied, she moved her other foot, pinky toe first, in a fox walk. The wooden board creaked loudly, louder than what was natural. It almost sounded like a bird chirping. A dark shape landed in front of her and pointed directly at her despite her invisibility. "Don't underestimate the preparations of a foe expecting stealth," Ed Shot instructed. "It's called a nightingale floor. Flooring nails are said to rub against something to make that noise at the slightest pressure." Toru groaned. "I want to go on patrol." Ed Shot chuckled at her frustration. "We will once you can make it from one side of the dojo to the other without me catching you. It's the same test my master put me through." In the alleys of Hasu, a bobcat pranced around a coyote. The coyote sighed in exasperation. "Please, please, please, tell me the story one more time." The bobcat begged. "One more time, copycat." The coyote bargained. "My mother is 100% Japanese and a descendant of the Japanese who were placed in internment camps in America after Pearl Harbor. She volunteered as a substance abuse counselor on a Native American reservation. That's where she met my dad. They settled down there and had me. When my quirk, Skinwalker, manifested, my family and I were ostracized. You see, Skinwalkers have been feared and rarely even dared spoken of in Native American culture for hundreds of years. So, when I became able to take on the shape of any animal I've seen, they cast us out. So romantic. But why go with the motif if your people want nothing to do with you?" And Miko asked her fellow shapeshifter. "My people may have turned their backs on me and my family, but we will never abandon who we are or where we came from," Native explained. In a seedy bar, in an unknown location, a portal through space opened. A man, covered in wrappings, blades, and dried blood, stepped through the rip in space. The hero killer, Stain, narrowed his eyes at the man flipping through a manila folder at the bar's counter. Behind said counter was a finely dressed man-shaped cloud of black mist with yellow eyes that were more lightning trapped in a black cloud than flesh. The barkeep polished an already clean glass, his body seeming to become corporeal as he wished. "Thank you for joining us, Stain," Kurajiri greeted. "The broker said you want to add me to your numbers, but no matter what you wish to accomplish, you must have the conviction to see it through. So, do you?" Stain asked, the gravel in his voice indicating to all that there was only one answer that would avoid bloodshed. Shigaraki set the file labeled HPSC down, his metal prosthetic clicking and whirring with every movement. "You kill heroes because I kill fakes," Stain interjected, his hand reaching for a blade. "Fine, fakes," Shigaraki corrected. "You kill them because they're more worried about fame and collecting checks than actually helping people. They would pass right by a lost child unless they could get paid. Your approach is admirable but flawed." "Oh," Stain snarled, a hand gripping the hilt of a blade. "You're pulling weeds in a field that needs to be plowed," Shigaraki stated, raising his arms wide. As if on signal, a dozen Namu filled into the now packed room. "I can provide the workhorse, I just need you to lead the cart." Stain's eyes remained narrowed, his grip on his knives still white-knuckled. Straightening, he removed his hands from the hilts. "What exactly do you propose?" Stain interrogated. "You still have work to do in Hasu. Everyone knows you kill 3 before moving on, and Ingenium surviving his wounds complicates that. I propose an exhibition match to show you what I can offer." "Very well." Shuttered storefronts, graffiti, homeless people, and buildings that needed to be repaired decades ago. That was the reality of the city streets Izuku found himself walking down with Ryukyu and Nejire-chan on the second day of internships. "Today we're doing a patrol that's not subsidized by the HPSC. This area has historically been the residence of day laborers and one of Tokyo's poorest areas, Ryukyu said, waving at nearby civilians who waved back. Every person they passed on the sidewalk seemed to fawn over Ryukyu as if her very presence made their day. It wasn't a completely unusual response to a hero in the top 10, but it was more than that. He could feel it. They weren't excited the way fans yesterday had been. They weren't excited at the novelty of seeing a real live hero in the flesh. No, these people had hope welling up within them like they had just been saved. Why are we walking instead of flying? Izuku asked since the last patrol had been almost exclusively in the air. Besides the fact that I got my ear chewed off for letting you hit Mach 3 on our way back to UA yesterday. Because it's important that they see us, Ryukyu said, trying to sound more annoyed at him than she was feeling. Seeing us gives civilians a sense of security and would-be villains pause, Nejire-chan expounded. He heard what they weren't saying. These people weren't all that used to a hero's presence. A few minutes of walking later they arrived at a community center. Inside, the already large building was packed to capacity. There was a board that announced the various things that the community center offered and where. In the main hall was the food bank, free meals, and in various classrooms was a daycare, practical skills, substance abuse counselors, interview prep, computer lab, library, and one simply labeled medical. Once you're making hero money, taking down villains on the evening news, and signing merch deals, it's easy to forget that some people require help from things that can't be punched. Today we'll be volunteering here. We're already signed up as floaters, so pick an area to help. Talk to the people here, and more importantly, listen to them, Ryukyu said as they all took in the scene of the community center. I'm going to see if the daycare needs help, Nejire declared, giving him a quick kiss before bouncing off. As she did, several people greeted her with familiarity. I will be helping in the interview prep area if you need me, Ryukyu stated before walking off unrushed, greeting those who approached her. And suddenly, he was alone. He mentally went over his choices. Daycare was his immediate first choice, but Nejire was already there, so maybe there was an area where he could help more. The practical skills section was an option. He had picked up a few skills while helping Mei in her lab. He had no clue how he would help with substance abuse counseling or if he even could, so that was out. Interview prep was out, seeing as he'd never even had a job, let alone an interview. He might be able to help in the computer lab, but he was no computer expert. The library might be fun. The kitchen was a solid choice. Lastly was medical. If there were people there who were hurt, but not badly enough to warrant a hospital trip, he could help. If he could use cell activation, that is, as a hero student on an internship. He was technically operating under Ryukyu's license while out on patrol, which this technically was. Nodding to himself, he decided he'd rather apologize than ask for permission. Besides, it wasn't like he was using a quirk to fight villains. Successfully self-validated, he made his way to medical. After passing through a pair of double doors, Izuku found the medical area. It was packed. Instead of a waiting room with chairs and a receptionist or two, the room was large like a school gym and filled with cots separated by sheets of plastic on rails to give the patients a modicum of privacy. It reminded him a lot of UAS infirmary, just less well-maintained and overcrowded. A harried-looking woman spotted him and waved him over. "Are you with Ryukyu?" "Please say yes," she asked, pushing up her fog glasses with a wrist and begging with her bloodshot eyes. "Yes, where can I help?" "I have a healing quirk," Izuku added. He expected the woman to put up some kind of resistance to the idea of him using a quirk. But instead, her eyes misted up a bit and she dragged him over to a stick of a man who was holding a band-aid up to a woman who wore a wrist brace. "This will help with the pain for as long as the band-aid stays on. Just make sure you don't cover it." "My quirk only works if the band-aid is uncovered," the doctor said. "You have a healing quirk?" the dark-skinned man asked after being introduced, blinking at least 5 times while asking the question as though actively fighting off sleep. "What exactly does it do?" Izuku explained that cell activation helped repair and build new cells, provide stamina, fight off infection and viruses, and more. "Doctor," and he cupped his mouth in a palm and began to mutter to himself. Izuku was so relieved to find someone else with the habit that he nearly missed what Dr. Ani was saying. "Fascinating, but what about cancer cells?" "Everyone has some, and if the quirk speeds up cell growth, then I would assume the quirk would propagate the cancer cells." "No, if that was true he would have died of cancer years ago. It must avoid unhealthy cells while aiding healthy ones." "What if, Doctor?" And he snapped his eyes to Izuku suddenly, almost making him jump. "Use it on me." And so Izuku did. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed now, Doctor. And he gestured to the middle-aged woman with the wrist brace after briefly introducing him. "Kanto here has carpal tunnel syndrome from her work as a cashier." "Careful, she's a stubborn one," he snarked, shooting the woman some side-eye. The woman with graying brown hair scoffed. "I can't take 4 months off work to recover from surgery. I don't have that much paid time off." I can't afford to send my kids to their summer camps with their friends and the unpaid time off from the surgery. Most people would see the interaction, assume it was genuine conflict, and grow uncomfortable. Izuku, however, could read the nuance of their emotions. Where some would see conflict, he saw old friends who had grown to love and worry over each other. He saw a doctor who would push his patients to do what would make them healthier out of genuine care for their well-being. He saw a woman who had worked hard all her life and was too proud to stop providing for her family even if they would understand. He saw people. Miss, may I? Izuku asked when his lightning-flecked eyes met hers, a glowing green hand outstretched in offer. He could feel her warm up to him immediately. Miss, oh my, where did you find this one, Annie? Doctor. Annie's face became pensive and held up a hand, making Izuku pause. You aren't pregnant, are you? He asked the woman. She just scoffed in answer and Doctor. Annie gestured for Izuku to continue before Izuku could even think to ask a question. Kanto took his hand with her brace-clad one and her entire body glowed, her eyes going wide at the effect. After about a minute, Izuku relinquished her hand. She rotated her wrist slowly and blinked. She tore off the brace and rotated her wrist again, experimentally. She let out a half-laugh, half-choked sob. There's no pain. Gods. When was the last time it didn't hurt? She asked herself before turning to him and bowing her head, her hair whipping about at the motion. Thank you, Singularity. You may have just changed my life, she offered, her gratitude evident in her words and emotions. He placed a hand on the woman's shoulder and gently righted her posture. When she was again looking him in the face, he beamed, just glad I could help. After the woman had left, Izuku closed off the partition so that it was just him and the doctor. What is it? Did you have a question? Doctor, Annie asked when he noticed. What is your quirk? Izuku asked. Doctor, and he pulled out a band-aid box. Band-aids I place dull any and all pain within a localized area without any of the nasty side effects of prescription pain medication. I have to place the bandage myself and it can't be covered, so no taping it on to make it last longer, unfortunately. Why do you help here? I'm sure you could be making more money at your own practice, Izuku said, careful to keep his words innocent and curious. Doctor, and he scowled anyway. Because nobody else will, he bit out. Izuku smiled and held out a hand, palm up and glowing. I can sense that you are a good man, a man who puts others ahead of himself. I see the way the people here look to you, the way they rely on you. Because of that, I want to give you something. Take my hand and your quirk will evolve, but please keep it between us. Doctor, and he looked at him, skepticism written all over his face, but reached out a hand anyway, and when he took Izuku's offered hand, his eyes glowed with power. He looked up at Izuku with awe, his eyes still aglow. Healing and now this. Who are you? He asked in a shocked whisper, like he was looking at a completely different person. Green energy danced outwards from Izuku's pupils as he met the doctor's awestruck gaze. Black whip coiled around Izuku's arm like a curious pet, and crackling energy played across his skin. I am the Singularity. Izuku watched Dr. Eni's face as the hero name became something altogether more within the man's mind. Izuku broke the man's trance by waving his hands about in excitement, like the 66 nerd he was. Let's see what your quirk's evolution does. Dr. Eni eyebrows shot up into his thinning hairline. What are we waiting for? He asked, flinging open the partition and rushing to the next partition bed. Izuku followed quickly, giddy at witnessing a new quirk evolution. His excitement dimmed when he saw the next patient, though he did his level best not to let it show on his face. Sitting on a bed were 3 people, 2 large and 1 small. A man and a woman sat on either side of a girl only a few years older than Eri and Yuki. Izuku could tell the assumed parents were feeling tired and worried, but it was the girl who had caught his attention and dulled his excitement. She was bald, without eyebrows, and wore a pink lace bow wrapped around her head. She was quietly sniffling into her mother's chest. From what he could see of the girl's face, her cheekbones stuck out a little too much, her face a little too angular for what was healthy for a child her age. It wasn't necessarily the girl's heartbreaking appearance that had immediately captured Izuku's attention, it was her emotional state. An upset child was nothing new, but she wasn't just upset or grumpy. She was bone-weary and in enough chronic pain to consume her thoughts, both something a child her age shouldn't have to experience. Dr. Eni, however, didn't falter for a moment. With a smile still in place, he crouched at the bedside. Oh, no, he exclaimed dramatically. Why is my favorite patient crying? The girl continued to sniffle, but Izuku could feel her spirits lift. Hello, doctor, the father greeted, eyeing Izuku with due suspicion. This is Singularity. He's a hero intern with Ryukyu. He's playing assistant today. Singularity. This is the Kamiko family, doctor. Then he introduced. The little girl looked up from her mother's embrace at the word hero. You're a hero, she asked with a final sniffle. Izuku floated an inch or 2 off the ground with his fists on his hips and smiled broadly. Doctor Eni's eyes bulged at the display of another quirk. Pretty much. The girl's face lit up. Joy and excitement bloomed within her. but the chronic pain and weariness within the girl swirled still, like an undertow at sea that threatened to drown any other emotions. The mother spoke up as Izuku's armored red high-tops touched the ground again. Minamoto was having a good day yesterday and feeling up to playing with her friends. She tripped and scraped her knee, which normally wouldn't be a problem, but she had to stop playing, and I'm worried that it was the straw that broke the camel's back. She wanted to come get one of your special band-aids. I'm not a camel, Mommy, the little girl, Minamoto, giggled, and Izuku could feel the effort it took. I have just the thing, Dr. Ani announced. With much fanfare, he brandished a bright pink band-aid that sparkled in the light. He removed the bandage already over the scrape with a showman's flourish that distracted the child from the pain. After cleaning up the scrape, he peeled off the pink bandage and hovered it over the wound. This will make it all better, my dear, he proclaimed, and Izuku could sense Minamoto's belief in the words. The instant the bandage was applied, the red and angry skin surrounding the wound returned to its normal color. Doctor, Ani spun his head, his building eyes meeting Izuku's. The little girl rubbed her knee. It's all better, Mommy, it's all better. Does that mean I can play with my friends? Minamoto asked excitedly, even if the very act seemed to tire her. The mother eyed the father before responding. You seem tired, sweetie. Are you sure you don't want to rest up today and play tomorrow? Maybe you won't be as tired, she tentatively proposed, careful not to outright refuse. The little girl's shoulders slumped and she leaned into her mother. I am sleepy, but... She began to choke up, frustrated tears springing to her eyes. Izuku stepped in and lowered himself to a knee by the bed. Maybe I can help with that. I can give you some energy, Izuku said, a glowing hand outstretched. The father glanced from Izuku to the doctor and back again. Is it safe, Doctor? Ani nodded. I've tested it myself. Go ahead, the father said. Permission secured. Minamoto reached out, her small hand fitting within Izuku's palm. A gentle green emanated off the girl's entire body as Izuku's worry and heartbreak for the child faded, becoming fuel for cell activation. Minutes passed and Izuku could see Minamoto come more alive by the second. When he switched off his quirk, Minamoto was glowing, and not from his quirk. The undertow of chronic pain and weariness was gone now, at least temporarily, and in its place was a high tide of joy and energy. To his surprise, she leaped off the bed and threw her arms around him. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Minamoto exclaimed, her voice muffled against his hero suit. Once the family left, Doctor Ani rounded on Izuku. Did you see that? Doctor Ani asked, his voice quiet and incredulous. Your quirk? Yeah, and I have a theory. I can sense emotions, Izuku said, causing Dr. Ani's eyes to bulge again. And she believed you wholeheartedly when you said the bandage would make everything better. I think your quirk might have something to do with the placebo effect. Doctor Ani covered his mouth with a palm and began to mutter again. But it didn't make Minamoto's energy levels rise. Maybe because I implied it would make the injury better. Or because there's an upper limit. Gaslighting my patients into believing I can fix anything with a band-aid isn't very ethical. I'll just give examples of what I've healed while keeping the details vague. Letting their imaginations take over will be more effective on children. With training, it may grow stronger. After clearing the medical area of patients, Izuku was now helping in the kitchens. Blackwhip filled the air of the kitchen with hundreds of tendrils as it did the work of a dozen people. Izuku levitated at the center of the large restaurant-style kitchen, supervising his quirk in a sense. Along the walls of the kitchen, other volunteers cheered, laughed, or otherwise gawked. That was how Ryuko found him. I leave you alone for 2 hours, she sighed upon seeing him. Come on, they want us to sign some autographs before we go back on patrol. After finishing prepping next week's meals for the community center, Izuku followed Ryuko to the library, at a wooden table normally used for quiet reading. Nejire was already signing autographs for a gaggle of young children who were chattering excitedly. Among the children and fitting right in with the other energetic kids was Minamoto. Ryuko took her place at the center of the table and Izuku took his place at her side. A line began to form and they began giving autographs. He had doubted he would get many, if any, people looking to get his autograph specifically. He was surprised to find a handful of people recognizing him from the sports festival. He was humbled when some of the people he had healed came to find him and asked for autographs. He was having one of the best days of his life when something came to his attention, sobering him up in an instant. He was flourishing a signature with almost too much gusto when the emotions of someone in Riku's line caught his attention. It was an attractive woman with red skin and knife-like horns that protruded from the upper corners of her hairline. She was wearing yoga pants and a t-shirt, nothing that would normally stand out, but every eye in the room seemed to gravitate to her every few seconds. She had inkai black hair, a heart-shaped face, red irises with black sclere, narrow shoulders, a gravity-defying chest that was just short of being so big that it was more strange than attractive, wide hips that seemed to pop with every step, a flat stomach, and legs for days. Okay, attractive may have been a massive understatement. The woman looked like she had been made in a lab. Attractiveness aside, the woman's emotions were what really caught Izuku's attention. She was nervous, and not in the meeting a top 10 hero type of nervous. She was nervous in the building up the courage to do something truly crazy type of nervous. Izuku tensed as the woman moved forward in the line, her eyes a little wild and pointedly not looking at Ryukyu. The whole thing was setting off alarm bells for Izuku. Heroes getting attacked while they were distracted with fans was unfortunately not unheard of and not nearly rare enough. Black Whip coiled along his arm like a rattlesnake ready to strike, drawing a few oohs and ahs from the crowd. "Relax, you'll scare her off," Ryukyu whispered out of the corner of her smiling mouth. Izuku relaxed only marginally as he continued to greet people and sign his signature, all the while keeping the red-skinned bombshell in his peripheral. When she was just about to step in front of Ryukyu, she met his lightning-flecked eyes. She froze mid-step, fear sluicing through her aura. She looked ready to bolt. "Akane, it's so good to see you," Ryukyu greeted, shooting Izuku some side-eye. The woman, Akane, startled before turning her attention to Ryukyu. "Hey, Ryukyu," Akane greeted, her eyes darting back to Izuku for a second. "Can I get an autograph? My nephew lost the last one I got him." The woman's emotions wavered like the flame of a candle when a window or door was shut. She was lying, but why? "He sure is the forgetful type," Ryukyu lied. Ryukyu signed a magazine with herself on the cover. As she slid the magazine back, she subtly slid a loose piece of paper from the magazine and palmed it. The movement was so deft that Izuku barely noticed, despite being on high alert. "Thanks," Akane said, sparring him one more worried glance before weaving her way out of the crowd. Once the lines had died down, Izuku watched as Ryukyu pulled out the slip of paper and read along with Ryukyu in silence. "The supplier will be here at 11 p.m. Friday," was scrawled on the note along with an address. Ryukyu drew in a breath through her nose. "We're leaving. The rest of the patrol is cancelled," she said quickly and evenly. Nejire leaned in to read as well. "We finally have actionable intel?" she asked in a near whisper, hope filling her emotions. "Yes, I have a lot of phone calls to make," Ryukyu said. "Can someone please explain?" Izuku asked, tired of being out of the loop even if he had no real right to be in it. Ryukyu met his eyes for a long moment before explaining in a hushed whisper. "Akane is an informant of mine. She works at a high-end and less-than-legal hostess bar in Kamino Ward. Her quirk is called Succubus and she learns a lot from pillow talk if you catch my meaning." "She's a prostitute?" Izuku asked, just to clarify. "Yes, she craves sex like Himiko craves blood," Nejire answered. "And the note? Supplier of what?" Izuku asked. "Trigger," Ryukyu answered this time. "We catch dealers all the time. They're always just two big gang members selling out their neighborhood for some easy cash. The problem is, nobody's ever caught a supplier. Not once. Not in the 10 years the drug's been around. This is the best chance we've ever had. He deserves to know the whole truth." "He's in this now," Nejire said. Ryukyu squinted at Izuku for a moment before relenting. "My agency has had a long-term goal of catching a trigger supplier. We discovered something while researching the drug," she said, her eyes darting around for eavesdroppers before whispering. "The drug contains human DNA, but not enough to get a match in a database." Izuku's eyes darted to Nejire and she nodded. She knew what conclusion he had immediately come to. There was someone out there being used the same way Eri had been, the realization making his stomach flip and his blood boil. Thursday's internships had gone by both quickly and uneventfully. Ryukyu had been attached to her phone all day coordinating Friday's raid on a trigger supplier. With little they could do to help, Nejire and Izuku had gotten back to UA with several hours of daylight still left. After picking up their daughters from Aunt Fayumi's place on campus, Izuku and Nejire returned home. "Having Fayumi around to watch the girls sure is handy," Izuku said as he stepped through the wanted dorm doors with Eri on his shoulders. "Nezu hiring her was kind of genius," Nejire agreed, skipping in time with Yuki. "Not only does she teach any potential wards, but she also provides free daycare for any UA student with a kid." Nezu said something along the lines that he wouldn't rob the world of a capable UA graduate because they made the right choice to prioritize their child's future over their own, Izuku said, bouncing from foot to foot, making Eri giggle above him. Once inside the dorms, Izuku was surprised to see more of one than he had expected, given the early hour. Sue seemed to be the only person missing from the common room. Eri and Yuki ran off to greet their mothers while Izuku took in the room. There was a sort of pallor that hung heavy in the room like a miasma. Everyone seemed to be exhausted, anxious, or a combination of both. Deciding to get to the bottom of it after a shower, Izuku excused himself and Nejire. Minutes later, he was under the blissfully hot water in the family bathroom with Nejire. She leaned against his chest, their nude bodies pressed together under the relaxing hot water. Neither one had said a thing since they'd gotten under the water. The presence of one another cathartic enough that words would only muddy the experience. 20 minutes or 20 years passed like that until there was a knock at the door. Wordlessly, Izuku pulled himself from Nejire's wet embrace and dripped his way over to the door. Without much worry, he opened the door. Sue walked in, barely even pausing at his naked and steaming body. Limbs a bit shaky, Sue began to peel off her hero costume. The wetsuit material of her costume was damp, making the process noticeably laborious. Seeing her struggle, Izuku helped, as did Neji when she noticed the situation. Once under the hot water and between them, Sue seemed to melt. "Long day?" Neji asked Sue as she pressed a kiss to her temple. Sue groaned, an altogether rare show of discomfort. "Yeah, training with Selkie in the open ocean is both terrifying and exhausting. With all the snow runoff, the water is freezing anywhere near the coast. To top it off, I've been bloated and tired all week." Neji rubbed Sue's stomach in sympathy. "PMS. Himiko and Rumi have been complaining about that all week too. It sucks that birth control doesn't always get rid of period symptoms." "Yeah, thankfully no blood yet for me, Rumi, or Himiko. We've been lucky so far. I just hope it can hold off one more day so I don't have to deal with that while on internships," Sue said. Izuku activated cell activation and palmed Sue's lower stomach. Her toned swimmer's core was distended like she had just eaten a regrettable amount of food. At his touch, Sue's body was filled with energy, making her groan and lean back into his chest. He noticed Neji giving him a funny look. "What?" he asked with a grin. "Talking about periods doesn't gross you out like most guys I've met," Neji stated, a grin matching his own. He rolled his eyes. "I was raised by a single mother, have 6 girlfriends, and 2 daughters. I would be in for a rough time if it did." Neji's smile became warm, love radiating off of her. "Hearing you claim Yuki as yours still makes my heart swell." He leaned past Sue and pecked Neji on the lips, then gathered Sue's wet hair behind an ear and away from her face. "How's May's thermal upgrade to your suit holding up?" The frog-themed collar that looked like a frog's bulging throat mid-croak lay discarded on top of Sue's hero costume. The device connected to the wetsuit and the latticework of hair-thin brass wires throughout the suit to help regulate temperature. "It's great. I would have been in hibernating mode 2 minutes after jumping in otherwise." "How about you two, Ribbit? You both seem kind of stressed," Sue inquired, rubbing her face into the nape of Neji's neck and letting out rhythmic croaks. Izuku and Neji made meaningful eye contact for a moment, silently communicating. He didn't want to keep anything from the women he loved, and he sensed that Neji felt the same. "We have a raid tomorrow on a trigger supplier, and there's a chance it could turn into a hostage situation. The hostage might be in a similar situation that Eri was in before she came into our lives." Izuku ground out, his jaw clenching. "A kid?" Sue asked, looking up at Neji's face. "If the hostage theory is correct, then they would be 10 at the absolute youngest, depending on if their quirk is a mutation type or not." Neji answered in a tired voice, closing her eyes and resting her forehead against Sue's. "If you two bring home another kid, well..." Sue trailed off, making Izuku and Neji tense slightly because while they hadn't discussed it, he and Neji had an unspoken understanding that if the source of trigger was indeed a child in a situation similar to Eri's, they would take them, and even if they were a teenager, norms be damned. "The more the merrier," Sue finished, punctuating the sentence with a kiss to Neji's lips. Freshly showered and feeling much more himself, Izuku made his way into the common room. Over at the biggest couch, Sue was just climbing under a wireless heated blanket with Rumi and Himiko. All 3 were wearing baggy sweatpants and oversized shirts he was fairly sure were his once upon a time. On the outside of the 3's cuddle pile, Toru was sitting next to Himiko, her forearm pressed to the blonde's lips. Toru giggled. "Your purring tickles, Himi." Himiko lifted her mouth away from Toru's forearm, blood running down her chin. Toru's alabaster white skin was smeared with red. Himiko hummed in delight. "I can't help it. You taste like sunshine feels," she praised a moment before she licked Toru's forearm clean of the liquid ruby she loved until it stopped flowing. "How's everyone feeling?" he asked, activating cell activation and pressing a palm to Himiko and Rumi's stomachs simultaneously. Himiko and Rumi let out a pathetic groan in answer. Neji slipped past him and onto the couch, pulling Rumi's head onto her lap. "Even my big strong bunny," Neji cooed. Rumi narrowed her eyes at her girlfriend, her nose twitching as she no doubt ready to retort. Before she could get the words out, Neji pressed a quick kiss to the twitching nose. "I love it when your nose does that," Neji said, beaming down at Rumi. Rumi's face warmed enough that her tawny skin darkened around her cheeks. "She's blushing, Ribbit," Sue deadpanned. There was a click and all eyes turned to where Himiko was holding up her phone. "Got it," she cheered. "You little," Rumi growled and began half-heartedly wrestling Himiko for the phone. She no doubt could have overpowered Himiko in an instant, but she didn't, and what's more, she was laughing. "I'll get everyone some peppermint tea for the bloating," Izuku said with a laugh. He passed by where Kayoko was trying to teach Ochako how to play an FPS. They were sitting together on the 2-person couch, so close that their thighs touched. Mei sat on the ground between Ochako's legs, leaning back against the couch with Yuki on her lap. Yuki was holding an unconnected controller and leaning side to side as she mashed every button. "You're out of ammo. Press the reload button, cheeks," Kayoko instructed beside Ochako on the love seat. Ochako, panicked, looked down at the controller she was awkwardly holding. "Which one was that again?" she drawled, her Kansai accent coming out thicker than usual. Kyoka leaned over and pressed the pause button. She didn't notice how close she'd gotten as she pointed to the reload button. Square is almost always the reload button in any FPS game. Don't worry though, we all start some, Kyoka said, her last word going unfinished as she turned to Ochako and just now seemed to realize how close their faces had become. Ochako's permanent blush had spread to cover most of her face by now. I never owned a console before, Ochako admitted, her eyes darting to Kyoka's lips for a moment. Kyoka proceeded to choke on her own spit. "It doing okay?" Ochako asked as she patted the other girl's back. At this point, Izuku had stopped walking, his brows attempting to leave his forehead. Had they nearly kissed? Or at least wanted to? If he was going solely by what empathy was telling him, the answer was a resounding yes. It was true that Kyoka, Momo, Mina, and Toru had been spending more and more time with Izuku and his family. This wasn't even the first time that one of the four had seemed more than friendly with either him or one of his girlfriends. Shaking the hypotheticals out of his head, he moved on. In the kitchen, he found Momo already making tea. At least, she had been. For some reason, she was stock still, the electric kettle held in a white-knuckle grip. He became aware of her fear, but it wasn't fear for herself. "Momo?" he asked from behind her. When she didn't answer, he reached past her and placed a hand over her hand that held the kettle hostage. When she startled, he kept the kettle in place and guided it to the counter. She released the kettle and spun to embrace him in a tight hug. It felt nice to hug someone so close to his height. He tried very hard not to enjoy the way her breasts felt against him, or notice how they were so big that she couldn't fully press herself to him. Naturally, he failed. Before he could swerve his brain out of the gutter, Momo looked up at him and spoke. "Over 100 heroes died in the line of duty just last year," she said as if quoting something. "Did you know that Kyoka had a gun pointed at her?" "A gun?" she nearly shrieked. She went on, becoming more frantic with every word. 100 in a year. That's almost once every 3 days that a hero is killed. And that's not even considering life-altering injuries. What happens if... Hey, Izuku soothed as he palmed Momo's cheek, the woman leaning into the touch. "I heard and I understand why that would worry you. From everything I've read, being romantically involved with another hero can be challenging. There's a reason most heroes don't have partners that are also heroes. The fear that you're feeling right now can cause you to make mistakes in the field. It can cause you to make decisions that prioritize your partner over civilians. I'm not saying that you should put her last. I'm saying that you need to trust her. Trust that she is half as capable as I believe she is. So, do you trust her? As a fellow hero?" Momo shut her eyes tight, squeezing a tear out before looking him in the eye. Her dark eyes that swam with unshed tears were now hardened into gleaming onyx. The fear and worry he had seen before were gone. Only steely resolve remained. "I do." Her polished onyx eyes darted to his lips. The attraction she normally felt towards him, which he did his best not to overthink since people were allowed errant emotions, began to build into something more, something that felt warm. Before one of them did something stupid, like break the trust of their partner, he pulled away from the embrace, immediately missing her warmth. "I was going to make peppermint tea for Himiko, Tsu, and Rumi. Could you teach me how to make tea like you do?" "It's the best I've ever had," Izuku asked before Momo could get a word in. Momo's face lit up. But of course, after Momo had helped him make tea and serve it, Izuku went over to the dining table and sat beside her. His daughter was currently coloring in a hero-themed coloring book. On Uri's other side, Mina was coloring in her own coloring book, sloppily. "Look, Papa," Uri said, sliding her book towards him, a proud smile lighting up her face. On the page, All Might smiled his gigawatt smile as he lifted a bus with one hand. The colors were mostly accurate and somewhat inside the lines. He blinked away a proud tear. "It's the best piece of art I've ever seen," Izuku proudly declared, only exaggerating by approximately 10%. Mina cooed at Uri. "What if we colored their costumes however we wanted?" She proposed like she had just suggested inventing sliced bread. Uri's eyes went round. "Any color?" Mina nodded so hard that her wavy pink hair bounced. "And any design?" "What if All Might had wings?" Uri gasped and grabbed a crayon. As Uri began to scribble, Izuku leaned back in his seat and really looked at Mina. Her golden irises were alight with playfulness as she guided Uri's imagination. A hand placed on Uri's upper back. She must have sensed him watching her because those pools of gold turned to him, her playful smile smoothing out into a slight upturn of her lips. The gentle warmth of her expression and emotions had him subconsciously returning a similar expression. Her golden eyes seemed to draw him in like a black hole, her blacks clear an event horizon he had no hope of escaping. He didn't even realize they were leaning closer to each other until Uri spoke, breaking the trance. "I'm thirsty," she whined adorably. "Me too," Mina said way too loud, shooting to her feet, a violet blush staining her cheeks. "I'll get us some water," she said, racing to the kitchen. "I'll say," Hitoshi said from across the table, a smirk aimed at Izuku. Next to Hitoshi, Shoto cocked his head to the side in confusion. "How can you tell she's dehydrated?" Itoshi interlaced his hand with Shoto's that was resting on the table. I'm just that observant, babe. Izuku blinked. Did he just call you babe? Shoto stared at him blankly. He just started calling me that after we got coffee the other day. I'm not sure why though ... but I think I like it. Izuku blinked dumbly again, first at Shoto, then at Itoshi who just waggled his eyebrows. Eri referred to my sister as aunt earlier, Shoto observed. Izuku nodded mechanically, still trying to parse out the last thing the Todoroki said. Then welcome to the family, brother. My condolences, Todoroki deadpanned. Izuku's eyes bulged, his jaw slack as his poor brain skipped rails again. Brother, yes? Todoroki asked, misunderstanding. Hitoshi, who had been steadily going red in the face trying to hold in his laughter, was turning purple at this point. Izuku, Mina's voice asked from the kitchen. Can you help me? I can't reach. Coming, Izuku called, thankful for the excuse to leave whatever this conversation was. Izuku shook his head and stood, kissing Eri on the top of her head as he left the table. Approaching the corner that separated the kitchen from most of the common room, Izuku heard a sound. The sound almost sounded like clapping, but not quite. Perhaps Mina was barefoot and trying to jump to reach whatever she was trying to grab. When he turned the corner, he realized he never would have guessed the source of the noise. Izuku's jaw dropped at the sight before him, standing in front of an open cupboard. Mina was bouncing on her heels as she half-heartedly reached for a cup just out of reach. However, her bare heels meeting the tile wasn't the source of the noise. No, that would be the hypnotizing wobble and clap of her bare ass cheeks. With her yoga pants pulled down, Mina's bubblegum pink flesh rippled with every bounce. With the perfect amount of fat and muscle, Mina's bubble butt wobbled as she raised onto her toes, then rippled in sync with the clapping sound as she landed back on her heels. He could have sworn he saw something sparkle between her cheeks as she rose back onto her toes. A yellow gemstone. Mina laughed over her shoulder at his expression. Now we're even, she said. Izuku didn't say anything right away. He was still staring at her bouncing ass as he attempted to relocate his lower jaw to a more sensible location. Then, the air, immediately to his left, spoke. I know right. Toru agreed to his unspoken praise, materializing into view. SWEETBABYILLMIGHT. Izuku shouted in surprise, nearly jumping through the ceiling. Literally, Izuku was still shaking drywall out of his curls an hour later. He, along with most of Wano, was milling around and on the couches in front of the TV. With tomorrow being Friday and the busiest night of the week for hero work, everyone was expecting tomorrow's patrols to last well into the night. That being the case, everyone was planning on staying up late and sleeping in to prepare for the long night. We brushed, Yuki announced as she ran back into the common room. She was wearing her Nejire-chan onesie and was all ready for bed. Being dragged along behind her, Eri was wearing her the Singularity onesie. Izuku turned to Mei with an unspoken question. They brushed for the full minute, every nook and cranny. Good job, babies, Mei cheered, having watched them through the walls with X-ray vision. Who do you want to tuck you in? Izuku asked. Read us a story. Pretty please, Eri asked in a little voice. I could ... if you want, Kyoka offered tentatively. Yeah, Yuki agreed for them, grabbing Violet by the wrist and tugging her along to Eri's room upstairs. He smiled as he watched Violet be dragged off and noticed Momo was doing the same. Izuku leaned forward and addressed the room. Now that the kids are going to bed, how's everyone's internship so far? Learn anything you weren't expecting? Siro spoke first. Kamui Woods taught me how to get around the city by swinging on my tape. It's a lot of fun, actually. Toru bounced up to her feet and punched the air. I finally passed Edshot's test yesterday thanks to Himi's advice. Patrolling stealthily is super fun. Thanks again, Himi. Anytime, cutie, Himiko purred. Ada stood like he had been called on in class. My time interning with my brother has been a dream come true. I owe my brother's recovery all to he cut himself abruptly, eyes bulging at nearly having spilled the beans. Owe it all to who? Takoyami asked, his head canting to the side. Nothing, never mind. Ada sputtered, chomping at the air. Todoroki, how has your time with your father been? He asked, desperately trying to change the subject. I still can't believe you chose to intern with him, Shoto, Izuku remarked, aiding in the subject change. Shoto shrugged, his fingers interlaced with Hitoshi's again. I have a lot of catching up to do with my fire, and he can teach me more than anyone else, he stated flatly, pragmatically. Izuku couldn't argue with that. How about you, Hitoshi? Izuku asked, eager to get the conversation away from Eri. Odd eye is ... well, odd. But the way he can get into people's heads has taught me a lot, Hitoshi said simply. My soul burns green with envy, Takoyami waxed poetic. Hawks is, a lot, though, I have developed a new move thanks to him. Fat gum is super manly, Kiri added in a sudden shout that ruffled Takoyami's feathers. He let me use him like a punching bag and I could barely hurt him. Momo cleared her throat with poise. Fat Gum is indeed a respectable hero and community leader. The patrols have been much more subdued according to him. I theorize it is in part due to Lemillion's presence. Mizo adjusted his face mask. Gang Orca has taught me the effectiveness of a straightforward, brute strength approach. Hell yeah. Rumi chimed in from where she sat between Himiko and Tsu, a muscled arm thrown around each's shoulder. Kaminari sighed, throwing his head back on the couch. Interning with Kamui Woods and Zero made me realize how slow I am. So much running. Aoyama tucked his blonde hair behind an ear and posed like he was preparing for his close-up. Best jeanist as magnifique as to be expected, despite his truly atrocious choice of attire. You wouldn't believe what he tried to do to my hair. Honestly, I was moments I tell you, away from going all light show on him. I would have if it weren't for our blonde bombshell sticking up for me. All eyes strayed to where Bakugo sat between Kiri and Kaminari. Bakugo's face became thunderous at the wide-eyed, disbelieving stares. Only because I would have been next. Bakugo shouted. To most, it would appear as nothing but anger, but Izuku could sense the embarrassment hidden behind the rage. Izuku stood and said, I'm going to make sure Violet doesn't need any backup, and began to walk towards the stairs, casually adding, regardless, Bakugo, you helped Aoyama. You don't have to be selfless to accomplish good. Momo sat up straighter. The invisible hand. An individual starting a business to gain wealth also creates jobs and brings in money to their community as a side effect. It's fascinating how much an economics metaphor can be used in the hero world, she said excitedly. Effin' nerd, Bakugo muttered under his breath. Himiko hissed. Momo, unbothered, went on. Take Uebami for example. She became a hero to boost her popularity as an actress. Even though her motivations were selfish, she has saved hundreds of people throughout her career as a rescue hero. The conservation faded as Izuku made his way upstairs. When he got to his floor, he saw Eri's door was ajar. As he got closer, he could make out voices. One more, please, Yuki whined, really hamming up the pathetically cute routine. Pretty please, Eri asked sweetly, and he could practically see her earnest face. He had no idea how anyone could ever say no to them. Forget one for all, that would be a real superpower. Violet groaned in defeat. Fine. One more, that's it. I'm serious this time. Izuku bit back a snicker, sensing the lie. Then, something happened that Izuku wasn't expecting, something his heart was ill-prepared for. Violet began to sing in a slightly husky voice that hit him right in the chest. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arise. Izuku leaned against the wall by the door and listened as Violet started in on the second verse. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to be free. Izuku rested his head against the wall and closed his eyes. He could almost picture Violet sitting at the foot of Eri's bed as she continued the song. He lost himself in her voice as he imagined her. In his mind, Eri and Yuki were slowly blinking as they slowly fell asleep, and Violet's eyes watched them fight sleep with unmistakable warmth. As she continued singing in that perfectly husky voice, he knew that she would be there when silence found him next. He was proven right almost immediately. He was still hearing her voice and seeing her face in his mind when the real thing whispered right next to him. It's rude to eavesdrop, she whispered in mock offense, gently poking him in the side with a jack to try and sell her irritation. He didn't buy it for a moment. He turned so that only one shoulder rested on the wall like her. His body now facing hers, she was close enough that she almost touched him. Looking down at her, he could make out the blush that had climbed all the way up to her ears. With her at 410 and himself at 66, the height difference was great enough that he couldn't see her eyes behind her asymmetrical bangs. You have a beautiful voice, Violet. Violet's jack spazzed out and she placed a hand on Izuku's stomach to push him away in embarrassment. She seemed to falter when she had only just begun to press her hand against him, her fingers splaying across his abs. Her hand remained as her embarrassment faded and her want swelled. Didn't figure you for a Beatles fan, Izuku noted when he could sense her nerves growing alongside her want. My mom sang me to sleep with that song when I was a kid. She always called me her Blackbird. Still does, she said, finally looking up at him. Her face softened as she looked up at him through her lashes. Her pupils expanded, her fingertips dragging down his abs. Green, she rasped out in a heated breath. He rotated off the wall so that she was between him and the wall, a hand planted on the wall beside her head. His other hand moved to cup her jaw, his thumb brushing across her bottom lip. Violet, he rasped out as well. This was getting dangerous. He had to put a stop to it. With an iron will, he pulled a safe distance away. We need to go back downstairs before something happens. Something that would be unfair to our partners. Violet nodded, not meeting his eyes, her face bright red from him so directly addressing what was happening between them. Izuku, look, they're talking about you on TV, Nejire called to him when he returned with Kyoka. Leaning over the back of the largest couch, he watched the news program. A reporter was standing out front of the community center he had been at only yesterday. Eyewitness reports are saying that a hero going by the name of the Singularity healed over 200 people of minor to intermediate injuries in just under 2 hours. It is unclear at this time whether or not this Singularity was a licensed hero or not. We reached out to the HPSC for confirmation, but haven't received any word back. Could we be seeing a second coming of a healing hero the likes of which hasn't been seen since Recovery Girl's heyday? Back to you at the station. Every head in the room turned to him. His partners, who already knew the story, were looking at him with a combination of pride for his deeds and mirth at the attention he was receiving. Holy shit, Kaminari said, speaking for everyone that hadn't been in the know. There were murmurs of agreement and praise that made Izuku's face feel hot. Then, the news anchor began the next segment and the title made Izuku's blood run cold. It read, Ingenium's Miraculous Recovery. With us today is independent journalist Kazuki Chidos. I'm told you have a video to show us. The news anchor with one horn gestured to an attractive woman with blue skin, purple hair, and toxic green eyes with black sclere. Something about her made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. That's right, and boy is it juicy, she said, punctuating her sentence with a flirtatious wink. Recently, Ingenium was attacked by none other than Stain himself. Now, I don't need to tell you that merely surviving an encounter with the infamous Stain is rare. But Ingenium didn't just survive. No, according to my sources, he made a miraculous recovery that baffled even his own doctors. The explanation for his recovery has been something of a hot topic lately, especially since the Recovery Girl was powerless to help. Well, today I bring you a video that can shed some light on the answer. The screen then changed to display footage that looked to be taken by a phone. The point of view was from down low and aimed at an ICU room. Being an ICU room, the door was glass, as was the observation window next to it. Even through the glass, the only view was of several people's backs. Then, a golden light filled the room, silhouetting the people who stood against the glass. A scant second later, the largest person stepped away from the glass as a scream of pain could be heard. With the large back no longer obstructing the view, a new silhouette became visible. A small, child-sized silhouette was atop a bed and appeared to be the source of the golden light. The only distinguishable feature of the child was a lone horn on their forehead. A hand suddenly filled the screen. You can't record here. Where's your visitor's pass? Then, the video ended abruptly. Hey, wasn't that? Zero trailed off, his eyes finding Ada in a silent question, and he wasn't the only one that looked to Ada for answers. Ada, for his part, was terrible at lying. He snapped to standing and began chopping at the air, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Izuku stepped around the couch and directly in front of the TV, gaining everyone's immediate attention. It's true, Gary is the reason behind Ingenium's recovery. I don't need to tell you to keep this to yourselves, right? He asked, carefully searching everyone's eyes and emotions for any hint that they would pose a risk to Yuri's secret. It felt wrong not to implicitly trust his classmates, but he couldn't risk being blindly trusting. Not with this, not with Yuri, not with Yuki. He searched every errant emotion running through the room, peeled them back, dissected, and vivisected every single one. He found nothing he deemed dangerous. Kiri pounded his fists together, sparks flying from his hardened skin. He, to nobody's surprise, was gung-ho. Midori bro, Kiri and Yuki might be your daughters, but they're 1A's kids. They'll have to get through all of us to get to either of them. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding as everyone in the room voiced or nodded their agreement. Thank you, really, Izuku said in relief, wiping away the moisture that was gathering in his left eye. Before he could settle onto a couch, his phone rang in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw Recovery Girl's icon for the caller ID, a picture of her pointing her syringe cane at the camera menacingly. He answered, Chio, come to my office. We need to talk about cell activation. I'm assuming you got the test results back from the labs. Izuku started off the conversation as he entered Recover Girl's office and sat down on a stool. Shio stopped flipping through charts and looked up at him. Last he'd seen her, he'd thought there was something different about her, but now he was sure. It was subtle, but she seemed younger for some reason. I have a lot to explain, so bear with me. First, the energy that won for all stockpiles. Do you understand it? What it is? She asked. Izuku activated the quirk and watched the viridian energy crackle across his skin. He ran a hand through the energy. It's not electricity, that's for sure. What exactly the energy is something of a mystery since it can't even be measured with any known scientific method. It's one of May's long-term projects to measure, catalog, and reproduce it. I told her she gets to name it when she does, he admitted with a small laugh at the memory of her face when he'd told her that. Thanks to the fourth user, we know that OFA builds in strength as the user trains. The working theory is that OFA takes the excess thermal, kinetic, and electrical energy produced in the body when in movement and converts it into a new form of energy. This new energy is then multiplied by a factor of how many users there have been in stockpile. The greater the stockpile, the greater the excess in energies produced, resulting in even greater energy stockpiled. It's a self-perpetuating machine. That's why the energy reserves of OFA never lower, no matter how much is used. Shio nodded. That's right, and the reason you get a light show and the others didn't is because of energy bleed. They always could use it at full output, but they could only do that because the well of power within OFA hadn't reached its full capacity as it has now. You don't use it at maximum, resulting in the unused energy manifesting as faux electricity. I'm sorry, but what does this have to do with cell activation? Izuku asked, a little puzzled where this was going. I'm getting there, Shio chided. Do you know what a tardigrade is? She asked, completely throwing Izuku off. Water bears, those little microscopic bugs that can survive nukes in space. Shio snapped her fingers. Yes, do you know how they can survive almost anything? When he shook his head, she went on. They coat every cell in their body with a protein that acts as a shield. She suddenly stood, more lively and excited than he'd ever seen her. Did she get taller? That is what cell activation is doing to you. It isn't just slowly coating. It's also infusing every single cell in your body with OFAS energy. Every single cell. That's why you feel like you have full cow running at 1% at all times despite not actively using the quirk. And it will only grow stronger in time. And because it's infusing your body with the energy, it will never become too much to handle. She paused only to run her fingers through her hair, messing up her bun. Was it just him? Or were her roots less gray? That's not all. The healing aspect doesn't just repair and build new cells at an accelerated rate. It regenerates things that shouldn't be capable of regenerating. Eggs in the ovaries are regrown, synapses that have gone dark are restored, dead neurons are revived, and effing telomeres, and things like cancer cells. They're ignored while the immune system goes into overdrive, allowing the OFA-infused T-cells to carry out a one-sided slaughter. She suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Izuku by the shoulders. Did she have fewer wrinkles? Izuku, you can still die, but you are functionally immortal. You will live long enough to see the sun expand and turn the earth into dust to be carried away on cosmic winds, and by then you'll probably survive it. Izuku deflated. He wanted to be happy about this. He really did. He should, but he just couldn't. That's all amazing, but I don't want to outlive everyone I've ever loved. I'd rather die than bury my children, he admitted quietly. She squeezed his shoulders, but less intensely this time. More comforting, a sympathetic expression crossing her face. You don't get it, do you? Look at me. It doesn't just affect you. You can cure Alzheimer's, you can cure cancer, you can cure effing aging. And that's just what I've tested. Izuku got to his feet, eyes blazing with the internal energy of OFA. I can make everyone I love live forever, free of pain and disease. I can help everybody battling cancer. Every person that suffers from Alzheimer's and who knows who else. He grabbed Chio by the shoulders. The cancer and Alzheimer's patients, bring them to me. He ordered. How many? She asked, a little startled. Energy crackled along his skin, the lightning in his eyes spilling over as pure power slouched through him. All of them. Izuku walked through the front doors of 1A's dorms in a daze. Without even really looking, he collapsed onto a couch. He wasn't tired. He couldn't actually get tired anymore. He was just a smidge overwhelmed at the moment. Starting set. Chio was going to be bringing as many cancer and Alzheimer's patients to UAS infirmary as could fit without violating the fire codes. Every Saturday and Sunday the infirmary was going to be filled and cleared until cancer and Alzheimer's only existed in the past. She assured him that she would be as discreet as possible, but he knew it would only be a matter of time before the truth was out. The news earlier had made that fact very clear. Izuku, someone asked, making him blink the world back into focus. Momo was standing in front of the TV, an extendable pointer in hand, and a worried frown on her beautiful face. Beside the TV, Violet was sitting with a laptop that was connected to the TV and balancing on her knees, one perfect eyebrow lifted in question at him. To either side of the TV, Mina and Toru stood. For some reason, they were wearing orange cheerleading uniforms with UA emblazoned on them, the skirts of which were very short. Mina and Toru both smirked almost identically and in unison as they caught him looking. Then, he noticed that the only ones present were the women of 1A. Excluding himself, of course. His polycule was all sitting and watching the others with as much confusion as him. What the hell was happening? What the hell is happening? He asked aloud, immediately giving up on solving the question himself. I'm glad you asked, Momo said, snapping her pointer out to its full length and pointing at the TV. I do wish we could have done this more traditionally, but alas we agreed this was the best way to not break anybody's trust. Hit it, dear. Violet pressed something and the screen came to life, her face going nuclear red with embarrassment. It was a PowerPoint presentation. On the screen, in big flashy font was the first slide. It read, 1,000 reasons why the four of us should join the polycule. Mina and Toru shook their pom-poms and kicked. Momo cleared her throat. Reason 1, we love you. Each and every, said Polycule jumped to their feet and swarmed the four, interrupting Momo's presentation. Izuku took in his partner's emotions for a moment, sensing their unified feelings as he wrapped Momo up in his arms. This was really happening. Got it in one, he said and pressed his lips to hers. She tasted like warm tea on a crisp morning. When he pulled away, Momo's eyes were glazed over with need, but she pouted at him. We all worked really hard on that presentation. He laughed from deep within him. Can you show us the rest from the couch? Toru was giggling as Himiko nibbled at her exposed skin. Mina groaned in pleasure as Rumi massaged the base of her pink tail. To his left, Ochako leaned into Violet's other ear to whisper her own affirmations, a hand twirling one of Violet's jacks. When you're finished with the presentation, I have one of my own. It has to do with the truth of my quirk and some recent developments, Izuku said. Ochako looked up at him, kissing him before asking, does it have to do with what Recovery Girl wanted? It does, and I won't lie, it changes a lot for us. What it doesn't change is that I love each and every one of you and will continue to love each and every one of you for as long as the stars shine. The next day, Izuku and his family were enjoying a late breakfast in bed. After a long talk about One for All and the evolution of cell activation, everyone had decided they needed to sleep on the information in hopes of digesting the truly life-changing information. Izuku's custom bed, which had once felt too large, was now at its limit with 11 adults sleeping in it, with new members of the polycule joining their bed. They had decided to keep everything PG. Okay, PG-13. Rumi had gotten a bit handsy. Not that he was complaining. Toru finished her waffles that were swimming in syrup and flopped backward, her head of luminescent hair landing on Izuku's thigh. She looked up at him, color dancing through her prismatic eyes. Can we expect breakfast in bed every day? Mina pointed her fork at him, her cheeks crammed full of homemade buttermilk pancakes. That's a good question. She mumbled around a mouthful of food. Izuku rubbed a thumb across the corner of Toru's mouth before licking the same thumb. Toru's lips parted, her eyes locking onto the way his tongue dragged along the pad of his thumb. You've had some syrup ... and yes, I don't sleep, but I don't want you waking up without me there, so I figured I would be the one to wake everyone up. And what better way to do that than with food? Momo took a bite of her omeras and sipped at her steaming green tea. Thank you, Izuku. I suppose I won't have to worry about replenishing my lipids with breakfasts like this, she said, gesturing to the trays and trays of various breakfast foods. Izuku rubbed at the back of his neck. I guess I went a little overboard today. In my defense, I wanted to impress all of you. That and Rumi, Himiko, and Sue have been more hungry than usual lately. Rumi lifted her baggy shirt and patted her distended stomach in satisfaction. Her normally bulging six-pack was far more subdued. Kyoka angled an ear towards Rumi as if trying to hear something and squinted at her for a long second before asking, You feeling okay? Yeah, aside from PMS kicking my ass. Why? You worried about me? It's like you love me, Rumi teased, her nose wiggling. Kyoka blushed and avoided eye contact before changing topics. Can we go over what we talked about last night? Indeed, dear, Momo agreed. It's still hard to believe that All Might gave you his quirk and trained you as his successor. Perhaps hard to believe isn't the right way to put it. It's a lot to take in, is all. You have no idea, Nejire said, patting Momo on the thigh. Momo, not missing the insinuation, locked her eyes onto the outline in Izuku's gray sweatpants. You poor little thing, Rumi teased, pulling Kyoka into her lap. What is that supposed to mean? Kyoka questioned a bit angrily at the sympathy in her girlfriend's voice. Despite her tone, she didn't resist being pulled into the larger woman's lap. Midori being the new All Might is so cool, Mina said with a bounce that made her pink cleavage heave in her tank top, drawing everyone's eye. It was brought to Izuku's attention that Mina had a beauty mark on her right breast. He wanted to kiss it. I like the mole on your boobs, May said, giving voice to his inner thoughts without so much as blinking. Mina cupped her bubblegum pink tits and gave them a bounce, winking as she did so. We get to stay this cute forever, Himiko chirped, giving Mina's but a swat. Instead of yelping in surprise like Izuku had expected, Mina moaned breathily and blushed a deep shade of purple. After a moment of awkward silence, Momo coughed into her fist, a fading blush still visible. I read through Recovery Girl's report she gave you on cell activation's evolution, Momo said, eyes going distant as she recalled every last detail with perfect recall. In layman's terms, cell activation not only heals all infections and illnesses but also sets a fully grown body to its prime state. Not only that, it is capable of healing degenerative diseases such as, but not limited to, Alzheimer's, cancer, and aging, likely dementia as well. Am I to understand that you intend to use cell activation on as many people that suffer these afflictions as possible? I do, Izuku said, combing his fingers through Toru's luminescent hair. Then you need to make it official, Momo stated. I'll contact Mother and Father. We'll set up a new non-profit with the singularity as its focus. All participants in the charity's free treatments will be required to sign an NDA, of course. Won't that be expensive? Setting all that up? Ochako asked, pensive at the thought. Momo reached over and placed a hand over Ochako's. The Yaorazu group donates billions of yen yearly to cancer research alone. We will do far more for an actual cure. Ochako went cross-eyed. Billions. She squawked and fell back into Tsu's arms. I gotcha, Ribbit, Tsu said without even so much as a grunt of effort. An impressive feat to be sure. Now, Ochako was by no means grossly overweight, but over the years she had built up a respectable amount of muscle under a thick layer of persistent fat, and a combination Izuku liked to call plump with purpose. And despite all that squeezable squish, Tsu had caught her as if she weighed nothing at all, displaying her unassuming strength. I don't know how I feel about getting paid to heal people, Izuku said. If you're taking the time to heal so many people, then you should be compensated for your time at the very least. Besides, that isn't my point, Momo argued. We will need funds to secure a place to heal these people, transport them from all over the world, hire staff, and last but not least, lawyers. Healing people with a quirk before you have your hero license is risky. It would only take one person crying quirked malpractice to create a mess you want no part of, I assure you. We need to secure their written permission in an ironclad agreement. I hadn't thought about all that, Izuku admitted. Your first instinct is to help, not the logistics involved, Momo said, her expression softening into something that could only be described as loving. It's one of the myriad reasons I love you. Rest assured, the Yaoyorozu group will handle the logistics. You only need to do what you do best. What I do best? Izuku asked, face screwing up in confusion. Toru's hands reached up and squished his cheeks. Keep being that selfless, caring person that gave me the shirt off his back at the entrance exams, silly. Izuku grabbed one of Toru's hands and pressed a kiss to her palm. I can do that. Aren't you freaked out even a little that you're going to live forever and reach apotheosis? Millions of years from now you'll still be alive and be the single strongest creature on Earth. I get existential dread when someone asks me what my 5-year plan is, Kyoka asked with exasperation in her voice due to the topic not being brought up. Honestly, it's kind of hard to believe or even imagine myself at that level. Good thing I have time to wrap my head around it, Izuku answered with a chuckle. Rumi grabbed Kyoka by her chin and pressed an intense kiss to the punk's lips. Relax, runt. We've got time to figure it all out, she said once she came up for breath. Kyoka, kiss drunk, was still trying to get her eyes to flutter back open when Izuku sighed. We should get our day started. I have the feeling it's going to be a long one. I'm going to bring the girls their breakfast and get them ready for Fayumi. I'm also going to tell them about you four joining the relationship and what that means. What it means? Mina asked with a cute head tilt. I'm going to explain to Uri and Yuki that you four joining our relationship doesn't mean that they have to suddenly think of you all as their new mothers. That choice is up to them as well as you, Izuku explained. Momo clasped her hands together in her lap and sat a little straighter. I would not be opposed to being called mother. Mina's golden eyes sparkled. I could never refuse those cuties. We knew what we were getting into, Midori, Toru said, sitting up. Would it be all right if we joined you in the conversation and helped get them ready? Kyoka asked from her Rumi-styled throne. I'd love that, he answered. The shadows had just begun to lengthen when Izuku arrived at the site of the stakeout alongside Ryukyu and Nejire-chan. The trigger supplier was set to meet their local dealers 5 hours from now at 11 p.m. and inside a currently under construction underground mall. Across the street and inside a vacant office building, the stakeout team would have an excellent view of the underground mall without being visible themselves thanks to the mirrored glass of the building. Izuku entered a large room that was likely a boardroom at some point in the building's life. In the room were a dozen men and women wearing all black tactical gear and carrying submachine guns on 2-point slings. On the front of their plate carriers were the letters SAT, standing for Special Assault Team. The SAT had existed in Japan since long before Quirks, but they were different nowadays. Today, the Special Assault Team assigned to each prefecture is solely composed of police officers with a hero license. Whether they be retired heroes, unpopular heroes, or sidekicks who wanted something different but couldn't make it alone, they all had one thing in common. They almost always possessed a quirk that wasn't quite hero-worthy in one way or another. Speaking with one of the SAT members was Tsukachi and his cat-quirked partner, Tamakawa Sansa. Singularity. It's been a while, Tsukachi greeted. Detective, Izuku nodded, mentally high-fiving himself at his delivery. He felt like he was in a noir film. Why send a detective on a raid? Nejire asked, tilting her head and poking her chin in curiosity. Because, if this goes well, I'll be able to finally convince the higher-ups to create a trigger task force, Tsukachi answered. Now that we're all here, let's go over the plan, Ryukyu said, stalking into the center of the room and looking down at the blueprints of the mall. Her presence seemed to fill the room, giving her an aura of command. The detective motioned them forward, and on the dusty boardroom table was a construction blueprint with photos off to the side. The photos were connected to the blueprints via red string to indicate where the photo was taken. The apparent leader of the SAT took off his ballistic helmet and pulled down his face mask to talk. He had a buzzed head of dark hair that faded to gray around his temples. His eyes were a dark brown that almost looked black. He gave off a severe, no-nonsense impression. What's more, he looked familiar, but Izuku was having trouble placing him. The SAT leader pointed to the map as he explained. The mall is shaped like an inverted traffic cone that reaches 5 floors underground. On each floor, the stairs to the next level are on the opposite side of that level. As we descend, the area of each level will reduce until we reach the food court at the bottom. There is a freight elevator at the center, but it's not connected to the power grid yet. The mall is too large to stake out from the inside because we don't know exactly where the meeting will take place. However, it only has one entrance. The plan is to wait for the supplier and whoever they're meeting to show, then we move in. Badges will secure the entrance while we separate into teams and tighten the noose until we have them all. And the teams? Tsukachi asked. Ryukyu eyed Izuku before speaking. We'll be splitting up into 3 teams, each with a hero at the front. Being underground will severely hamper the effectiveness of me and Nejire-chan in a fight, so we will lead teams to sweep the floors while the vanguard team, led by Singularity, will beeline it to the entrance to the next floor, taking down anything that gets in the way. Izuku looked at Ryukyu in surprise. He couldn't believe she would trust him with the vanguard. And he wasn't the only one surprised. The familiar leader of the special assault team pointed at Izuku. It's my understanding that the Singularity can only levitate and heal. How is he supposed to lead the vanguard? Nejire laughed, high and sweet. Singularity has strength and durability comparable to All Might, healing, supersonic flight, infrared vision, a smokescreen, semi-sentient energy tendrils, a danger sense, can read emotions as well as influence them, and can sense the general location of people by their emotional aura. She listed off in a chipper tone, her pride in him evident to Izuku. From the moment Nejire had begun, every eye in the room found its way to Izuku. Ryukyu was smirking at him, Tsukachi had one brow raised, and everyone else looked at him slack-jawed. It was harder to tell with the SAT members, but he could assume by the way their eyes bulged over the top of their face masks. He laughed awkwardly as his face warmed. It's a complicated quirk, he offered weakly. I rescind my objection, the familiar leader said after about 10 seconds of awkward silence. Tsukachi flipped open a box of donuts next to a to-go carafe of coffee. Now we watch and wait. Izuku was just grabbing his donut and coffee when the SAT leader approached him. I wanted to personally thank you, the man said. Izuku's eyes watered as he choked down the mouthful of donut he'd just bitten into. Thank me? For what? Also, do I know you? The man extended his hand, which Izuku took. Kamiko, it's a pleasure to meet you again. I can't thank you enough for what you did for my Minamoto, he said, and Izuku watched as the man's severe expression warped into what could almost be considered a heartwarming smile. You're that little girl's father ... from the community center, Izuku said dumbly, shocked at the coincidence of meeting the man again in such circumstances. She's been doing so great ever since you helped her. She's been playing with her friends every day since, and even her white blood cell count was up. Though they did say something about it having to be a mistake. I haven't felt hope like this in a long time, so thank you. I just hope this remission sticks, Kamiko said, standing atop paper-thin hope over despair so deep that Izuku couldn't sense the bottom. To think that such a flimsy amount of hope would be something Kamiko hadn't experienced in who knew how long. With the revelation of cell activation's new properties, Izuku had assumed he'd cured Minamoto of her cancer. He hadn't considered what it might mean that the Kamiko family didn't know Minamoto's cancer was gone. He hadn't considered the tentative hope they would feel when the cancer showed signs of remission. He hadn't considered that their tentative hope was all that kept them from drowning. Izuku glanced around before pulling Kamiko closer and whispering in his ear, I cured her cancer. It's gone, he admitted, deciding the truth was worth the risk. When Izuku pulled back, Kamiko was looking at him with wide eyes that searched his face for any hint of deception or doubt. Truly? Kamiko asked, tears brimming in the man's eyes. Izuku nodded, hoping his confidence showed on his face. Kamiko wrapped Izuku's larger frame in a powerful hug that probably would have cracked a rib if Izuku wasn't at a constant 1% of OFA. Well, I'll be damned, I never pegged you for a hugger, Kamiko. Tsukachi laughed, missing the context, but seeing the hug. Kamiko's team laughed as well and Kamiko pulled back, a smile on his face that was fully heartwarming this time. I owe you everything, Kamiko resolutely said, wiping the tears from his eyes. The mood changed when, one by one, people noticed Tsukachi pick up his cell phone and his face darken at whatever he was hearing. Right, we'll hold down the fort. Godspeed. All might, Tsukachi gravely said before hanging up and addressing the room. Sapporo in the Hokkaido prefecture is under siege by a local gang. The gang is using Trigger and has already killed the primary hero team stationed there. All Might is on his way there as fast as he can, but it's a long way north. Ryukyu snarled, her draconic nature showing. A Trigger-fueled attack on heroes when we're about to raid a supplier. Focus up, this is no coincidence. Izuku clenched his fists as his lightning-flecked eyes glared at the mall's underground entrance. There wasn't a chance in hell that this supplier was getting away. Not when Trigger's source, likely a hostage, was still out there. He wouldn't allow it. Meanwhile, The Oki mariner drifted closer to an unmarked 50-foot fishing vessel that was anchored in a secluded cove. There didn't appear to be anyone on the deck of the other ship as they bumped up against the side of the fishing ship. Sue watched as Selkie held up the ship's mic to his mouth, his whiskers twitching as he clicked the button. "This is the pro hero Selkie of the Oki mariner. Your vessel is flying no colors, sporting no name, and your automatic identification system transponder is offline. Identify yourself." A long minute passed before a lone man appeared from below decks. He had an octopus quirk that gave him 4 arms that were covered in suckers, and a bulbous head that warbled as he moved. His forearms were covered in oil and he was holding a wrench. "My engine busted. Got anyone over there that knows a thing or two?" Sue took a closer look at the man. The oil was only on his forearms. Momo and May would have had that oil smeared across their brow from trying to wipe away sweat as they worked on the engine in the cramped quarters below decks. Something was off. It was as if he'd purposefully smeared that oil on himself. Selkie stepped on the rail of the Oki mariner, leaning closer to the other ship. "I said to identify yourself." Selkie shouted again. Okay. Nobody's willing to help each other nowadays," the man complained as he stomped a booted foot down twice. It was an innocuous enough reaction. Nothing she would have found suspicious normally. But there was something purposeful about the movement, like it had been planned instead of an emotional reaction. It dawned on Sue suddenly. It was a signal. Sue grabbed Selkie by his belt and yanked him back. "Get down," she yelled as ink shot right where he had been standing, followed by 3 harpoons that slammed into the hull of the Oki mariner, right above several crew members' heads. "On me, Froppy," Selkie yelled as he vaulted over the side of the boat. Sue scrambled to follow him into the water, getting a glimpse of 2 men and 1 woman, all with squid quirks hastily reloading harpoon guns before she hit the water. Using infrared vision, she followed Selkie's heat signature as she shot through the water under the other boat. A mere moment later, she exploded out of the water on the other side of the enemy ship, right behind Selkie, mantling over the railing. She transitioned into a kick that landed against the back of one harpoon-wielding assailant and sent him crashing into another with bone-breaking force. Out of her peripheral, she could make out Selkie fighting the octopus villain alongside Sirius and the rest of the Oki mariner's crew. A clicking sound brought the last villain with a harpoon gun back to her attention. Reloaded now, the woman aimed the harpoon gun directly at her, her finger tensing on the trigger. Sue pushed off the ground with her left foot hard enough to dent the metal decking, sidestepping the harpoon as it shot by close enough to feel the wind of its passing. Sue's tongue shot out mid-dodge and wrapped around the shooter before the villain had even recovered from the recoil. The screaming villain flew through the air towards Sue as she reeled her tongue back in. Sue's left leg snapped out and caught the flying villain in the midsection, folding her in half. One step closer and they're dead. The octopus villain shouted at Selkie as he squeezed Sirius and Mick in his tentacles, eliciting groans of pain from the two. "I'm sorry, Captain," Sirius groaned in pain. Sue crouched down on all fours and focused. Selkie held up his hands in supplication. His words, however, were as cold as the northern seas. "Let them go. And you'll just let me go too." "Yeah, Rig, hey, where's the frog girl?" Camouflaged against the ship's deck, Sue blew out a huge breath into her blowpipe, the poison dart shooting the villain in the chest. The villain looked down in surprise at the dart sticking into his flesh as his tentacles had already begun to lose strength. It was all the opportunity Selkie needed. He leaped, striking the villain in the head with both feet and ending the fight. Selkie and Sue searched the enemy ship after restraining the villains and attending to any wounds the crew had suffered. What they found in the hold shocked them. Normally used to store thousands of pounds of fish, the hold was filled with crates stamped with Chinese words. Ripping open a crate with his bare hands, Selkie cursed under his breath as he held up what looked like an inhaler. "Trigger," he growled and marched back to the upper deck. Sue followed him, and by the time she'd caught up, Selkie was gripping the octopus villain by the lapels of his open coat. "Trigger originates from Japan. Why are you bringing it back?" he asked, punctuating his question with a shake. The villain, Innsmouth they'd discovered, laughed, still loopy from Sue's toxin. "Because the supplier is buying it back. At double-ish free money," he slurred. "Why?" Selkie roared, giving the man another shake. The villain blinked each eye separately and smiled cruelly with his tentacled face. "A fire sale. Everything must go," his slur gone. Selkie shot up and motioned to Sirius. "Get the radio. We need to warn the mainland." Innsmouth laughed mockingly, appearing to sober from the toxin. "It's already too late." The 11th hour was upon them. A white van parked across the street just as an alarm sounded on Tsukachi's watch. The white van was unmarked and without rear windows, its front windows tinted dark enough that seeing the driver was impossible. All of the van's doors swung open and 3 men climbed out. From his vantage point, Izuku examined the suspects through binoculars. Exiting the driver's seat was a man wearing a white face mask who had white hair that formed arrow-shaped clock needles. Exiting the passenger side door was a man with ashen blonde hair spiked out, not unlike Bakugo's. Squeezing out of the back of the van was a giant of a man carrying a large black duffel bag that seemed to squirm. He had to be 10 feet tall and half as wide. For some reason, Izuku's mind returned to when he first took Inari and had been debriefed on the trauma she had endured. He knew them. Viridian energy crackled across his skin as realization hit. The binoculars he was using crumpling in his grip. Kirono Hari, Aka Chronostasis, Iranaka Joy, Aka Mimic, and last, but certainly not least, Katsuke Rikia. They were the 3 lieutenants of the Shai Hasekai who had escaped Rappa's vengeance. Izuku took a step closer to the window. He placed an open palm on the window and began to apply pressure. The heat-strengthened glass began to bow outwards. They would not escape his. No sooner did Tsukachi speak up. Singularity and Nejire-chan should sit this out, Tsukachi said in a way that made it sound less like a suggestion and more like an order. We need them, Ryukyu argued immediately. Look at them, Tsukachi said, gesturing to Izuku and Nejire. Izuku glanced over and saw that Nejire was also closer to the glass. Her periwinkle eyes, which were typically bright with curiosity, were cold and filled with fury. The energy of her quirk curling around her forearms in tight corkscrews appeared sharper than usual, like they were designed to pierce instead of impact. Did I miss something? Kamiko asked, looking from face to face in search of an answer. Before anyone else could answer, Izuku did. Those 3 in the front once belonged to the Shai Hasekai, a group that held a child captive while they tortured her for personal gains. The same child I later adopted after I took down their leader, Izuku explained through gritted teeth and turned his storm-filled eyes upon Kamiko. They had a hand in the torture of my daughter. How would you feel if it was Minamoto? Kamiko's eyes went dark and hard as he racked around into his submachine gun. He looked over his shoulder at his team, who nodded at an unasked question. We've got your back, Singularity. A hand, small yet unyielding, gripped his shoulder. Draconic eyes peered into his. I understand how you must feel, but this raid has to succeed. Can you follow my orders and control yourself? Ryukyu asked, glancing at Nejire to indicate that she wasn't just asking him. Izuku pulled his hand away from the glass, but he couldn't tamp down on his quirk, not with everything racing through his mind. Yes, he offered, the muscles in his jaw feathering. The Shai Hasekai used to pedal trigger as a source of income, but what if that's wrong? What if they were the suppliers all along? What if Iri wasn't their first victim? Ryukyu gave his shoulder a squeeze before releasing him and looking out the window. We'll have to ask them, she said with a predatory grin aimed at the suspects' backs as they descended into the mall. Next thing he knew, Nejire was pressing herself into his side. He threw an arm around her waist and pulled her closer without taking his eyes off the mall entrance. As much as I want to collapse that mall with them in it, we need to do this the right way, Nejire whispered to him. Izuku couldn't find the words, so he just squeezed her waist to let her know he understood. Now we just have to wait for the second party, Ryukyu said. 15 minutes passed with no sign of anyone entering the mall, and the mood in the room was becoming antsy. How sure are we that there isn't a secondary entrance? Something not in the plans? Tsukachi asked. Hell, someone with a suitable quirk could have dug a tunnel, Kamiko suggested. Shit, Ryukyu shouted in frustration. The meeting was scheduled 15 minutes ago. We have to assume the second group got in another way. Everyone, move in. Izuku descended into the mall with Kamiko and 3 of his SAT team behind him. Behind their group, Ryukyu and Nejire-chan led their teams of 4 SAT members down the stairs. Red and blue light flickered down the dark stairs from the 8 patrol cars that had been tasked with forming a perimeter. With no sirens blaring, the strobing lights created an ominous effect in the silence. At the end of the stairs, Izuku got a good look at the first floor of the mall. With safety lights for the construction, he could see, but only just. There were many places the light didn't reach. Many corners were shrouded in deep shadows that could hide anything or anyone. The mall itself was very obviously far from completion. Metal framework and drywall for future stores gave Izuku an idea of how the mall would look. It also blocked his view of the rest of the floor. The subterranean complex was surprisingly spacious, though only just enough that Ryukyu could transform without touching the floor, ceiling, and both walls simultaneously. Switching to infrared, Izuku scanned the shadows. When he found nothing, he closed his eyes and searched for emotional auras with empathy. He could detect 6 presences in total, but they were all below. How far below he couldn't be certain. He keyed his mic and spoke through their encrypted channel. I can't sense anyone on this floor, but I can sense 6 further down, Izuku whispered over comms. 6? You're sure? Ryukyu asked. Yes, the 3 from the van have company. Then the supplier is here, Ryukyu surmised. All right, we have to assume they used an unknown secondary entrance. That means we have to do this fast. Singularity, you go up the middle, I'll go right, while Nejire-chan goes left. We'll meet up at the stairwell to the next level. Ryukyu jogged off, her team of 4 SAT members following. Nejire-chan floated into the air and began corkscrewing down her path, leading her team. Izuku stepped off the ground with float. Viridian energy lit the immediate area as he brought full cowl to 50%. and tendrils of black whip filled the air around him like an anemone patiently waiting for prey. He paused. 50%. He'd won the sports festival with 40% last week. Thinking about it, he had fought Mirio at 50%. Had he really gone up 10% without realizing it? Then it came to him. With cell activation infusing his body with the energy of One for All, it was now more capable of withstanding higher percentages. If a passive 1% OFA equaled a 10% increase to active OFA, he only needed 5% more to reach 100%. It was only a matter of time now. Singularity? Tsukachi asked, snapping Izuku from his musings. Glancing back at Kimiko and Tsukachi, Izuku flew down the central path just slow enough for the SAT members to keep pace, scanning with infrared vision and empathy. He flew past empty storefronts, kicking up dust and debris from the construction. Upon reaching the stairs down to the next level, he only had to wait for Nejire-chan and Ryukyu for a few seconds. Sharing a nod with Ryukyu and Nejire-chan, he led the way down to the next level. Momo bit into her 77th takoyaki of the day and chewed, savoring the flavors as she walked along the busy street filled with food vendors. So, Fat Gum asked her, a big grin on his face. The stall has fresher ginger than the last. But not enough, and the scallions aren't as fresh as the fourth stall we went to Wednesday, she critiqued. Fat Gum groaned in good-natured defeat. We'll find the perfect takoyaki yet. Lemillion guffawed, hand-feeding a takoyaki to Suneater. What do you think, babe? Lemillion asked. Suneater mumbled as he chewed. Red Riot agreed, his cheeks full of food. I'll teach you to sell on my turf. A gruff voice yelled suddenly. Momo whirled just in time to see two gangs facing off in the street. One group was distinct with matching tattoos around their eyes. It all happened so fast. A man with wild white hair held a red inhaler up to his lips and inhaled deeply. I've got your backs, bros. The man screamed as blades exploded out from his body and skewered the other gang all at once, as well as several bystanders unfortunate enough to be too close. The misshapen blades sank with the weight of the bodies until the villain retracted them back into his body, causing the bodies to fall like puppets with their strings cut. The nearby civilians screamed in terror at the scene, and Lemillion appeared from the ground beneath the villain. Powerrrrr. Lemillion's fist connected with the blade villain's chin, dropping him with a single powerful punch. Everything exploded into movement then. Fat Gum was grabbing at least 4 of the gang members and pressing them into his fat. Red Riot was charging a man with arms so large that his ham-sized fists dragged on the ground like a gorilla. The villain suddenly disengaged and produced a red inhaler, quickly using it. Punching at Red Riot, his fists detached and rocketed forward, exploding on contact. One of the villains that Fat Gum was grappling turned himself extremely thin and long like Edgeshot and escaped the hole. Suneater tried to grab him with octopus tentacles, but the man escaped again, aiming himself directly at Momo like a spear. One of Momo's mechadendrites flashed out and snatched the villain out of the air in a vice grip. Before he could slither his way out, the metal claw spun, swirling the man up like a pasta noodle before slamming him into the ground. As the now unconscious villain reformed into a more standard shape, Momo ran over to the bodies that lay bleeding, ignoring everyone else's fight. Please, 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 she begged nobody in particular. The gang members that had been attacked all lay motionless, their eyes closed. Turning to the civilians, she dared to hope they were better off, not having been the primary targets. Kneeling over the 2 civilians that had been hit, she immediately saw that their eyes were still open, though glazed over in pain and shock, and their many puncture wounds still oozed blood with every beat of their hearts. I've got you, she said, unsure if she meant to reassure them or herself. Acting quickly, she made a clotting agent and began applying it to the wounds. With more wounds than hands to apply pressure, she improvised. Her mechadendrites grabbed freshly made wound seal patches and aided her in applying them, 4 at a time. The sounds of fighting behind her quickly died down as she raced the clock. Someone suddenly landed on their knees next to her, causing her to startle. One of her mechadendrites whirled from its work and aimed at the invader, plasma emitter glowing hot. Red Riot didn't flinch, however. Tell me what to do. Rumi jogged along the Tokyo Bay waterfront with Jevaden and Shishido. The lights from the city played across the dark water of the bay, and the sounds of cars carried easily through the night air to her enhanced ears. All in all, it looked like tonight would be a quiet one. Not 2 seconds after the thought, an explosion rocked the quiet air. Snapping her head in the direction of the explosion, she saw a massive man wearing only jeans soaring through the air and over freeway ramps. The explosion must have been him jumping, and the man had to be 50+ feet tall. He landed in an intersection with a boom Rumi could feel from here. Horns from cars blared and the screams of frightened civilians made their way to Rumi's ears. As he straightened, another giant rounded a building. Equal in size, this newcomer had a heteromorphic appearance that made him look like a kaiju from old monster movies. The giant lizard man swung a gargantuan tail that hit the man in the jeans and sent him crashing into a building, nearly causing it to collapse. Looks like we're hunting big game tonight. Shishido roared and took off. Rumi bounded after him, catching up in a single hop. Jevaden bounded on all fours below her as she hopped again, twisting somewhat mid-air, her right leg kicking out involuntarily. She couldn't help it. The prospect of a good fight never failed to give her the zoomies. "Did you just binky?" Shishido asked with a laugh. "Shut up," Rumi snarled, her tawny cheeks warming. Arriving at the scene of the fight between giants, Rumi's good mood soured at the sight of the carnage the two villains had wrought in such a short time. Cars were everywhere. They were on their sides, on top of each other, upside down, half inside buildings and even crushed flat. They looked like Hot Wheels that had been kicked about by children. Screaming civilians fled in every direction, desperately tried to pry open damaged car doors to help those trapped inside, and carried or dragged wounded away. The lion hero wasted no time. Leaping onto the kaiju villain and slashing into the flesh of his ankle, Jevaden latched onto the villain's other foot, grabbing the big toe and wrenching it back with a crunch. As the kaiju villain screamed in pain and reached down to squash his pests, Rumi squatted down and jumped like she was trying to reach the moon. Soaring through the air, her long ears flapped backward in the wind as she closed in on her target, steel-tipped toes swinging upwards with every ounce of enhanced strength she possessed. Blood moon rising. The kick connected with Kaiju's lower jaw in a bone-breaking boom that snapped the villain's head back. As Kaiju reeled back, his tongue flopped out, revealing it to be black, a clear indication of recent trigger use. As the villain began to topple backward, Rumi heard thundering footsteps behind her that shook the street below. Looking over a shoulder, Jeans was there and he had changed targets. The 50-plus foot tall villain was eyeing her as he raised a hand high into the air and brought it down, intent on swatting her back to the earth. That wasn't all she saw. Behind the villain was something even larger and approaching fast. Rumi smiled like a maniac, causing confusion to cross the villain's face. Massive purple arms wrapped around Jean's waist. Mount Lady's usually pretty and playful face strained with effort as she arched her back violently. Rolling onto her back, her foot pressed into the villain's lower back. Summit sacrifice. Mount Lady kicked at the villain's lower back, launching him a silver tea kettle through the air, clearing all the nearby buildings and still scrambling civilians, and into Tokyo Bay. Rumi finally landed just in time to see a 20-foot-tall Kendo Itsuka stepping into a pitcher's stance, Kodai Yui balled up in the palm of her hand. With a throw that was nearing supersonic, Kodai launched into the air after the villain, though at a higher arc. Kodai's form grew in size as she sailed through the sky as a blur of red and white until she was as large as Mount Lady. As Jeans was attempting to get his feet under him amid sloshing waves, Kodai descended, elbow first. With a monotone, quiet whisper of a voice, Kodai could nonetheless be heard with ease due to her giant size. Ultra elbow from the top ropes. She landed with a crack and splash that sent up a geyser of water as tall as her. When the water crashed back down, Kodai was slapping gigantified cuffs on the unconscious villain. Rumi was about to run over and begin aiding the civilians still trapped in and under debris when the most painful cramp of her life brought her to her knees. "What the hell was that?" she asked aloud, hand pressed to her lower abdomen. Then she felt it. A kick. Izuku and the rest of the raid team reached the entrance to the 4th floor without any issue. Below, 6 auras were still present, but he couldn't tell how far away they were. Notably, 2 of the auras spoke of violent intent and confidence that surged suddenly, just before they descended. Everyone's earpieces squawked with barely intelligible words from the police up top that were forming a perimeter. The words came in garbled due to being 3 levels underground, reinforced concrete blocking out all but the most stubborn of signals. Raid team. New orders. Villains. Everywhere. Trigger. Have to pull back. Leaving 1 car. Good luck. Focus on the mission. This changes nothing for us, Ryukyu hissed, clearly agitated. They descended quickly to the 4th floor and Izuku immediately noticed that something was wrong. The 6 presences below were now 4, hidden in the darkness of the construction ahead. One of the missing auras swelled with a sick combination of malice and excitement. "Watch out," Izuku warned, making everyone halt. The moment his words left his mouth, a red inhaler flew out from the dark and landed at his feet with a clatter as someone in the dark took in a huge breath. Golden energy was sucked from the raid team, trailing off into the dark. The entire SAT team, along with Tsukachi and Sansa, collapsed to their knees, unable to move, let alone stand while Nejire-chan and Ryukyu only wobbled. Izuku didn't feel any different, but that's not what he was focused on. He was searching for the still missing aura. Glaring upward, he found it. Mimiki growled. "I'll crush you all," said the ceiling. The reinforced concrete ceiling reached down to crush the entire raid team at once. Black cowl at 50%. Izuku reached up and caught the descending ceiling. He noticed that the walls and floor weren't moving. Mimic was being forced to use all his strength in the attempt to overpower him. His arms and legs began to shake with effort as he tried to slow the ceiling's descent. The downed members of the raid team began to drag themselves away. An impossibly deep and booming voice called out from the shadows. I feel full of energy. Rikia exploded out from a vacant store, debris flying everywhere as the giant of a man charged through the construction, headless of the destruction. Rikia, Ryukyu roared in challenge, her voice coming out deeper and more monstrous. Ryukyu lunged forward to meet the titan, transforming into her draconic form in a flash. The two collided in a bone-jarring crash that seemed to rattle the entire level. Her tail whipped behind her just short of the raid team as the two giants wrestled for dominance in the enclosed space, bits of the concrete ceiling and walls coming away as they did so. Nejire-chan looked back at Izuku. Go, he ordered, and she did. Nejire-chan corkscrewed through the air, dodging Ryukyu's swinging tail with familiar ease. Once she had a clear shot, she unleashed a blast of periwinkle energy, hitting the hulking Rikia and making him stagger. The moment Rikia staggered, he also groaned in pain as Ryukyu's snapping teeth found purchase in the meat of his shoulder. With Rikia off balance and reeling in pain, Ryukyu bulldozed forward, pushing Rikia further back. With relative safety between the two fights, the downed members of the raid team scrambled on hands and knees. The last of the raid team cleared the area of the descending ceiling just as Izuku's legs began to buckle, the veins in his neck bulging as he strained. Singularity, Tsukachi called out. This is for the boss. Mimic crowed, sensing his imminent victory. Izuku let out a breath and straightened to his full height, his limbs ceasing their shaking. Now that the team was clear, he was done pretending. And this, he cocked back a fist as he held the ceiling back with one arm effortlessly. He glared up through the conspicuous hole at Mimic, his heat signature giving him away. Is for a re. He punched, a boom shaking the entire structure as his fist met the ceiling. Reinforced concrete exploded upward, rebar bending away as easily as tall grass in the wind. Amidst the shower of rubble, Mimic ragdolled through the air unharmed due to having been merged with the concrete. Out in the open now, Mimic was vulnerable. Izuku flew up through the debris in a flash of green energy and delivered a backhand so fast that only All Might would have been able to see the blow coming. Mimic's teeth became shrapnel, exploding out the other side of his mouth in a macabre firework display of crimson and ivory. He let Mimic fall through the newly made hole to land with a thud and a snap. Descending, Izuku met the shocked stares of the raid team as they attempted to get to their feet. It could have broken his neck, Tsukachi chastised, more in shock than anything. Izuku landed and looked upon Mimic's unconscious form and torn face, his leg beneath him at an unnatural angle. He wished he could, but try as he might, he could not find an ounce of regret or sympathy. One thing did bother him though. How did Mimic know about his involvement in taking down Overhaul? I had to be sure the first hit took him down. Izuku began getting the team back on their feet with the aid of cell activation counteracting Rikia's stamina drain. We need to help Ryukyu, Kimiko said as Izuku helped him up. Ryukyu roared somewhere in the dark, a resounding crash following soon after. Reading her aura, Izuku shook his head at Kimiko. She just won. Kimiko only nodded, switching gears. He pointed to his team and then Mimic. Naru and two others stay on this floor. Secure Mimic and Rikia while the rest of us press forward. I'm on it, Naru said, pressing a hand to Mimic. Their fingers becoming thick ropes that wrapped themselves around the villain several times, effectively mummifying the man. When they pulled their hand away, their fingers became flesh again, but the ropes remained on Mimic. Two more SAT members volunteered, assisting the first. Following the trail of destruction, Izuku and the raid team met back up with Ryukyu and Nejire-chan. Rikia's unconscious body was nearby, his head halfway through a load-bearing pillar. Ryukyu and Nejire-chan both looked exhausted, their hands on their knees as they sought a second wind. With a quick application of cell activation, they straightened, their stamina Rikia had stolen restored. Quickly, they moved on, eager to reach the bottom and put an end to this. They approached the final unpowered escalator and discovered that the final level was largely exposed. A cavernous circular room was visible from the top of the escalator, the fourth floor ringing the entire food court. As empty as it was, it almost appeared as a gladiatorial pit of old. Nearly empty, that is. In the gloom below, four figures waited. Izuku recognized two immediately, but the other two escaped him, their features too difficult to make out in the low light and too vague in infrared. One of the two he couldn't make out was short with rounded features, the other tall and thin with bat-like wings. Chronostasi stood behind a folding chair, a revolver pressed against a woman's red temple. Akane whimpered through her gag at the sight of them, her nose broken and bloody, her eyes swollen shut. A black duffel bag lay discarded at her feet, the very same duffel Rikia had been carrying out of the van. The very same duffel he had thought he saw squirm. The sight of Akane, here in the condition she was in, told Izuku one thing. The info she'd given Ryukyu had been spoon-fed to her to set up this trap. Bastards, Ryukyu snarled. The sound of safeties clicking off echoed through the still air as the SAT members leveled their submachine guns. Drop your weapons and come down, nice and slow, Chronostasi's ordered, pressing his pistol painfully into Akane's temple, eliciting a whimper. And if you even think about using a quirk, I'll give the whore a new hole to sell. Left with little option, the raid team descended the escalator with arms raised, their weapons abandoned. As they descended, they held out hope that the 3 SAT members they left behind would intervene at a key moment and prove to be the deciding factor. As they stepped foot on the 5th floor and approached as commanded, they got a better look at the other 2. The tall, thin one with bat wings came into clear view. Its skin was a pale ash color, a gas mask obscuring most of its face, with lifeless eyes staring over the edge of the mask. The most damning detail of all, however, was the exposed brain. Memories of the Namu creature from the USJ flashed through Izuku's mind. The pain of his body breaking, only being held together by black cowl. The fear of knowing that once he fell, the Namu would rip his entire class apart in mere seconds. He just barely managed to tamp down on OFA and keep it from activating on reflex. He forced himself to look away from the Namu, and at the last figure in ... he couldn't believe his eyes. "Dr. Tsubasa?" he asked, dumbstruck. The old man looked as though he hadn't aged a day. The mustached old man spread his arms and smiled warmly. The very picture of a grandfatherly figure. Even his emotions spoke of genuine happiness. "Midoriya, my boy," Dr. Tsubasa greeted, the familiar greeting sending shivers up Izuku's spine. "Look at you, you've grown so big. It's no wonder I didn't recognize you on the television." "You know him, Singularity?" Rukio asked with due confusion. Dr. Tsubasa turned his spectacled eyes on Rukio and gestured with his hand. "I knew him when he was yay-high," he said warmly, the genuineness of his words and emotions making Izuku feel sick. Dr. Tsubasa looked up at the Namu monster at his side. "Come now, aren't you going to say hello to your old friend?" he asked. The thing eyed Izuku, cocking its head to the side as its wings flapped once. Those wings, Izuku recognized them. No ... it couldn't be. Words from long ago came to mind. This Dr. Tsubasa, alongside his grandson, seems to have vanished some 5 years ago. "The Namu no," Tsubasa spoke in a halting fashion that grated on the psyche. Izuku took an involuntary step back, his hand coming up to cover his mouth in horror. Izuku's stomach twisted in revulsion as Tsubasa looked at him with lifeless eyes, his aura speaking of recognition, of pain, of a tortured soul begging for mercy, begging for death. "What did you do to him?" "He was your grandson," Izuku asked, horrified. At the question, he could sense the rest of the raid team tense in realization. "Grandson, haven't you realized?" Dr. Tsubasa asked with a disappointed shake of his head. "He was merely a part of my cover. I adopted him from one of my orphanages and told him to refer to me as Grandpa. But what a good boy. Didn't he turn out splendid?" He gushed affectionately, gesturing to his grandson in genuine pride. Ryukyu took a step forward, hands raised non-threateningly. "What is it you want in exchange for Aken's safety?" she asked curtly, cutting into the conversation. "His head," Chronostasis shouted, yanking Aken by the hair. Dr. Tsubasa looked over at Chronostasis and his hostage in confusion as if he'd forgotten they were even there. "Oh, right. The Yakuza remnants," he said, waving a hand dismissively. "They proved useful in distributing Trigger, the sales single-handedly funding my Namu project since Naruhata. For their final paycheck, they only wanted one thing," he said, smiling warmly at Izuku. "A shot at the one responsible for taking down their boss. You being here is all I wanted." He produced a red inhaler from a pocket in his lab coat and held it up, inspecting it. "You know, it wasn't easy making Trigger into something effective. In the end, I had to sacrifice duration for power. Honestly, my boy," he said, shaking his head in disappointment, "you didn't leave me much to work with." Suddenly, the team's radios squawked in their ears, and Izuku was forced to ignore the dawning horror churning within him. Context. The lone squad car providing a perimeter up top reported. A moment later, an explosion shook dust from the ceiling and the radio belched static. Madness began to creep into the edges of Dr. Tsubasa's warm smile. Kamiko keyed his mic. "Prepare for incoming. Weapons free. Weapons free." Chronostasis stabbed one of his clock needles into Aken's shoulder, eliciting a muffled scream from the woman as she recoiled from the pain in slow motion. "Who are you talking to?" "Doctor, what's happening?" "This isn't what we agreed." A staccato of automatic gunfire echoed from the floor above. A second later, the backs of the 3 SAT members pressed into the guardrail, muzzle flashes silhouetting their forms. An explosion rocked the subterranean structure. "Man down," someone shouted above. "No effect. I repeat, no effect on target." Naru could be heard shouting. Then, a jet-black skinned figure in a trenchcoat wrapped Naru up in a hug and smiled over the SAT member's shoulder, directly at Izuku. The smile was wide, too wide, but the most unsettling thing by far was that the smile was the only feature on the figure's face. It reminded Izuku of reports of villains seen during the Naruhata incident. Their lack of features had earned them the title Anonymous. Both Naru and the smiling figure vanished in an explosion, only to be replaced by more smiling figures. "Naru," Kamiko lamented. Dr. Tsubasa chuckled, a horrifying combination of warmth and madness. A swirling purple vortex opened beneath him and began to swallow him as his chuckle grew more unhinged, devolving into something no sane mind would be capable of reproducing by the time the portal had fully eaten him. Then, Chronostasis finally made a mistake. He pulled the gun away from Akane's temple and aimed it at Izuku, sensing the situation was spiraling out of his control and seeking his revenge in a last-ditch effort. It was all the opportunity Izuku needed. He flew forward in a blur, black cowl snapping into place a mere moment before Chronostasis' fire. A bullet slammed into Izuku's chest, to no effect. He barely even felt it. Danger sense hadn't even triggered. The one round was all that Chronostasis was able to get off before Izuku closed the distance and slapped the gun away, shattering the bones in the hand that had held it. He gripped Chronostasis by the throat and lifted him off his feet with one arm. Chronostasis punched Izuku's face with his good hand, kicked at his chest, and tried to stab him with his quirked hair. At 50% black cowl, the attacks were as effective as a child trying to split a boulder with only their bare hands. More explosions shook them all, but Izuku's focus was squarely on the child-torturing, woman-beating monster in front of him. Where did he go? I don't know. Izuku grabbed a quirked hair that was still trying in vain to stab him. Wrong answer. With a quick jerk, he ripped the clock needle-like hair from Chronostasis' scalp, making the man screech in pain as blood dribbled down his forehead. Please stop, Chronostasis begged. He was begging. Red filled Izuku's vision as incandescent wrath burned away his reason and frayed at his control. Izuku's grip tightened dangerously on the monster's throat as he ripped out the remaining quirked hair. His free hand joined the other in wrapping around the monster's neck. Using empathy, he slammed terror and despair into the monster's brain like an ice pick lobotomy. Please stop. How many times did Eri beg for you to stop before she gave up and suffered in silence? When the monster only whimpered, Izuku shook him by the neck and squeezed harder. The monster's face was turning a deep shade of purple as his eyes rolled back into his head, his arms falling limply to his sides. How effing many? Stop, Izuku. He's out, Nejire shouted, suddenly there with a hand on his chin, turning his wrathful gaze away from the monster and to her periwinkle eyes filled to the brim with worry for him. He dropped Chronostasis to the floor, his anger beginning to fade as the reality of the situation around him became clear. Explosions rocked the entire subterranean structure one after another, causing chunks of the ceiling above to crash down. They're trying to bury us, Ryukyu yelled in her draconic form, wings splayed wide to shield the raid team from falling debris. Izuku scooped up Akane and tried to ignore her fear of him and the way she flinched away. Using cell activation to heal Akane's wounds, the rest of his anger funneled into the quirk, empowering the healing. In moments, Akane's wounds were healed, as Izuku trotted over to the center of the room. He noticed Tsubasa was still off to the side, not having moved from his place. With lifeless eyes, the Nama watched Izuku, uncaring as debris fell all around. The doctor had left him behind. More explosions shook the earth and the building began to fully collapse in on itself. At the center of the room, Nejire aimed up and through the gap between Ryukyu's wings, periwinkle energy coalescing in the palms of her hands. Nejire flood. Spiraling energy raced up and blasted falling steel and concrete up and away. Blackwhip shot out and wrapped around Chronostasis' still form and reeled him into the center just before he could be crushed. As indifferent as Izuku was to the man dying, Chronostasis still owed him answers about Dr. Tsubasa. Izuku watched as a minivan-sized chunk of concrete fell straight for the Nama. Tsubasa's lifeless eyes were still transfixed on Izuku as he was crushed beneath the debris. In that last moment, Izuku could have sworn relief had filled those hollow eyes. Rest, Izuku whispered to himself. More and more debris rained down with every passing second, as chunks of concrete and steel made it past Nejire's quirk and crashed into Ryukyu's wings. It was becoming clear that Nejire couldn't keep the team from being buried. Not alone, as Nejire's stamina began to flag. He pressed a hand to her back and flooded her with energy from cell activation. This also had the added side effect of calming him of his excess emotions and added fuel to the quirk. He was certain that he could survive this, but the rest of the team? He could probably get Nejire and Ryukyu safely out, but he doubted he would be able to save anyone else. There was one chance that they all got out of this in one piece. It was a gamble, but what choice did he have? He pressed a palm to Ryukyu's massive draconic shoulder. Please work. He begged any god that might be listening. He activated evolution. Beneath his palm, Ryukyu's dull white scales began to shine, becoming opalescent. The effect rippled outward from the point of contact, opalescent scales racing across her body and up her long neck. As the opal scales covered her face, great draconic horns sprouted from her head. Her scales seemed to pulse as electricity began crackling between her horns, her eyes glowing golden. The scent of ozone filled the air as her tremendous maw opened, electricity crackling over her razor-sharp teeth. She aimed her open maw to the sky and with a roar that drowned out the collapsing building, she breathed lightning. Falling pieces of the building exploded into particles and slag as Ryukyu's lightning breath raced for the surface. But the combination of Nejire's spiraling energy and Ryukyu's lightning, they were able to blast the falling debris up and away from the team. What didn't blast out and onto the surface fell harmlessly off to the side of the raid team. Rubble built up all around them as the entirety of the underground mall was demolished. When it was over, when the night sky was visible, and when there was no more falling debris, Ryukyu and Nejire collapsed, the former reverting to her human form. The rubble that was all around them in a circle began to shift and threatened to collapse toward them. Acting quickly, Izuku wrapped everyone with Black Whip and flew upwards just before they could be crushed. Landing on the street above, Izuku saw the police cruiser that had stayed behind, or what was left of it. The burning wreck lit the dark street, a charred body in its driver's seat. Izuku walked closer to the wreck and collapsed to his knees as he finally allowed his dawning horror to consume him. This was all his fault. Nejire's arms wrapped around him from behind. It was a comfort he didn't deserve. There's still a chance we can save the hostage. We have chronostasis, he might know. There is no hostage, Izuku interrupted in a near whisper. Just saying it aloud made his guts twist with guilt. How could you possibly know that? Ryukyu asked, moving to stand at his side. Her golden eyes were transfixed on the burning squad car, the new opalescent scales on her cheekbones, forearms, and lower legs shimmering in the firelight. Because he ran his hands through his hair as tears created tracks through the soot and blood on his face. He could barely choke out his next words because it would make it real. I'm the source of Trigger. How did he not see it sooner? Trigger had such a similar effect as evolution, even if it was temporary. All those tests Dr. Tsubasa had subjected him to as a child were covered to get samples of Izuku's DNA. That meant that misdiagnosing him as quirkless had served a purpose as well. When Dr. Tsubasa disappeared, it had been the very same day as All Might's fight with All or One. The two were connected, they had to be. There was only one reason Izuku could come up with for misdiagnosing him. It was the only thing that made sense. The doctor had labeled him as quirkless so that All for One could steal his quirk and no one would be the wiser. Then, his mother had stormed out of the doctor's visit early. Nejire gasped, her arms squeezing tighter around his shoulders. This isn't your fault. We'll get through this together, she promised. Ryukyu ran a finger over her opalescent scales. So the part of your quirk that allows you to evolve quirks is the origin ... That doesn't really change anything unless you had a direct hand in developing Trigger and selling it. I would never. Izuku immediately responded before realizing what else she'd just said. Wait, you knew I could evolve quirks? You evolved my wife's quirk. Did you honestly think she'd keep that from me? Ryukyu asked. Kamiko approached them, his expression grave. With 3 of his team dead, the man seemed to have locked his emotions away for the time being. I just got into contact with headquarters. They're redeploying my team as soon as possible. It's chaos out there. Almost every ward of Tokyo is experiencing abnormally high villain activity. What's worse, the villains are using Trigger in each instance. Izuku latched onto a keyword and got to his feet. Almost every ward. What wards aren't experiencing abnormally high villain activity? He asked. All business, Kamiko frowned and thought. All but Hasu ... They've been pulling heroes away from the hunt for Stain since this all started, he said, trailing off at what that might imply. Izuku ripped his phone out, cursing at the lack of service. With everything happening, the cell network must have been overloaded. Checking his smartwatch, he checked the location of everyone wearing one. Eri and Yuki were still at UA. Rumi was at a hospital, which was alarming, but it was in the area she'd told him she'd be patrolling. Kamiko and Mei ... Their signals were simply gone ... And they had been assigned to Hasu. Looked up with fear in his eyes. Has there been any contact with Hasu? His voice sounded hollow even to his ears. Ryukyu fiddled with her earpiece. Endeavor. Come in. Nothing but static, she said after a moment. With the Hero Communications network being separate from the cell network, it wasn't affected by the outage. Izuku lifted off the ground, black cowl crackling with energy. I'm going. Ryukyu transformed into an opalescent dragon and Nejire floated off the ground with spiraling periwinkle energy. Go, we're right behind you, Ryukyu ordered. With a sonic boom that rattled windows, Izuku flew off toward Hasu. He could only hope he wasn't too late. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.